Chapter 381. The Troublesome Rat, Wang Tung. What are you thinking about? Wang Yanin walked over and started a conversation. Nothing. Won't it be great if this moment can last forever? Wang Tung smiled. Yes. Who doesn't want this kind of life? Wang Yanin nodded. They looked at fireworks and chatted casually. Wang Yanin was extremely curious about Wang Tung's university life, especially anything related to martial warriors. The martial warriors' world was full of wonders and mysteries to the regular civilians. Wang Ting didn't keep much from her, answering all of her questions. As for the brutal and gruesome parts, he would just mention them briefly. Even so, Wang Yanin detected something amiss from his words. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the air. What's that? Wang Yanin pondered. That isn't the fireworks, right? No. Wang Tung's gaze turned sharp. Grandpa Wang and the others also heard the commotion and came out. What happened? Grandpa Wang asked. Another explosion echoed instantly. Boom! Then, a siren rang through the entire Donghai, along with a loud roar. All martial warriors, listen to my order. Exterminate the evil clansmen. The evil clan? That's the governor's voice. Wang Tung's expression changed as many thoughts flashed past his mind. Even the governor was on the move. This was a serious matter. Damn those evil clansmen. How dare they create trouble on New Year's Eve? Are they too free? Although Wang Tung's good mood was gone, he didn't move immediately. He used his spiritual pet contract to link up with Little White, who was wandering outside, and asked it to fly back instantly. Son, what's the matter? What is an evil clan? Wang Shenghua furrowed his brows and asked. The ordinary civilians didn't know about the Jinli clan. Wang Shenghua and the others hadn't even heard of the clan before, but they could sense the tense atmosphere in the city. This wasn't a simple matter. Just a bunch of troublesome rats. Don't worry, I'm here. Wang Ting didn't explain much. He took out MOK and placed it beside him. Why is this happening in the middle of New Year's Eve? Wang Shenghong asked. I think I have heard about the evil clan before, Wang Shenjun said curiously. Was that the voice of the governor of Donghai? Even the governor is alerted. It must be serious. Grandpa Wang frowned. Yes, that was Governor Jiang's voice. He's a general stage martial warrior, so he will be able to handle it no matter how serious it is. Wang Tung smiled. He purposely spoke light-heartedly to relieve their worries. The moment he finished speaking, he frowned. He felt a force of presence darting in this direction. Long live Jinli! A figure shot out from the dark. When he saw the large family gathered here, his expression turned crazy. He howled and charged over with his blade. Force flowed through the air. The long blade shimmered in the dark as it slashed towards Wang Tung's family. Everyone's expression changed. They were terrified. Long live your head. Wang Tung was furious. He just said that everything was fine, yet this maniac came and launched an ultimate move on his family. He was blatantly humiliating him. He swung MOK out, and a fiery sword glow shot into the sky. How is that possible? The evil clansman didn't expect a powerful martial warrior to exist in this family. The craziness on his face froze suddenly as he looked at the fiery sword glow dawning on him. The fiery sword glow swallowed the blade glow and slammed into the clansman. Boom! No! Before he could scream in despair, his voice got drowned by the thunderous explosion. Wang Tung was infuriated, so the air around him erupted too. That evil clansman got burned into ashes. The Wang family was at a loss, staring at the scene in a daze. Their jaws were hung wide open. Cough, cough. Well, I did say that it's a small matter. It's nothing serious. An awkward voice broke their reverie. Everyone turned to look at Wang Tung, who was carrying a huge weapon. His expression seemed awkward, but he still tried his best to look indifferent. They felt the corners of their lips twitching. Small matter? Any bigger, and the house would have exploded. Wang Tung wanted to explain further, but he stopped and frowned. A few people were dashing towards them in the dark. They were attracted by the commotion here. However, they seemed normal humans. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the symbol in front of their chests. City Protection Bureau? Wang Tung asked. Wang Tung. Mister. One of them walked over and nodded at him. You are Leader Chai. Wang Tung stared for a moment before he recognized the other party. This was the leader of a small team from the City Protection Bureau, Leader Chai Yu. He had come to Wang Tung's house to investigate the death of the martial warriors. Thinking back, that was the first time Wang Tung saw martial warriors, as well as his first time killing one. He was so afraid that the City Protection Bureau would notice something. Times had changed. Now, he was no longer afraid of the City Protection Bureau pestering him. Chai Yu sighed emotionally. In the past, Wang Tung was still a martial disciple. It hadn't been long, but he was already a high-rank martial warrior. He even became famous nationwide because he won the national #1 martial arts competition. Yet, he was still stuck at the 4-star soldier level. The difference was vast. Even if he had evidence that Wang Tung had killed the martial warriors, he couldn't do anything to him. Did you meet a member from the evil clan? Chai Yu asked. He knew that this wasn't the time to think about the past, so he calmed his mind. Yes, it was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, I've already killed him, Wang Tung said. The City Protection Bureau and the other affiliated martial warriors from the City Protection Bureau were dumbstruck. A 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, killed in a blink of an eye. Indeed, this young man was as powerful and talented as the rumors. Mr. Wang, Donghai has been invaded by many high-rank martial warriors from the evil clan. We need help from powerful people like you, Chai Yu said instantly. I can help. However, I need you to protect my family, Wang Tung replied. No problem. We will stay here and protect them. Chai Yu guaranteed without any hesitation. Wang Tung nodded and looked up at the night sky. Little White was closing in at high speed. It circled above the Wang family's residence and caught at him. Chai Yu also felt Little White's aura, and his expression changed. This is my spiritual pet. They'll ask it to guard this place. If anything happens, use it to inform me. Don't hurt it, Wang Tung said. Spiritual pet. Chai Yu and the others looked at the sky with envy on their faces. Not only was Wang Tung powerful, but he even had a bird as his spiritual pet. From its aura, they knew that it wasn't weak. Comparisons made people angry. Grandpa Wang and the others looked at Little White too. They felt curious. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei explained to them in a low voice. After understanding what it was, they felt even more proud when they looked at Wang Tung again. Wang Tung ignored Chai Yu and his team. He contemplated for a moment and took out a few spiritual stones. He scattered the stones around the Wang residence at a fast speed. Everyone was confused. A few minutes later, a simple defensive array was completed. Wang Tung mumbled, "Activate." Rays of light appeared around the house, forming a transparent canopy. The canopy flashed for a second before it disappeared. It's an array. Chai Yu and his team were astounded. They didn't know that Wang Tung knew how to create arrays. What a monster! Wang Tung said to Grandpa Wang and his family, I've set up a defensive array here. Stay in the house. Don't come out. Normal martial warriors won't be able to harm you. My spiritual pet will inform me if there are any troubles. I will come immediately. Wow! The Wang family was amazed after witnessing the entire process. At the same time, they were thunderstruck too. They didn't know what to say. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiaomei were the first to regain their senses. They reminded him worriedly, be careful. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. I won't need much effort to settle those rats from the ditches. Wang Tung smiled calmly. He glanced at Chai Yu and his team after he finished speaking. Then, he tapped the ground lightly with his toes and shot into the horizon like a ray of light, vanishing into the night sky. The Wang family stared in bewilderment in the direction Wang Tung disappeared. They couldn't maintain their composure any longer. Martial warrior. This is a martial warrior? They finally understood what a martial warrior was. Everyone, please go back into the house. It isn't safe outside, Chai Yu reminded them. Let's go in. Don't stand outside. We can't help, but we shouldn't cause more trouble either. Grandpa Wang nodded. Chapter 382, 7-star soldier level, dead in a single strike. The members of the Wang family felt complicated. Everyone had different thoughts going on in their minds. On the other side, After Wang Tung flew into the sky, he sensed the aura of the martial warriors around him. He calculated the shortest distance and darted over in a flash of light. It was impossible to hide the impact of a martial warrior's battle. Wang Tung wasn't stupid. He wouldn't find a stronger martial warrior to fight with. Instead, he should start with the weaker one. Boom! 2 5-star, soldier-level martial warriors were flying in the air in front of him. They were engaged in an intense battle. When Wang Tung flew past them, he attracted their attention. One of the martial warriors gave him a ruthless stare with madness in his eyes. It was obvious that he was an evil clansman. Wang Tung didn't hold back either. He swung his sword, and the fiery red glow engulfed the entire sky. It looked as if someone had lit a huge firework in the air. The 5-star, soldier-level evil clansman was dumbstruck. He retreated immediately. However, he was only a 5-star, soldier-level martial warrior, so he couldn't handle Wang Tung's attack at all. He failed to evade it and got chopped by Wang Tung's blade. He instantly turned into ashes amidst the flames. The martial warrior who was fighting with the evil clansman was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What happened just now? You're welcome. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles and left. He flashed past him instantly and disappeared into the night sky. Oh, thank you. The person was late to catch on. He hurriedly thanked the young man. Then he froze. This sequence was wrong. The martial warrior smiled bitterly as the face of the young man appeared in his mind. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't that Wang Tung? Oh my God, he's so young but so powerful. What have I been doing in my life?" He looked at the spot where the evil clansman got killed. The ashes were blown away by the wind. This was environmentally friendly. For to prevent attracting the attention of formidable martial warriors, Wang Tung displayed his wings as he flew. He was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he could fly without wings. However, he didn't choose to do so. He searched for weaker martial warriors sneakily. Those 5-star and 6-star soldier-level martial warriors thought that they had found someone at their level, so they weren't afraid. They attacked him the moment they saw him, but got killed instead. After some time, Wang Tung had already killed 3 5-star soldier-level and 1 6-star soldier-level evil clansmen. This lightened the pressure on the martial warriors from Donghai. They were able to find time to settle other low-rank evil clansmen. Boom! Suddenly, a tall building on his left exploded. The battle between 2 high-rank martial warriors was affecting the buildings around them. As the debris fell, screams of fear and cries for help rang out from the building. Bastard! Wang Tung was furious. These evil clansmen were crazy. They were unscrupulous and showed no fear of harming innocent people. The Donghai martial warriors tried their best to pull the evil clansmen to empty grounds, but these evil clansmen didn't care. They only wanted to create chaos to achieve their goals. They disregarded the life or death of ordinary civilians. They were here to destroy this New Year's Eve. The ordinary civilians were happily enjoying their new year. This was originally a celebration, but after their interference, many families were ruined, resulting in numerous tragedies. How infuriating! I'm going to kill you. Wang Tung shouted in anger. Gold light shone around MOK, as if splitting the air into two, and landed on the evil clansman. 9th level sword presence. This evil clansman was a 6-star, soldier-level martial warrior. His expression changed tremendously when he saw Wang Tung's sudden attack. He roared and punched his fist out. The air around him exploded. Thick yellow light lit up half the sky as it shot towards the sword glow. In an instant, the fiery sword glow collided with the fist glow. The resulting impact was tremendous. It destroyed the fist power and smashed into the other party. The next moment, the evil clansman screamed in pain. He was swallowed by the flames. 6-star, soldier-level martial warrior dead. Save them! Wang Tung shouted at the Donghai martial warrior, who was standing in a daze. The other party reacted immediately. He nodded and rushed into the building without any hesitation. Wang Tung executed his skills as a divine spirit master. Rain clouds floated over the night sky, pouring down water on the earth. It was a remarkable sight at night. Only the sky above this building was raining. It looked as if someone had put on a large shower head. The fire in the building was put out quickly. Wang Tung turned and disappeared. He had to leave. A 7-star soldier-level evil clansman had noticed the situation here and was hurrying over at a fast speed. He squinted and purposely let out his aura to attract this evil clansman. The evil clansman saw the situation of the building. He also saw the direction in which Wang Tung went. With a sinister smile at the edge of his lips, he chased after Wang Tung. "You can't run away," the martial warrior shouted in a low voice. He clutched his battle sword and slashed at Wang Tung's back. Dazzling light blossomed in the air. Metal sword conscious. When the golden light slashed towards him, Wang Tung could feel the sharp sword aura cutting through the air. It filled up the entire space between them. The power was frightening. "Go away." Wang Tung never planned to run. Once he noticed that they were in an empty area, he turned and swung his blade at him. Overflowing blade conscious. The blade turned into lingering shadows. It charged forcefully towards the sword glow behind him. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Wang Tung didn't hold back. He released his 7-star soldier-level ability and instilled some poison force in his blade conscious. His blade skill was unpredictable. The evil clansman's expression changed when he sensed Wang Tung's true ability. In a moment of carelessness, his sword conscious got destroyed. He immediately released his force to defend himself. Boom! They were at the same level, and both of them had enlightened their conscious. Wang Tung's blade conscious might not be able to hurt him. Just when the evil clansman thought he could block Wang Tung's attack, he noticed a strange force quietly invading his body. He was astounded. The force in his body stopped circulating, and even his movement was affected. Go! Wang Tung activated his wind force and executed his steps of gale. He turned into a gust of wind and appeared in front of his opponent. He slashed his blade once again. The flaming blade conscious fell on the evil clansman's head. The evil clansman knew that he couldn't evade Wang Tung's attack after seeing how powerful it was. His face turned hideous. He wanted to fight for his life. He waved his sword numerous times. Golden blade glow soared into the sky. He had released all his force. However, the faster he exhausted his force, the faster the poison force invaded his body. It had already entered his limbs and muscles. Splurt! 3 attacks later, the poison took effect. He spurted out a mouth of black-colored blood. Boom! The rays of golden sword glow slammed into Wang Tung's fiery blade glow, setting off loud explosions. Crimson red light and golden light sparkled in the night sky, covering up the fireworks around them. The evil clansman frantically resisted, but his efforts were futile. In the end, he got chopped into 2 by the fiery blade glow. His body was burnt, and he fell to the ground head first. 7-star soldier level, dead in a single strike. Chapter 383. Metal Sword Conscious, Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious. The 7-star soldier level was considered a formidable martial warrior. Their actions were followed closely by same-level martial warriors. When that evil clansman charged towards Wang Tung, another 7-star soldier-level martial warrior from Donghai was rushing to them. However, he was a little late. By the time he arrived, Wang Tung had already killed the evil clansman. In a battle between high-rank martial warriors, anything could happen in an instant. Every single attack was deadly. No one would wait for you to execute your ultimate move. This was different from the national #1 martial arts competition. During a competition, both parties took turns to execute their skills at one another. It was more civilized. The martial warrior who came was startled when he saw Wang Tung. He thought that it would be a famous martial warrior, but it was a young man instead. Wang Tung became famous after the national #1 martial arts competition. Many people heard of his name, but not everyone recognized him. It was even more so for the martial warriors who stayed in the Xingwu continent most of the time and only came back for the Chinese New Year. They didn't recognize this promising youngster. However, this wasn't the time to exchange greetings. Both parties nodded at each other without saying anything. Then, they dashed to other battlefields. Of course, before Wang Tung left, he silently used his spiritual power to sweep the bubbles dropped by the 7-star, soldier-level evil clansman and pick them up. Metal Force *3 20 Advanced Stage Metal Talent *20 Metal Sword Conscious *38 Enlightenment *50 Spirit *82 Happiness appeared in Wang Tung's eyes. The 7-star, soldier-level martial warriors were indeed powerful. There were 320 points of Metal Force. This was the combination of a few normal martial warriors. Also, there were many enlightenment and spirit attributes. After they merged into his body, his mind cleared up. He felt that he had become smarter. It was a good feeling. Of course, the most important thing was the advanced stage metal talent and the metal sword conscious. These two attributes were good stuff. These rare attributes would never appear on normal martial warriors. After picking up the advanced stage metal talent, Wang Tung's metal talent increased exponentially. In the future, his metal force cultivation would be even faster. Hence, today, another metal element talent was born inside him. It wasn't easy. After picking up the metal sword conscious, a figure wielding a sword appeared in his mind. Knowledge of metal sword conscious flowed in his brain. Wang Tung's metal sword presence shot up, and a golden blade glow shone even brighter in his head. The glow was sharp. Metal sword conscious unlocked. Explosions kept ringing in the sky. The martial warriors from the evil clan created mass destruction without caring for the life and death of the civilians. Everything was planned. They wanted to wreak havoc during New Year's Eve and instill fear in the masses. The battle between high-rank martial warriors was destructive. Many buildings were destroyed and laid in ruins. Along with loud booms, the metallic sounds of weapons clashing into each other spread throughout the city. At first, the normal civilians thought that they were just fireworks and didn't notice anything amiss. However, as the battle got more and more intense and the number of destroyed buildings increased, they finally realized what had happened. A large number of people from the City Protection Bureau and police departments were dispatched to calm the public. They fought with the evil clansmen and rescued the affected civilians. Chinese citizens were always united. After Wang Tung killed a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, he couldn't hide anymore. Those that found him were all formidable warriors. Evil clansmen were crazy, but they weren't stupid. In the end, Wang Tung decided to reveal himself. He hit his wings and stepped on the air, his speed skyrocketing. An evil clansman at the peak of 7-star soldier level laid his eyes on Wang Tung. He chased after him relentlessly. Wang Tung ran away from him and even killed a few low-rank evil clansmen along the way. The 7-star soldier-level evil clansman was infuriated. He shouted at Wang Tung. When Wang Tung killed a 5-star soldier-level evil clansman, he slowed down a little. The 7-star evil clansman took the chance and increased his speed. He caught up with Wang Tung instantly and fired his fist at him. Boom! One fist was powerful enough to cause an explosion in the air. An outline of a lofty mountain appeared behind him, pushing down on Wang Tung. Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Tung turned around abruptly. 8-level Devil Scripture activated. Dark force scattered throughout his body. No one noticed that under his layers of clothing, black patterns were seeping out from his skin. Latang physique activated. Slash. Boom. Lightning sparkled in the air. With lightning protecting his body, his physical body became much stronger. Wang Tung had just received the Latang physique and wasn't well versed with it. His lightning force was only at 2-star soldier level 2, but it was better than nothing. Furthermore, he only used Latang physique as a cover for 8-level Devil Scripture. With the help of these two physique skills, Wang Tung released his fist and executed his fist conscious. Ape King Fist. A scary shadow of a giant ape appeared behind Wang Tung. As his fist moved forward, the ape's thick arm shot out too. Boom! The illusion of the mountain froze for a split second. Then, it shattered and was destroyed into fragments. The evil clansman was confused. He squinted as he vomited blood and got knocked back. I'm going to chop you to death. Wang Tung chased after him while swinging MOK continuously. Eruptions reverberated. Sharp glows surrounded the other party. Boom, boom, boom. The peak 7-star soldier-level martial warrior was hacked to death by Wang Tung. He died on the spot. Multiple attribute bubbles floated out. Wang Tung picked them up. Spirit *25 Enlightenment *30 Advanced Stage Earth Talent *32 Earth Force *380 Mirage Mountain Fist *1 Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious *32 Wang Tung was panting after the last round. His eyes lit up as another round of attributes entered his pocket. There were many good items. Advanced Stage Earth Talent, Earth Rank High Class Fist Battle Technique, Mirage Mountain Fist, and Earth Fist Conscious. This Mirage Mountain Fist was probably the skill his opponent executed just now. It was mighty. If he didn't have a powerful physique skill like the 8-level Devil Scripture, he would need to fight based on battle techniques alone. In that case, he wouldn't be the evil clansman's match. But with his battle technique in his hand, things were different. Along with the Sky Rank physique skill, this kind of close combat battle technique would display more potential in his hands. Moreover, he had Fist Conscious too. After enlightening his Fist Conscious, he realized that the Mirage Mountain Fist Conscious and the Ape King Fist Conscious were both earth elements. However, there were some slight differences. The level of conscious was different, so he didn't know which was stronger. However, to Wang Tung, these are all skills. There was no difference as long as he could use them to kill his opponents. Move! Just when Wang Tung was immersed in the happiness of a huge harvest, a loud shout came from far away. Wang Tung sensed something too. Without thinking, he took a step forward. The space beside him started distorting. Slash! An arrow shot over from afar like a ray of light. It pierced through Wang Tung's heart. Boom! The light arrow went right through him and slammed into the wall of the tall building behind him, blasting a huge hole in the wall. As for Wang Tung, his figure slowly dissipated on the spot. Chapter 384. You want to kill me? I will bomb you. The air twisted. Wang Tung appeared 3 meters away from his original position. How's that possible? What footwork is this? An evil clansman, holding a bow some distance away, was in disbelief. His expression was ugly. He was a blue-gown guardian-level warrior in the Zhenli clan and had reached the 8-star soldier level. This was a sneak attack, but he still didn't manage to kill Wang Tung. Martial warriors below the general stage had limited sensitivity to the movement of space. Also, they were a long distance apart, and Wang Tung had only used his space talent within a small range. Thus, the 8-star soldier-level martial warrior couldn't sense anything even though his level was higher. He thought that Wang Tung had executed some strange footwork and evaded the arrow at a speed he couldn't catch with his naked eyes. Fu Tiandao, who had reminded Wang Tung, didn't notice anything amiss either. A tinge of astonishment appeared in his eyes, though. Still, he sighed in relief. No matter what, Wang Tung was safe. He was a talented young man, someone whom the entire nation had high hopes in, a person who had the hope of achieving the general stage. Huanghai Military Academy and Jisun Martial House viewed him as their heir. If he was killed in their base, it would be a huge joke. Wang Tung remained expressionless, but a sharp glint could be seen in his eyes. He glared at the evil clansman far away, his killing intent raging. You almost got killed. No one could remain calm in this situation. Wang Tung never expected an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior to attack him. On top of that, he even launched a sneak attack. How treacherous. This person is a blue-gown guardian of the Zhenli clan. He is at the 8-star soldier level. You can't beat him with brute force, Fu Tiandao reminded him gravely. Ha! Fu Tiandao, take care of yourself first. A peal of laughter echoed in the air. Moments later, a 9-star soldier-level clansman attacked Fu Tiandao and stopped him from helping Wang Tung. This young man has been very popular lately. He's the treasure of Donghai, right? Will you be hurt if we kill him? Imbecile. Fu Tiandao was furious. He started fighting with the other party. The blue-gown guardian looked at Wang Tung in contempt when he noticed the obvious killing intent in his eyes. He scoffed. You want to kill me? I will kill you. Wang Tung wasn't afraid, staring directly at the other party. Try it. The blue-gowned guardian smirked. A 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior was saying that he would kill him? This young brat must be daydreaming. He pulled a massive bow in his hand and aimed it at Wang Tung. He took some time before he made his move. This time, he must hit Wang Tung. He wouldn't allow him to evade again. As a skilled archer, predicting the movements of others was a necessary skill. Wang Tung immediately felt a chill creeping up his skin. It was as if all the vital points on his body were locked in. His routes of escape were completely blocked by his opponent. It didn't matter where he hid. He would still get hit by the arrow. However, Wang Tung's expression didn't change. His opponent didn't know that space couldn't restrain him. Even if all his paths were blocked, he wouldn't get hurt by the arrow, no matter how fast it was. Besides, he was already on guard. Wang Tung kept him okay calmly. The blue-gowned guardian was stunned. Did he keep his weapon? Had he given up on deafening because he knew he couldn't win? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he saw Wang Tung taking out a huge cannon from his space ring. This cannon seemed a little familiar. The blue-gowned guardian furrowed his brows as he wondered to himself. Then he jumped. What the F***? It was the fire god cannon. Cheating. This is cheating. The blue-gowned guardian felt depressed. He didn't know that Wang Tung had this powerful weapon in his arsenal. Everyone knew that the power of the fire god cannon would increase according to the strength of the person using it. Of course, there was a limit. However, judging from the complex runes carved on Wang Tung's fire god cannon, it could kill any martial warrior below the general stage. Wang Tung was at the 7-star soldier level. As an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior, he didn't dare to challenge the might of this cannon. He disregarded his plan and let loose his arrow at Wang Tung immediately. He must not let him accumulate energy in the cannon. Otherwise, he would be blown into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He felt that one arrow wasn't enough, so he pulled his bow multiple times within a few seconds and aimed at Wang Tung from all directions. The arrows were all infused with force. Boom, boom, boom. Force exploded. All the attacks landed on Wang Tung, swallowing him completely. Is he dead? The blue-gowned guardian stared intently in Wang Tung's direction. He frowned uncontrollably. This was unusually smooth, so smooth that he found it unreal. Suddenly, he sensed a movement and turned his head to his right. Wang Tung had appeared there, with the fire god cannon already lit up. Force congregated at the muzzle aimed at him. When the blue-gowned guardian squinted, he didn't have time to think. He immediately retreated. He could sense a lethal threat from the fire god cannon in Wang Tung's hand. As he darted back, he pulled his bow and shot multiple arrows at Wang Tung. At the moment, any restraint of his movement was welcomed. Wang Tung sneered. He accelerated his speed to his maximum and evaded the arrows easily. His opponent was just shooting arrows randomly, so he didn't need to use his space talent this time. The energy in the fire god cannon was almost full. He didn't shoot immediately, though. An 8-star, soldier-level martial warrior was quick on his feet. He wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to fire. Hence, he might not be able to hit his opponent if he took his shot without any preparation. Wang Tung carried the fire god cannon and took a step forward. He disappeared on the spot. Damn it! The blue-gowned guardian's face turned black. This move again. How did he disappear? Where would he appear? Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He never thought that he would be forced into a dead end by someone at a lower level than him. He scanned his surroundings, searching for Wang Tung. It was to no avail. You want to kill me? I will bomb you. Suddenly, Wang Tung appeared behind him. Boom! The fire god cannon spouted flames at the same time. A terrifying ray of light spurted out from the muzzle of the fire god cannon. The blue-gowned guardian felt goosebumps all over his body. He tried to turn around, his pupils constricting into needles. However, there was no time. He stopped moving at once, and force gushed out of his body like a volcano. He formed a shield behind him. The ray of light exploded the instant he formed his shield. It smashed on his back. A glaring explosion blasted in the night sky. It was eye-catching to the extreme. Eruptions echoed in the air. Then, a blood-curdling scream from the blue-gowned guardian shook the city. However, it was cut off in a split second. No one saw the ray of light hidden within the explosion. The blue-gowned guardian's heart was penetrated. Then it disappeared. After the light dispersed, the blue-gowned guardian's body was revealed to everyone. A frighteningly large hole had appeared on his chest. His organs were reduced to mush, and one of his arms got destroyed by the explosion. His appearance was burnt and disheveled. He looked like an evil spirit. There was no vitality in him. The blue-gowned guardian of the Zhenli clan, an 8-star soldier-level warrior, was killed by Wang Tung. 1. Chapter 385. If one is not enough, use 2. Wang Tung's battle ended within a few minutes. Fu Tiandao and the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior were dumbfounded. A 7-star counter killed an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. This result was entirely unexpected. Useless. The warrior from the evil clan was bald, looking like a hard-boiled egg. His expression was grim as he cursed the dead man. Fu Tiandao laughed. Look, this is our talent. Your evil clan will never be able to wreak any havoc in Donghai. What are you so proud of? They'll kill you first and then kill him. The bald man snorted. Impudent. Let's see who will be the one getting killed, Fu Tiandao bellowed. He clutched his long sword and slashed an astonishing blade glow in the air. It shot towards his enemy. Wang Tung scanned the area and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped by the 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wood Force * 420 Advanced Stage Wood Talent * 26 Advanced Stage Arrow Talent * 30 Enlightenment * 40 Spirit * 45. He got 2 kinds of advanced stage talents that he didn't have before. The edge of his lips shot up uncontrollably. Archery was extremely useful in long-range attacks. In the past, he only had basic arrow talent, and he didn't spend much time cultivating his archery either. Thus, his proficiency was naturally limited. Now, with this advanced stage arrow talent, he would have another skill once he picked up an archery-based battle technique. There are never too many skills. One day, they would all be put to good use. He picked up the attribute bubbles in a split second. Then, he turned to Fu Tiandao and shouted, Principal Fu, let me help you. He started instilling energy into the fire god cannon once again. He also moved as far away as he could from the battlefield. Come on, that was a fight between 9-star soldier-level martial warriors. He would be a fool to interfere directly. If he didn't have a clear understanding of his power, he would probably get killed without knowing what he did wrong. The bald man's face turned green when he noticed that Wang Tung was still able to fuel the fire god cannon. This brat had an endless amount of force. A tinge of surprise flashed past Fu Tiandao's eyes. He laughed and said, All right, bomb him to death. If he dares to come over, it'll kill him first. The bald man's expression was hideous. With me around, don't even think about that. Fu Tiandao swung his large blade at him. He was a wind element martial warrior. When he swung his sword, his green blade glow was as long as 40 meters. It was astonishing. The blade glow shot out, and the blade aura filled up the air. The destructive power they had was shocking. An empty road down below was directly split into 2. The bald man was forced to step back. However, he wasn't an easy opponent either. He held his battle sword and slashed a blue sword glow in the air. Blade conscious erupted. It was no weaker than Fu Tiandao's attack. Due to the shock waves of their collision, a residential building under construction collapsed. Fortunately, there was no one there since it was New Year's Eve. No innocent people were hurt. But the developer would probably cry if he saw this scene. This building was halfway through construction, yet it got smashed into ruins from a single blade. What an unlucky developer. This was the power of martial warriors. A casual strike could destroy high-rise buildings instantly. No wonder the country had to strengthen its supervision of martial warriors. Blade glow and sword glow intertwined in the air. The 2 martial warriors turned into balls of light, one green and one blue. They slammed into each other continuously, leaving loud explosions in the air. Principal Fu, am ready. Wang Tung spoke to Fu Tiandao using voice transmission. He had finished charging the cannon. Fu Tiandao nodded and cooperated with Wang Teng. Wang Teng disappeared on the spot, hiding in the emptiness. The bald man was afraid of Wang Teng's fire god cannon. Although he was fighting, he still paid attention to Wang Teng. Hence, when Wang Teng disappeared, his heart jumped. "Are you trying to kill me with the same method?" he said in contempt. Even so, he still searched for Wang Teng frantically. Boom! A loud explosion sounded beside him. After Fu Tiandao forced the bald man into a blind spot, Wang Teng revealed himself and fired the fire god cannon. Fu Tiandao instantly flew away. He didn't dare to experience the power of the fire god cannon either. Boom! Force pierced through the bald man's body, and an earth-shaking bang rang through the air. Before the light disappeared, a voice filled with bitterness and hatred was heard. "I want you dead." The bald man hadn't died. He flew out from the center of the explosion. His body was covered with blood, and one of his legs was gone. However, he still charged at Wang Teng. "Oh my God, you're not dead. Are you a cockroach?" Wang Teng was bewildered. Fortunately, he was prepared. After he fired the first shot, he continued charging the fire god cannon just in case. It was half-charged currently. He fired another shot. Boom! This shot was aimed at the bald man's face. "This is too much." The bald man was burning with anger, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. "Once was enough. Why did you come again?" He was furious, but he didn't dare to take on the attack forcefully. He darted back at amazing speed. Under the threat of death, his potential seemed to have been ignited. His retreating speed was spectacular. "Die!" At this moment, Fu Tiandao appeared behind him. He wielded his 40 meters blade glow. Splurt! The man didn't even have the time to cry in pain. A blood flower blossomed in the air. The head of the bald man flew into the sky, leaving the incomplete body plummeting down to earth. Sigh! Wang Teng let out a huge sigh. No matter how strong the bald guy's vitality was, he couldn't survive this time. I had to admit that the pressure given to him by a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior was intense. Without Fu Tiandao attracting his attention, Wang Teng wouldn't challenge this guy head-on. Wasn't it better to kill a 5-star or 6-star soldier-level martial warrior? There was no reason to raise the difficulty level. Wang Teng shook his head mockingly. However, he didn't slow down his speed of picking up attributes. The attribute bubbles of high-rank martial warriors were rare. If he was alone, there was no chance that he could kill a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior, unless he was extremely lucky. These attributes were a pleasant surprise. Water Force * 550 Advanced Stage Water Talent * 60 Spirit * 56 Enlightenment * 62 Roaring Nimbus * 1 Sky Rank Low Class Scripture. Wang Teng was startled. This bald man had a Sky Rank Scripture. He had hit the jackpot. The Roaring Nimbus was a Water Element Sky Rank Scripture. Coincidentally, it was what Wang Teng lacked. Wang Teng was seriously lucky this time. This evil clansman belonged to the upper echelons of the Zhenli clan. He was a black robe guardian. He had saved up many years of contributions before he could exchange it for the Roaring Nimbus. However, he was killed after practicing it for a few days. Wang Teng benefited from it instead. If the bald man knew this was going to happen, he would never have come to Donghai. Unfortunately, one could never turn back time. Besides the Sky Rank Scripture, he received 60 points of Advanced Stage Water Talent. Wang Teng's water talent became even more powerful. All the talents of his 5 elements had reached the advanced stage. If anyone knew about these heaven-defying talents, they would turn green with envy. Huge gain. A real huge gain. Wang Teng sighed. Killing a 9-star, soldier-level martial warrior was dangerous, but it was worth it. Chapter 386. The surprise appearance of Dark Force. The president of Donghai's Martial Arts Association, Qin Hanxian, flew towards them. After getting near, he exclaimed, "Old Fu, you killed him? To think that I hurried over to help you." "Haha, I killed him with Wang Teng's help." Fu Tiandao laughed and replied. Wang Teng. Qin Hanxian thought he had heard wrong. He turned and looked at Wang Teng. He was only a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, right? Wait, he was able to step on air. That meant that he was at least a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even so, it was hard for them to deal with a 9-star, soldier-level martial warrior. President Qin, Wang Tung greeted Qin Hanxian. It has been a while since I've seen you. I almost couldn't recognize you. Qin Hanxian replied with a bitter smile. He had seen many gifted youngsters, but Wang Tung was definitely a first. When he first heard that Wang Tung had become the champion of a national #1 martial arts competition, he was flabbergasted. From the looks of it now, his actual ability had reached 7-star soldier level. He was at the peak of his generation. He even helped Fu Tiandao kill a 9-star soldier-level evil clansman. How's the situation on your side? Fu Tiandao asked. The general stage martial warriors from Donghai came to help. The situation is under control now, Qin Hanxian replied. That's good. These evil clansmen deserve to die. How dare they harm our people on New Year's Eve? Fu Tiandao yelled angrily. There are a few more rats left. Let's not waste time. The sooner we catch them, the sooner everyone can stop worrying, Qin Hanxian said. Wang Tung and Fu Tiandao nodded. They parted and started roaming around Donghai, searching for evil clansmen. Wang Tung strode in the air while observing his surroundings. Unconsciously, he arrived near Lin Chuan's house. He flew towards her house immediately. It was dark and quiet. It didn't seem to have suffered any damage from the evil clansmen. This was a poor neighborhood. The evil clansmen mainly chose the wealthy districts to attack, so this might be why this region had escaped the chaos. However, Wang Tung was still worried. He landed on the ground and knocked on Lin Chuxia's window. There was no sound in the room. It's me, Wang Tung said. After some time, the window opened forcefully and 2 heads popped out. They were Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuan. Why are you here? Lin Chuan asked. I was in the area, so I came to check on you. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that they were fine. What happened? We heard explosions in many areas. It sounded like martial warriors' fights, Lin Chuan said. There's an invasion of the evil clan. However, they have been suppressed, Wang Tung explained. He continued, stay at home. Don't turn on the lights. Remain vigilant until the authorities confirm that it is safe. I need to search the area, so we'll leave first. All right, be careful, Lin Chuan said worriedly. Wang Tung glanced at Lin Chuan and smiled. He nodded and soared into the sky, disappearing into the darkness. Sister, he's able to travel without wings. Does it mean he's at the 7-star soldier level already? Lin Chuxia asked curiously. Lin Chuan glanced around cautiously before closing the window. She nodded and replied, yes, he's a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Brother-in-law is amazing, Lin Chuxia exclaimed. You're becoming his fan. Lin Chuan tapped her forehead. However, her heart felt heavy. He became stronger again. After Wang Tung left, he continued patrolling the city. Once he found an evil clansman, he would kill anyone that resisted. Those that were suspicious would get knocked out by his brick and dragged away. He didn't care how the City Protection Bureau or the police would deal with them. Most of the high-rank martial warriors were already taken care of. The remaining ones couldn't kick up any fuss. After high-rank martial warriors like Wang Tung entered the battle, the chaos was soon suppressed to a minimum. Of course, to Wang Tung, it wasn't just about stopping the rebellion. The most important thing was to pick up attributes. Many martial warriors had lost their lives in the chaos tonight. Naturally, many attribute bubbles were dropped. He didn't know if they were dropped by Donghai martial warriors or the evil clansmen, but he picked them up anyway. However, these bubbles were scattered all over the city, so it was troublesome to collect all of them. Wang Tung had no choice but to run around the entire city. Fortunately, 7-star soldier-level martial warriors were fast. He executed his maximum speed and toured Donghai in a short time. Not much time was wasted. The Donghai martial warriors patrolling near him thought that he was hardworking and looked at him in approval. Look at him. He's a genius, but he doesn't act like a prince. He immediately lent a helping hand when he was needed. He's the role model of our generation. Many old martial warriors nodded in satisfaction. They wondered if they should present Wang Tung with an excellent youth plaque or a leading figure of the new generation plaque. That sounded like a good idea. Yes, it could be done. Around 10 p.m., the authorities finally gave the all-clear notice. The ordinary civilians were relieved. This chaos came suddenly, but ended quickly. The large-scale battle only lasted for a short time. Most of the time was spent clearing up the scene and rescuing the civilians. The evil Klansmen were caught, and the civilians were saved. Of course, there might be some fish that had escaped the net. These evil Klansmen were humans. If they hid in Donghai with the civilians, it would be hard to sniff them out unless they announced their identity. However, they couldn't cause much trouble. The authorities didn't leave. The City Protection Bureau, the police, and even the military formed patrol teams to prevent other accidents from happening. They couldn't just withdraw their forces after such a huge event occurred. Wang Ting picked up a large number of attribute bubbles. He looked at the changes on his attributes board and sighed. The wealth of the dead was the fastest route to riches. Metal Force, 2350/5000 7-star. Wood Force, 1880/5000 7-star. Water Force, 2160/5000 7-star. Fire Force, 3280/5000 7-star. Earth Force, 2450/5000 7-star. Wind Force, 156/5000 5-star. Dark Force, 3660/4000 6-star. This time, 7 of his force attributes rose tremendously. The main reason they increased was that he killed a few high-rank martial warriors. The attributes dropped by these martial warriors were all in the hundreds. Metal, wood, fire, water, and earth were common, so there was no lack of these attributes. The Wind Force came from the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior Fu Tiandao. He had dropped many attributes in his fight. Wang Tung's Wind Force was at the 4-star soldier level. With the help of this increment, he managed to advance to the 5-star instantly. Finally, Dark Force. Wang Tung frowned when he saw Dark Force among the attributes. His expression turned solemn. Was the Jinli clan connected with the Dark Apparitions? Or did Dark Apparitions sneak into the Jinli clan? Or did some people get bewitched and assimilated? He saw people getting assimilated before. These human martial warriors hid their identities very well before they got exposed. It was hard to sense anything amiss. No matter what it wasn't good news. Chapter 387. Put on another show. Wang Tung felt that there was a need to notify others about the presence of the Dark Apparitions. However, he couldn't tell them that he knew about the Dark Apparitions because he picked up Dark Force attributes. If he said that, he might get cut into pieces and taken to the laboratory for an experiment. Wang Tung shook his head. He had a rough idea in his mind. If he was able to find the corpse of the martial warrior who dropped this Dark Force attribute, he might be able to discover something. After making up his mind, he started searching for the corpse as he calculated his gains. Besides the increase in his 7 elements, his spirit and enlightenment rose too. Enlightenment, 295/1000. Spirit, Emperor Realm, 332/1000. Martial warriors would drop these 2 kinds of attributes the moment they died. Hence, these 2 attributes saw some improvement too. High-rank martial warriors had high enlightenment and spirit, so they dropped more attributes than low-rank martial warriors. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel and sighed. Fortunately, he had the contributions of the high-rank martial warriors. If not, he didn't know how long he needed to take to break through to the Emperor Realm. The other changes were from the talents and scriptures he picked up. It was a great harvest, but Wang Tung still sighed. He would be happy if all these attribute bubbles came from the martial warriors from the evil clan. But he couldn't deny the fact that part of them came from Donghai martial warriors. He wasn't a compassionate person, but it still made him irritated. This was New Year's Eve, yet this accident happened. Many Donghai martial warriors lost their lives, breaking many families apart. Anyone would curse these evil clansmen. Bastards. Below him, a few members of the City Protection Bureau were dealing with the corpses of evil clansmen. Wang Tung's gaze paused on a particular body. He flew down immediately. Wait! The members of the City Protection Bureau looked up and saw a figure floating down from the sky. They immediately bowed respectfully. One of them asked, "What orders do you have?" "Let me take a look." Wang Tung waved his hand, walked in front of body and flipped it over with his force. Then he secretly activated his dark force and instilled it into the force nucleus of the body. The next moment, a wisp of dark force burst out from the corpse's force nucleus. The appearance of the corpse immediately changed. Black patterns appeared on the surface of the corpse. The black blood vessels popped out and started wiggling like small snakes. It was extremely frightening. He had put on another show. He was multi-talented. Wang Ting gave himself a thumbs up silently. At the same time, he sighed in relief. His efforts weren't in vain. He immediately retracted his dark force, leaving no traces behind. Now he just needed to think of a believable excuse. With his status, no one would suspect him. The ultimate talent of the human race was related to the dark apparitions? What kind of joke was this? No one would be able to find hints of dark force on him, because he had the system to cover it up. This was why he chose to act. If not, he wouldn't want to be the first to discover this matter, even when the dark apparitions were involved. The members of the City Protection Bureau turned pale in fright. "What's this?" informed the chief quickly. Someone reacted swiftly. After some time, the chief of the City Protection Bureau rushed over with a stern expression. He asked, "Who discovered it?" "Chief Tan, it's me." Wang Tung recognized the other party. When he tipped them off on the gathering of the Zhenli clan last time, Chief Tan had led the team personally to catch them. He had seen him then. "You're Wang Tung." Chief Tan was astounded. "Chief Tan, you know me?" asked Wang Tung. As they were talking, a few more figures flew down from the sky. It was Governor Jiang, Dan Taixian, and other general stage martial warriors. "Master, Governor Jiang," Wang Tung greeted them. He hesitated when he looked at the third person. He didn't know who this was. "This is General Chun from the Donghai military," Dan Taixian introduced the guy. "General Chun." Wang Tung hurriedly greeted him. "I know you. You have great ability at a young age and are responsible." "Not bad," General Chun smiled and said. "You're flattering me," Wang Tung replied humbly. "The last time I saw you was during the university entrance exam. At that time, I felt that you would stand out from your generation and even wanted to take you in as my disciple. However, I had just advanced to the general stage and had many things to attend to, so I decided to observe you first. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly." Taixian even took you in as her disciple. Governor Jiang shook his head in pity. "I'm just luckier." "Old Jiang, you're not as lucky as me." Dan Taixian smiled delightedly. An outstanding disciple would make anyone proud wherever they went. This wasn't the first time Wang Tung made her feel good. Not only that, he was simple to handle. He had reached this stage without much guidance on her part. Dan Taixian was starting to like Wang Tung more and more. She had made the right choice in taking him in as her disciple. She wondered if she should treat Wang Tung better in the future. "Gloat all you want," Governor Jiang retorted with a snort. Chief Tim was flabbergasted. This Wang Tung was impressive. He managed to have a general stage martial warrior as his master, and both Governor Jiang and General Chun had high hopes for him. He was even more popular than him. It looked like he had to treat him politely in the future. He must not see him as solely a talented young man with huge potential. He didn't have the guts to provoke someone with such a huge background. When Fu Tiandao, Qin Han Xian, and the other important figures got the news, they hurried over. "All right, since everyone is here, let's talk business." Governor Jiang looked around him and asked, "Wang Tung, tell us how you noticed there was something wrong with the body." "My spiritual power is stronger, and I have seen humans turning into dark apparitions twice. I felt that something was wrong during the chaos just now, so I thought I should be careful. There's no harm in being cautious. I went down to take a look when I noticed the problem." Wang Tung lied without batting an eye in front of everyone. Excuses spurted out of his mouth like flowing water. He was just spouting nonsense with a straight face. Also, based on experience, no one would deny what he said. He didn't care if the others believed him, though. If he didn't know better, he would have convinced himself. People with stronger spiritual power are more sensitive to force. Governor Jiang and the others didn't suspect him as he was speaking confidently. They nodded in deep thought. Wang Tung secretly told Dan Taixian the realm of his spiritual power. Dan Taixian glanced at him in surprise. Then, She used voice transmission to tell Governor Jiang and General Chun that Wang Tung had reached the Emperor realm. Both of them were shocked. They exchanged glances secretly, but didn't ask anything. The evil clansman didn't use any dark force even when he died. Looks like he didn't want others to discover it, General Chun said. There must be a reason why the dark apparitions are hiding in the Zhenli clan. Dan Taixian nodded. We are in troubled times. We must investigate this properly. Don't drop your vigilance. Governor Jiang sighed. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he spoke with a stern face. Since Governor Jiang had made his decision, his subordinates had to execute the order. The corpse, soaked in dark force, was carried away. These people had abandoned themselves. Their best destination was the laboratory, where they would be used for experiments. That was all they were worth. No pity would be given to them. Wang Tung's business was done. He bade farewell to Dan Taixian and hurried home. Chapter 388. A nationwide uproar of the Wang family. After the alarm turned silent, Grandpa Wang and the others sat in the courtyard and waited for Wang Tung to come back. They had gotten some information from Chayu. To them, these evil clansmen were a bunch of maniacs. Also, the commotion caused by high-rank martial warriors was frightening. Just listening to their battle was enough to make people's hearts jump to their throats. The Wang family was worried about Wang Tung when they didn't receive any news from him. Leader Chai, are you sure you can't contact my son? Wang Shengwo walked over to Chayu and asked him for the third time under Li Ziyumi's nagging. Mr. Wang, I don't know where Wang Tung is, so I can't contact him. Chayu smiled bitterly. However, he still replied to him honestly. He couldn't afford to provoke the Wang family now. If there wasn't a need, he didn't want to offend them, especially his parents. Thus, even though they continued questioning him, even though he didn't have an answer and was starting to feel irritated, he had to remain patient. Look, someone uploaded their battle online. This looks like Brother Wang Tung. Wang Haoran suddenly shouted. What? Show me. Grandpa Wang grabbed his crutch tightly. You could tell that he was extremely nervous. Wang Haoran and Li Xiaomei hadn't said anything, but Grandpa Wang had already turned to look at Wang Haoran. Grandpa, look, Brother Wang Tung is so impressive. Wang Haoran held his phone and ran towards Grandpa Wang. Everyone gathered over instantly. In the video, Wang Tung was flying in the air. He slashed a fiery blade glow with his blade and chopped the evil clansman to death. Everyone felt high-spirited. Grandpa, look, there's more. Fang Qianwen shouted excitedly too. She was already dashing over. Everyone was crowding around Wang Haoran's phone, so she couldn't squeeze in. However, she also wanted to watch the video. In the end, she decided to just search for it herself. To her surprise, she found another one. This was a video of Wang Tung helping Fu Tiandao kill the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. By right, no one should be nearby, but someone controlled a drone and filmed this high-ranked martial warrior's battle accidentally. This person planned to film fireworks at first. His device was high-class, and it was filmed at a close distance, so the clarity was better than the previous video. Everyone saw Wang Tung carrying a huge cannon and firing at his opponent from afar. They exchanged glances with one another when they watched this scene. Their expressions turned weird. He looked powerful, no doubt, but his way of fighting seemed a little sneaky. It must be an illusion. Cough. Looking at his way of fighting, he's serious about protecting himself. He'll be fine. Wang Yanan coughed awkwardly and reassured the others. That's right. He'll be fine. Everyone nodded as if they understood what was happening. Caught. At this moment, Little White, who was lying lazily at the side, cawed. What is it? Everyone was shocked. The next second, a figure landed from the sky. It was Wang Tung. Is everyone all right? Wang Tung looked around and asked. We're fine. On the other hand, your battle seemed intense. Are you hurt? Li Xiaomei went forward anxiously and sized up her son. Mom, I've told you that I'm very powerful. The evil clansmen are like rats scurrying around the streets. No one is my match, Wang Tung boasted while straightening his chest. The moment he finished speaking, he saw everyone staring at him strangely. The kids looked as if they wanted to say something. What's with that expression? Wang Tung was puzzled. Nothing. We saw your battle video. You are indeed very strong." They all shook their heads and pretended to be amazed. It was true that they thought Wang Teng was powerful. However, the image they just saw made them want to laugh. Wang Teng stared at them curiously. He felt that their expressions were strange, but he couldn't understand why. He stopped thinking about it and turned to look at Chayu. Before he could say anything, Chayu spoke up sensibly. "Mr. Wang, since you're back, we will take our leave." Wang Teng nodded and thanked them. "Leader Chai, everyone, thank you. You're too polite." Chayu hurriedly waved his hand. Then, he left with his men immediately. Wang Teng watched them as they left. He turned and spoke to Grandpa Wang and the others. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, let's go inside. Everything is settled. There's nothing to worry about." Grandpa Wang felt that his family was very fortunate when he saw how Chayu and the other martial warriors treated Wang Teng. In the past, the people from the City Protection Bureau were always conceited. They never laid their eyes on the Wang family and would never send people to protect them. Things changed over time. He felt gratified. He looked at Wang Teng and nodded with a smile. "All right, let's go back." After he went in, his relatives asked him about the chaos again. Wang Teng chose what to tell them and alleviated their uneasiness. The younger ones found videos online and watched them with interest. Occasionally, they would exclaim loudly and gather around to comment together. Wang Haoren and Fang Qianwen were younger, so they were filled with admiration for Wang Teng when they saw his fighting scenes. If the adults hadn't pulled them away, they might have continued to pester him the whole night. Wang Yalong and Wang Yanan were shocked too, but they felt complex at the same time. They felt that their cousin was from an entirely different world. The adults wanted to watch the videos after Wang Teng's explanation, but they suddenly realized that the videos were gone. Those videos had been deleted. The higher authorities had acted. They didn't want those gruesome and bloody scenes to spread to too many people. However, they left some of the videos for the public. These were the less brutal ones. The higher authorities had decided to release more information on martial warriors to the public, but they needed time. They wanted to take it slow, lest they overwhelm them all at once. Of course, with the advancement of the internet, many people had the good habit of searching online whenever they heard a piece of news. Thus, many ordinary people still saw the videos, and it caused a huge uproar. The frightening impact of a martial warriors battle made the ordinary people appear nothing. A real life-and-death battle was full of blood and gore. Normal civilians had never experienced anything like it. In the past, they only knew that martial warriors were powerful. The publicity of a national #1 martial arts competition allowed more people to have a deeper understanding of martial warriors. However, the impact wasn't as direct as the chaos tonight. It was a ghastly scene. Donghai was an important city in the country. Yet, even such a city couldn't escape harm. As ordinary people living in this area, they didn't have any sense of security. In front of these man-made disasters, they had no way of retaliating. Many people felt small and helpless. The powerlessness of not being able to control their lives made them apprehensive. Chapter 389. Seeking repayment from others the first day of Chinese New Year. Everyone received an astonishing piece of news when they woke up in the morning. Donghai got attacked by hooligans on New Year's Eve. They felt that it was madness just hearing this news. New Year's Eve was supposed to be a day of reunion for families. Why would someone stir up troubles on this day? What agenda did they have? An ordinary person was unable to understand the thoughts of the evil clan. They could only curse with righteous indignation. Crazy bastards. Wang Ting didn't care about what happened online. It wasn't his job to worry about it. He was just a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he just needed to take care of his own family. There would be higher authorities pacifying the public and dealing with the aftermath. Wang Teng called Lin Shuhan and confirmed that nothing happened after he left. He finally felt at ease. He stayed at home and accompanied his family for 2 days. Li Xiaomei couldn't bear to see him lying around at home anymore. Hence, she called him to invite Lin Shuhan over for dinner. When he wasn't at home, she would miss him terribly and urge him to come home quickly. Yet after he stayed for a few days, she couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded him with disdain. "Oomph, are you even my biological mother?" All right. Wang Teng changed out of his pajamas and tidied up his appearance. Then, he drove to Lin Chuan's house. Along the way, he saw many damaged buildings. In the past, the streets were always busy this time of the year, but now, everyone was scared and didn't dare to leave their houses. When he was a couple of blocks away from Lin Chuan's house, Wang Tung called her. The moment the call connected, he frowned. Why is it so noisy? Lin Chuan hesitated. Something happened at home. What's the matter? Why? I can't look for you without a reason. Wang Tung asked. That's not what I mean, Lin Chuan panicked. Her issue at home might be on her mind, so she didn't have the time and effort to explain to Wang Tung. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm near your house. I was on a look for you anyway. Wait for me. It'll help you resolve it. Wang Tung hung up without waiting for Lin Chuan's reply. He had already heard some things on the phone. There was a woman's voice, and she didn't sound friendly. By right, most of Lin Chuan's family problems were solved. Why did someone come to pester them now? Wang Tung was only a few hundred meters away from her house. He stopped right outside her door and knocked on it. Lin Xuxia opened the door instantly. It looked like Lin Chuan had asked her younger sister to open the door upon learning that Wang Tung was coming. Brother-in-law, you came at the right time. Someone's way over his head and wants to force my sister to marry him. Lin Xuxia spurted out an astonishing piece of news the moment she saw Wang Tung. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. His gaze turned cold as he said with a slight smile, Come, let me see who's so powerful. Lin Xuxia pulled Wang Tung and ran upstairs. On the second floor, in the living room, a couple dressed lavishly and a young man was sitting on the sofa, looking like they were the host here. Their faces were covered with haughtiness and superiority. They seemed to feel that they were honoring the other part with their presence. The rich lady, sitting among them, was talking nonstop. My dear, our families have known each other for many generations. When old Lin got into trouble, our family helped you greatly. Why are you still hesitating? Also, Zijin is an outstanding martial arts student from Donghai Technology University. He's already a 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior at this age. How is he not suitable for Chuan? You should know about the chaos yesterday, right? Without the protection from the martial warriors, normal people like us will be in danger. My son helped the City Protection Bureau to catch evil clansmen on New Year's Eve. He has netted great contributions. The higher authorities can't wait to reward him. The rich lady wore a proud expression as she complimented her son. She couldn't stop. The young man beside her straightened his back, his gaze arrogant. He sneaked a peek at Lin Chuan. Every time he saw Lin Chuan's face, he would be stunned. He didn't know that the ordinary-looking little girl from back then would become so beautiful one day. Donghai Technology University and Donghai University were both situated in the university town. They weren't far from each other. As a result, news of the popular figures in the school spread quickly between the universities. It was normal for him to catch rumors about the famous campus belle of the other university. Wang Zijin saw Lin Chuan in a photo uploaded on his school's website. He was struck dumb. Then he accidentally found out about the history of the two families. He persuaded his parents to come to Lin Chuan's family and make her his. After all, there was no chance for him to chase a campus belle like Lin Chuan in school. Mr. and Mrs. Wang knew the condition of Lin Chuxia's family. In the past, because of friendship, they had helped the Lin family occasionally. However, they slowly discovered more about Lin Chuxia's strange physique. She couldn't be cured even after spending a large sum of money on treatments. They felt that the Lin family was a bottomless pit, so they didn't want to be attached to them anymore. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the Lin family. This time, they couldn't bear the pleas from their son, so they had to come. After asking around, they learned that Lin Xuxia had already recovered from her illness. If not, they wouldn't have come to the Lin family to propose marriage. The Wang family thought that with their family's condition, the Lin family would agree to their request without any hesitation. Unfortunately, Mother Lin and Lin Chuan didn't buy their nonsense. Mother Lin frowned slightly when she heard this. The Wang family avoided them in fear in the past. She understood their thoughts, so she didn't mind their actions. Whether or not they helped her, it was their choice. She understood. There was nothing to complain about. However, they hadn't had any interactions for many years, and she had returned them all the money she owed. Yet, They came today, suddenly, and spoke in such an overbearing manner, as if they were giving them a favor. Did they think that she owed them a few million? She was disgusted at how they blackmailed her with repayment. Mother Lin took much effort not to flare up. She said unhappily, "Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, am thankful for your help in the past. However, Chuan has the right to decide her own marriage. He'll not interfere in it. Look at what you're saying. What ideas will a child like her have? I think we can make the decision together and let the youngsters cultivate affection for each other later. After they graduate, they can get married," the rich lady said. "Aunt, you don't have to persuade me anymore." "I will not agree," Lin Chuan said coldly. "Sai, what are you saying?" "I'm talking to your mother. Why are you interfering? Don't you know your manners? After you enter the Wang family, you need to change this habit." The rich lady raised her eyebrows and spoke to Lin Chuan with disdain. "Enough." Mother Lin couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up abruptly and shouted, "I will educate my own child, not you. I don't think she has said anything wrong. If there's nothing, please leave." The rich lady's chest heaved up and down furiously. Her face turned green in anger. "You're so ill-mannered. Is this how you treat your benefactor? We are doing you a favor by allowing your child to marry into our family. Why are you holding your heads so high? Do you think that you can be arrogant just because you gave birth to a beautiful daughter?" Chapter 390. Who on earth are you? Mother Lin trembled in anger when she heard the rich lady's words. This was a humiliation. Did they say that she was arrogant because she gave birth to a beautiful daughter? They were the ones who came to propose marriage. Why couldn't she reject them? Although the Lin family wasn't wealthy or powerful, they wouldn't allow others to humiliate them for no reason. However, before Mother Lin could say anything, Wang Zijin frowned and said, "Mom, calm down." Then, he turned and said to Lin Chuan, "Chuan, my mom is your elder. How can you speak to an elder like this?" Lin Chuan furrowed her brows even tighter. Disgust seeped in her heart uncontrollably. Wang Zijin continued talking, disregarding the expressions of the people around him. He was so full of himself when he reprimanded Lin Chuan. What an irritating person. After he finished educating Lin Chuan, he said to Mother Lin, "Aunt, my mom was just angry. Don't take it to heart." Mr. Wang, who had been quiet all this while, spoke up to mediate the dispute. "All right, we have been friends for a long time. Don't let it harm our relationship." One person played the bad guy, while the other played the good guy. Did the Wang family think they were stupid? Lin Chuan was rendered speechless. "Please don't say that. We can't bear your friendship." Mother Lin didn't buy his words at all. She said coldly, "Please leave." The rich lady had a lousy temper. She was used to living comfortably and enjoying others' flattery. Her husband and son were both martial warriors, so she was treated with respect wherever she went. She had never suffered such rejection before. She erupted in anger and turned to Mr. Wang. Look at what she's saying. You shouldn't have helped her in the past. They're taking your kindness for granted." Before she could finish, Mother Lin scoffed. "Since you're so shameless, I shall put things clearly before you. Don't you know why you helped us in the past? Wang Dong, old Lin helped you many times before he got crippled, right? He even saved your life once. Without him, you won't be where you are today. Your corpse might be decomposing who knows where. You did offer us help in the past, but we have paid everything back. You didn't care about our relationship and voluntarily distanced yourself from us. Weren't you worried that you would get implicated by us? Don't think that I don't know about it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Did I ever complain to you? We haven't been in contact for so many years, yet you came today without any warning and want me to hand over my daughter to you. Should I agree just like that? Yes, your family is many times better off than mine. However, we really can't afford to make friends with someone in such a high social position. If you want me to sell my daughter, I'm sorry. Although I'm not a capable woman, I won't do this kind of sinful thing that will make me rot to hell." Since they had shed all pretense, Mother Lin didn't hold back. She directly dug out all the past affairs and dumped them blatantly on the table. By right, based on her personality, she wouldn't have mentioned anything about saving Wang Dong's life. Wang Dong's face turned green and red in anger and embarrassment. He felt as if his deepest secrets and insecurities were dug out and then shoved in front of everyone. The rich lady shot to her feet, losing her words due to anger. Her abrupt jump swept the teacups on the ground. They shattered into pieces. Mom! Wang Zijin didn't expect things to reach this stage. His expression was ugly. Oomph! Wang Dong snorted. He said ruthlessly, "Since you don't welcome us, let's go. Your temper has gotten worse after so many years. Yeah, let's go. I don't want to stay in this ill-mannered family a second longer." The rich lady pulled Wang Zijin and rushed to leave. The Wang family reached the entrance of the living room. Suddenly, Wang Dong stopped and turned around. "I remember that Lin Chuan is studying at Donghai University, right? I know a few instructors there. I wonder how her results are. Do you think she can graduate successfully?" "What do you mean?" Mother Lin and Lin Chuan's expressions changed. They glared at Wang Dong furiously. How could a person be so unscrupulous? He was threatening them. "You heard me," Wang Dong scoffed. He didn't plan to talk to the Lin family anymore and turned to walk out of the living room. At this moment, a calm and emotionless voice came from the entrance of the stairway. How arrogant! While following Lin Chuxia up, Wang Tung had heard the argument in the living room. He felt speechless and infuriated at the same time. He wasn't just angry at the Wang family's actions. He was furious that they wanted to lay their hands on Lin Chuan. Did they want to die? Lin Chuxia pulled Wang Tung upstairs, blocking the other party's route. Because of her physical condition, she had always been unsociable ever since she was young. She could smile in front of her family and Wang Tung, but she was cold towards others. At this moment, when she saw Mother Lin and her sister getting bullied, her gaze turned sharp, and the poison force in her body started boiling. A thick black mist started seeping out from her eyes. Her gaze was malicious. Suddenly, a hand landed on her scrawny shoulder, suppressing the poison force in her body at once. Lin Chuxia's eyes turned bright and clear again. She raised her head and looked at Wang Tung. "Calm down. Let me handle it." Wang Tung smiled at her. Lin Chuxia looked at his smile and felt warmth spreading over her heart. The killing intent disappeared as she regained her composure. She nodded. "Who are you?" A young man around his age appeared in Lin Chuan's house, and he even seemed familiar with Lin Chuxia and the Lin family. Most importantly, this man had outstanding charisma. His gaze was strong and mighty. It was hard to stare at him in the eye. Most importantly, this young man was more handsome than him. A sense of danger appeared in Wang Zijin's heart. He couldn't help but stare at Wang Tung with enmity. Hey, this young man looked a little familiar. However, he couldn't put his finger on it, so he didn't think too much. Wang Tung ignored him completely. He turned to Wang Dong and smirked. "I heard that you know the instructors of Donghai University? Come, tell me who you know. Let me see if there are any powerful figures on the list. Anyway, who are you really? Your words are so majestic." "Damn it. How dare you talk to my father like this?" Wang Zijin got indignant. The young man had ignored him and even mocked his father. He couldn't take it. Where did this brat come from? Impudent child. The rich lady sneered. "Young man, you should think twice before you speak, or you might offend someone you shouldn't." Wang Dong's gaze turned dangerous. Wang Ting glanced at Wang Zijin and the rich lady. Then, he looked at Wang Dong calmly and said nonchalantly, You. Wang Zijin and the rich lady flew off the handle. Wang Dong was furious too. He felt humiliated to be looked down on by a young man. However, he didn't know who Wang Tung was, so he suppressed his anger and asked with a frown, "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 391. When did my tongue become so sharp? Who on earth are you? Normally, he would have already attacked the other party after suffering such humiliation. However, he wanted to know Wang Tung's background first. Mother Lin and Lin Chuan also heard the commotion outside and came out of the living room. Wang Tung. Lin Chuan called his name out involuntarily. There was a hint of a plea in her voice. Wang Tung's gaze changed. He had known Lin Chuan for a long time, but this was the first time she had revealed such emotions. His anger erupted. He nodded at Lin Chuan before glaring at Wang Dong. "If I kill you today, no one will dare to speak up for you. Do you believe me?" "What are you saying?" "My husband can kill you, and no one will say anything either," the rich lady shouted resentfully, feeling vexed in her heart. Wang Zijin suddenly remembered something. His expression underwent a huge change, and he said anxiously, "Mom, stop it. You are Wang Tong." Wang Dong remembered something too. He was thunderstruck. This was the name that he had been hearing for the past few days. He was only a 4-star, soldier-level martial warrior and was in charge of catching low-rank evil clansmen on the ground. Hence, he didn't see Wang Tong in action last night. However, many people were talking about him. They said that he had reached the 7-star soldier level and killed numerous 5-star soldier level and above warriors in the chaos. He even helped Fu Tiandao kill a 9-star soldier-level evil clansman. All these achievements, even if exaggerated, meant he was someone he couldn't provoke. Why are you so quiet now? Didn't you say that I should think twice before speaking? Didn't your wife ask you to kill me just now? They'll let you start with 10 moves? No, 100 moves. You can hit me with 100 attacks first. Do you have the guts? If you can't kill me, I will kill you, Wang Tong said mercilessly. Wang Dong didn't dare to speak. Despite being a 40-years-old man, he was being reproached by Wang Tong. His wife also noticed something amiss and shut up. Her husband and son were martial warriors, so she knew that there were people they couldn't offend. She always appeared superior in front of others, but that was just towards people with a lower status. In front of someone more powerful, she would keep herself in check. She stared at Wang Tong with fear. Would he really kill her husband? The rich lady glanced at Mother Lin uncontrollably. This woman was evil. She had powerful support, but she didn't tell them at all. Instead, she waited for them to offend the young man. She clearly wanted them to die. Evil. Too evil. Wang Tong wasn't done, though. He continued scolding. As a martial warrior, you should be killing some dark apparitions or evil clansmen. Why are you threatening ordinary civilians here? What happened to all the martial arts you practiced? Did you feed to the dog? And you, Dong High Technology University is a top university too. How did they groom someone like you? Do you think that becoming a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior at this age is amazing? How old are you? What year are you in? When I reach your age, I might be at the general stage. Wang Zijin's face twitched as Wang Tong gave him absolute hell. Are we even comparable? You are a monster who managed to defeat famous talented martial warriors like Ji Xiaoming from the First University and Rin Qingsong from Leitang Martial House. How can an ordinary student like me hold a candle to you? Wang Dong's lips twitched too. He stared at Wang Tong in bewilderment. General stage. He sure was bold to think of the general stage at such a young age. The rumors from last night flashed in his mind. This young man had reached the 7-star soldier level already. At the very most, he had only used less than a year. 1 to 2 years later, he might really reach the general stage. He felt like committing suicide when he realized that he had offended a talented martial warrior who had the potential to reach the general stage. He wanted to leave with his wife and son, but he didn't dare move. Wang Tong wasn't done yet. Wang Tong then pointed at Wang Zijin and started another round. I know you're not talented, but you're ugly too. Look at me. Then take a mirror and look at yourself. Do you think you're more handsome? Where did you get the balls to marry Lin Chuan? Don't you know that pretty ladies are hard to chase? Not only do you need to be powerful and wealthy, but you must also be handsome, just like me. Wang Zijin's face turned green. What the hell was he saying? It's fine if you say that I'm not talented, but why do you have to call me ugly? This is too much. As Wang Tong's words came out of his mouth, Wang Zijin's face turned red from the embarrassment. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself inside. Mr. and Mrs. Wang also felt awkward. Their son was being humiliated like a dog, but they didn't dare help him at all. Mother Lin and Lin Chuan were rendered speechless. At first, they felt refreshed when they saw Wang Tong scolding the Wang family. But as he continued, his words somehow changed, and he started complimenting himself. Lin Chuan's ears turned red. She felt a little shy. This fellow, why was he saying all these in front of everyone? Pfft. Lin Chuxiao burst out laughing. She didn't care about the feelings of the Wang family. Her laughter was unbearable for the Wang family. Their expressions froze, and their faces turned hot. Wang Dong had no choice but to step forward and say, Mr. Wang, we are wrong to not recognize you. Please be benevolent and forgive us." He lowered his head. Wang Tung had vented all his anger and frustration. He ignored the man and turned to look at Lin Shuhan and Mother Lin instead. "Auntie, how shall we deal with them?" Wang Dong's expression changed. Every dog had its day. A moment ago, they were still acting all high and mighty in front of Mother Lin and Lin Shuhan. In a blink of an eye, they were the ones whose fate was in their grasp. They had a bad premonition. After offending Mother Lin and Lin Shuhan terribly, would they let them off scot-free? Let them leave. Don't appear in front of us ever again. Mother Lin hesitated before replying to him. "In that case, why are you still standing here?" Wang Tung bellowed at the three of them. "If I see you creating trouble for Annie Lin and Lin Shuhan in the future, they'll send you to the front lines in the Xingwu continent. Believe me, I can do that." "Yes, yes." The Wang family turned pale, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They didn't dare refute and could only nod like a pecking chicken. They scurried away in a hurry. Once they left, Mother Lin let out a relieved sigh. She said to Wang Tung, "Sorry to trouble you again. Auntie, you're too kind. It's just a small matter. I didn't use much effort to chase them away. Don't take it to heart," Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Thinking back, he wondered when his tongue became so sharp. He was impressed by himself. Mother Lin lamented in her heart. A huge matter to them was insignificant in his eyes, something that could be solved with just a few words. The Wang family didn't dare to rebuke when he was scolding them just now. This scene had given her a huge stimulation. "I must become stronger." Lin Chuxia clenched her fists and promised herself. Lin Xuan felt the impact too. She had spent a semester at Donghai University, but she hadn't become a martial warrior yet. She must hurry when school resumed. This world functioned on the survival of the strongest. No one would dare to bully you when you were strong enough. Chapter 392. As his girlfriend, the Lin family. Mother Lin thanked Wang Tung again. Then she went to Father Lin's room, probably to inform him about the incident just now. When Wang Tung came up, he had sensed Father Lin standing in front of his room. He was preparing to come out, but he went back after he saw Wang Tung. Wang Tung shook his head secretly. By right, a man should stand up when his family was getting bullied. However, Father Lin's condition was special. An outsider would never understand the pain and despair he was going through without experiencing the sufferings personally. Even more, this was his past comrade. An abnormal gaze, or even a hint of compassion or pity, was enough to break a man down. He did plan to help his family. If Wang Tung didn't arrive, he would have come out. At this moment, Wang Tung and the Lin siblings were chatting in the living room. "I have to thank you again." Lin Shuhan felt warm in her heart when she looked at Wang Tung. He always appeared whenever she needed him. Was this fate? "Don't do that. You have thanked me enough," Wang Tung replied. Lin Shuhan fiddled with her hair. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, why were you looking for me?" Cough. Wang Tang's heart jumped, feeling nervous for no reason. He coughed awkwardly and saw Lin Chuxia looking at him with curious eyes. He said, "Why don't we talk outside? Why are you hiding it from me?" Lin Chuxia was unhappy. "What secret is it? Why does he have to hide it from me?" "Little girl, what do you know?" Wang Tung glared at her. A man had things he didn't want to say in front of others. He had his shy moments too. "What is it? Why are you so secretive?" Lin Xuan was puzzled. "Come with me." Wang Tung forced himself to keep a straight face. However, Lin Xuan still saw a hint of uneasiness in his expression. She was startled. She shook her head and chuckled secretly before following him out. At the door, Lin Xuan said, "All right, you can speak now." Wang Tung glanced at the door and felt speechless. "Lin Chuxia, I can see you. Go back into the house. Don't even think of eavesdropping with me here." Lin Chuxia poked her head out and pouted. All right. I knew that I couldn't fool you." She kept turning her head to look at them as she walked into the house unwillingly. Wang Tung finally opened his mouth. My mom wants me." He felt as if his word were stuck in his throat. He paused 3 times before he finished the sentence. Lin Xuan got nervous. Wang Tung's mother mentioned her. What did his mother want? For the first time, Lin Xuan felt that Wang Tung was too slow. Why couldn't he finish the sentence in one go? She urged him. Want me to do what? She wants you to come to my house for a meal. Wang Tung gritted his teeth and finally said it. What is it so difficult? To think that he was not afraid, even when facing a 9-star soldier level or a general stage martial warrior. He could mock them without any fear. Even when he was teasing ladies in the past, he did it smoothly. Yet today, he felt so anxious and afraid while asking this lady to see his parents. What embarrassment. Your mom want me to have a meal together? Lin Chuan widened her eyes in disbelief. She blushed immediately. Yes. That's it. Wang Tung relaxed when he noticed that she was even more anxious than him. He nodded like he had it all under control. Lin Chuan, what did he mean by that's it? Stupid bastard. He was passing the baton to her. Lin Chuan glared at Wang Tung and turned around, showing him the back of her head. She said, I'm not going. We're not that close. Why must I go to your house? Not close. Wang Tung felt speechless. My mom gave me an order to bring you home. Are you really not going? That's your problem, Lin Chuan said. He'll go back and tell her that you don't want to come, Wang Tung said. Lin Chuan was furious. If he did that, his mother wouldn't have a good impression of her. Haha, come on, my mom just wants to see you and thank you for the help you gave me in the past, Wang Tung said shamelessly. I didn't help you. You were the one helping me, Lin Chuan replied in a helpless tone. She found his expression a little funny. Don't say that. I used to be a bottom feeder in the past. Without the positive influence from a star student like you, I wouldn't have turned over a new leaf and gone on the right path. Wang Tung was talking nonsense. He dumped all the benefits of his rebirth and the system on Lin Chuan. She didn't know the truth anyway. As expected, Lin Chuan believed him. She believed that she had influenced Wang Tung and felt a little happy. However, she maintained the proud expression on her face and said, That's the result of your hard work. It has nothing to do with me. What's more, you've helped my family so much. How can I accept your mom's gratitude? My mom says that she must thank you. If you don't come today, she will find time to pay a visit to your family. Wang Tung rolled his pupils and released his trump card. Lin Chuan was astounded. Oh my God, come to my house. Lin Chuan shuddered when she thought of the scene. This was too scary. However, she wasn't stupid. She reacted an instant later and stared at Wang Tung with suspicion. Are you sure you're not lying? Why will I lie to you? You can come to my house and ask my mom if you don't believe me, Wang Tung said confidently. Lin Chuan was speechless. In the end, I still have to go to your house. Come on, it's just a simple family lunch. Nothing will happen. If you're worried, you can bring Chu Xiao along. She's been to my house before and is more familiar with my parents. You should feel at ease with her around. Wang Tung continued persuading her when he noticed she was contemplating it. I can bring Chu Xiao. Lin Chuan wavered. Wang Tung was good at convincing people, so she found it hard to reject him. Of course. No problem at all. Wang Tung nodded without any hesitation. Lin Chuan hesitated for some time. Suddenly, she bit her lips and asked, Tell me, what's my identity? A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at Lin Chuan's expression. He moved closer and whispered beside her ear, My girlfriend. Ah! Lin Chuan screamed in shock and shoved Wang Tung away. Her beautiful face turned red, including her long neck and her pretty ears. Who wants to be your girlfriend? She ran into her house like a gust of wind. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head. Women would never tell the truth. A man must be thick-skinned if he wanted to be the one in command. His timid actions earlier were all an illusion. Wang Tung nodded to himself. That wasn't him. He was just setting up for this moment. Yeah. When Wang Tung walked into the house, Lin Chuan had regained her composure. She had already told Lin Chuxia about it too. Lin Chuxia seemed relaxed. She said calmly, Brother-in-law, you were not acting like yourself, so I thought you had some secrets. But was this it? Wang Tung was speechless. This young lady was looking down on him. You're just a kid. What do you know? Lin Chuxia didn't retort. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and sniggered in her heart. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at Wang Tung, her eyes filled with emotions. He didn't know how Lin Chuan had explained it to Mother Lin. Anyway, they spent some time preparing. When they left the Lin family's house, Lin Chuan was carrying many bags in her hands. She looked exactly like Wang Tung the last time he visited them. Wang Tong felt his head turning numb when he saw Mother Lin's delighted expression. He fled frantically with Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan. Dear Garden, Wang family. Wang Tong parked his car and brought the Lin sisters to his house. He had already sent Li Xiaomei a message along the way. The moment they stepped into the house, Li Xiaomei welcomed them enthusiastically. Her gaze immediately landed on Lin Chuhan. Auntie, Lin Chuhan called shyly. You must be Chuhan, right? Wang Tong has been talking about you all the time. Li Xiaomei smiled as she looked at the young lady. She pulled her hand and led her into the house. He mentions me to his mom? Lin Chuan glanced at Wang Tong. She was surprised. Wang Tong looked at Li Xiaomei bitterly. When did he talk about her? His mother's words could easily cause a misunderstanding. Auntie, do you still recognize me? Lin Chuxiao ran beside Li Xiaomei and asked. Li Xiaomei looked at Lin Chuxia's face and exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my, you must be Chuxiao. Wang Tong told me that you've recovered. I almost couldn't recognize you. You're so pretty. Yes, I have recovered, all thanks to brother Wang Tong. Lin Chuxia nodded and replied. That's great, that's great. Li Xiaomei smiled as she led the two sisters into the house. As for Wang Tong, who cared about him? Wait, there was a small kid that remembered him. Dowdu was playing in the living room. When she saw Wang Tong, she stumbled and ran over immediately. Brother, Wang Tong carried her and raised her high up. She giggled happily. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were confused. They didn't know that Wang Tong had a younger sister. When Lin Chuxia came to the Wang family in the past, she hadn't seen Dowdu. Hence, she felt even more puzzled. Wang Tong couldn't explain Dowdu's past in front of her, so he used voice transmission to explain to Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. The two ladies were enlightened. When they looked at Dowdu again, there was compassion in their eyes. Everyone went to the living room. Li Xiaomei prepared some snacks and fruits and called the Lin sisters to eat. As the old saying went, 3 women make a market for a fair. After the initial awkwardness, the 3 ladies, with the help of Li Ziyumi's enthusiasm, mixed freely with one another and had a great time chatting. Wang Ting couldn't interrupt them at all. Dowdu secretly whispered to him, Brother, who are these 2 sisters? They're my friends, Wang Tong whispered back. Do you want to play with that sister? Dowdu tilted her head and thought for a moment. She then nodded. Yes, she didn't have any playmates, so she got a little excited when she saw Lin Chuxia. Go ahead. Wang Tong smiled. What if she doesn't like me? Dowdu was concerned. She won't. She'd love to play with you. You're so cute. Wang Tong comforted her. Really? Dowdu still hesitated. Of course. Why will I lie to you? Wang Tong patted her back and looked at her in encouragement. Dowdu gathered her courage and walked towards Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia was puzzled when she saw the little girl walking towards her nervously. Wang Tong explained the situation to her through voice transmission. She smiled and waved at Dowdu. Lin Chuxia was still young, and she didn't have any playmates when she was a child. Hence, she hit it off with Dowdu. The 2 little girls started playing happily with each other. After some time, Li Xiaomei went to prepare lunch. Lin Chuan didn't want to sit around doing nothing, so she joined her. Little White flew back during lunch. Wang Ting took out some star beast meat and passed it to Lin Chuxia and Dowdu. He allowed them to feed Little White. The 2 young ladies were immersed in the feeding process. They had a lot of fun. If Li Xiaomei hadn't asked them to wash their hands and eat lunch, they wouldn't have stopped playing. By the time Li Xiaomei and Lin Chuan finished cooking, Wang Shenghua had come back. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Lin Chuan walking out of the kitchen with the dishes. What is this? Did I step into the wrong house? He was in a daze. Before Li Xiaomei urged Wang Tong to leave the house, he had already gone out to visit some business partners. Hence, he didn't know that Lin Chuan was coming to visit. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment too. She greeted him hurriedly. You're Uncle Wang, right? You are. Wang Shenghua felt that this young lady looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he saw her. Dad, she's Lin Chuan. Wang Ting walked over and introduced Lin Chuan. All right, no wonder you look familiar. Your head teacher showed me your photo when you were still in high school. However, this is my first time seeing you personally. You are prettier in reality. Wang Shenghua patted his forehead and exclaimed, You flatter me. Lin Chuan felt a little embarrassed. Li Xiaomei carried some dishes and walked out. Wash your hands quickly and get ready to eat. All the dishes were placed on the dining table. Everyone sat down and started eating. Li Xiaomei kept taking food for Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuhan almost couldn't handle her enthusiasm. Wang Shenghua would ask Lin Chuan a question or two about her studies every now and then. He was satisfied with this future daughter-in-law. He felt he had made the right decision to get Lin Chuan to be Wang Tong's table buddy in high school. He enjoyed the benefits of a favorable position. What a wise move. After lunch, Lin Chuan stayed at Wang Tong's house a while longer and chatted with Li Xiaomei and Wang Shenghua. Then, she bade farewell to them and went home. Naturally, Wang Tong sent the sisters back. Once in the car, Lin Chuan loudly burped. She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Wang Tong smiled. How do you feel? They're so friendly. Lin Chuan had lingering fears. If I eat like this every day, it'll grow fat. Wang Tong burst out laughing. Why are you still laughing? Lin Chuan complained. Food is a blessing. Even if you put on 10 kilograms, you won't be fat. You'll just have a full figure, Wang Tong said. No way, I don't want to, Lin Chuan replied angrily. I think it was delicious. I hope that I can eat delicious food every day. Lin Chuxia patted her stomach and said longingly. Foodie. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at her sister. If you like, you can come to my house more. My mom will love it, Wang Tong said. Okay. Betrayer. Chapter 393. Meeting the principal of Jisun Marshall House. Ever since Lin Chuan came to have a meal with his family, their relationship gradually became closer. After all, they had already met each other's parents. Why did it feel a little weird? By right, shouldn't they confirm their relationship before meeting their parents? When it was past 11 p.m., Wang Tong ended his conversation with Lin Chuan and started pondering on this problem. After a few seconds, he shook his head. He didn't want to think too much. Their relationship was going at a steady pace, so there was no need to force anything. Everything would fall into place at the right time. Today was the 4th day of the Chinese New Year. Although holidays were meant to relax, he didn't ease up his training. He continued to cultivate at night. There was nothing special about a 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior. If he didn't use his spiritual power, he wouldn't be able to handle a single blow from a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was too weak. He must continuously improve himself. He mainly relied on picking up attributes, but the accumulation of practices and cultivation also played an important role. They might be the extra push he needed during a crucial moment of his breakthrough. It would be a pity if he failed because he relied on the system only. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started cultivating under the moonlight. Wang Ting stayed at home most of the time. Of course, he went out a few times. On the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, he adhered to his promise with Fu Tiandao and came to Jisun Marshall House. Today, the president of Jisun Marshall House would come to inspect the Donghai branch. Wang Ting had long heard of this legendary figure. When he first embarked on the martial arts path, he chose Jisun Marshall House because of this general stage martial warrior. Wang Ting washed up and ate his breakfast. Then, he prepared to go out early in the morning. Where are you going? Li Xiaomei was puzzled. A second later, her eyes lit up. Are you going on a date with Lin Chuan? Wang Tong had been eating and lazing around at home for the past few days. She had never seen him waking up so early and wearing formal clothes. He must be going on a date. Wang Shenghua glanced at his son from the top of his newspaper. Did his son finally learn what he had to do? No. Wang Tong felt speechless looking at his parents' expressions. Did they really think that he couldn't find a wife? He explained in frustration. The president of Jisun Marshall House is coming to Donghai today. He says he wants to meet me, so I need to go. The president of Jisun Marshall House. Wang Shenghua was shocked. The martial arts academies were open to the public, so normal people had a better understanding of them. The top 3 martial arts academies were more widely known, and hence, the general stage presidents of these martial arts academies were household names. Naturally, Wang Shenghua also knew about the president of Jisun Marshall House. Even Li Xiaomei was familiar with his name. You want to see you? Wang Shenghua asked again. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. All right, I have to leave. It's not good to be late. Go on, go on. Li Xiaomei hurried him. All right, do you need to prepare any gifts? There's no need for that. You want to meet our son because he has high hopes for him. With his status, there's no need for those things, Wang Shengwu replied. Wang Tung waved his hand and left his house. Jisun Marshall House. Wang Tung reached early. The president wouldn't be here so early, but he saw Fu Tiandao. You're here. Fu Tiandao smiled. You haven't been here for a long time. Come, let's walk around. I've been busy with cultivation. I went to the Xingwu continent some time ago and only came back for the year-end exam. Then, the national #1 martial arts competition started. I would have come if I had the time, Wang Ting explained. Fu Tiandao nodded. He understood. No wonder you're so powerful. You're talented, but you work harder than others. This is a rare trait. Wang Ting nodded to himself. Even others could see that he was working hard. He was a good, hard-working child. He felt proud in his heart, but his mouth said, I'm not that hard-working. Just a little. Fu Tiandao. He had heard of how shameless this young man was. The rumors were true. Fu Tiandao brought Wang Tung to the martial disciple building. Wang Tung felt emotional when he saw the familiar environment. This was where he had started. At that time, he woke up bright and early just to collect those small attributes. Those were the tough days. They went from the first floor to the third floor. Wang Tung even saw Yu Hao, Su Jie, and Bai Wei practicing hard on the second floor. They were intermediate stage martial disciples. Wang Tung called them Brother Tung. They were surprised. Brother Tung, why are you here? Bai Wei asked. I came to take a look. Wang Tung smiled and didn't say much. They exchanged greetings and agreed to meet soon. On the third floor, Wang Tung saw Zhang Xiaoyang. When Wang Tung left, he was already an advanced stage martial disciple. Although he had improved greatly, he was stuck at the advanced stage martial disciple level. Practicing martial arts was extremely difficult for a normal person. Zhang Xiaoyang belonged to the average category. After all, geniuses were rare, or they would be everywhere. Zhang Xiaoyang felt complicated when he saw Wang Tung leaving. He sighed. The person who used to train with him had already reached such heights. He found it hard to accept the difference. But what could he do? He couldn't be compared to him, so he had to train even harder. Fu Tiandao brought Wang Tung to the martial warrior building. It was Chinese New Year, so many martial warriors didn't go to the Xingwu continent. They would gather in the martial arts academy for training whenever they had the time. They weren't newbies. Many of them recognized Fu Tiandao and greeted him. All of them got curious when they saw Wang Tung standing beside Fu Tiandao. They started discussing among themselves. Who is that youngster? Principal Fu seems polite around him. Could it be a genius from some martial arts elite family? Where did your eyes go? He is Wang Tung, the champion of a national #1 martial arts competition. Oh my God, no wonder he looks familiar. It's him. He's so young. I heard that he's at least at the 6-star soldier level. Is this what we call a genius? Does it feel good to be admired by others? Fu Tiandao smiled and asked. Too much fame will make you lose yourself. Wang Tung shook his head. You don't act like a youngster at all, Fu Tiandao complained. I'm so handsome and young-looking. How am I not a youngster? Wang Ting touched his face proudly. Fu Tiandao. When they arrived on the 4th level and saw Lin Zhan and the Tiger Warrior team. Lin Zhan was heavily injured in the Xingwu continent. Fortunately, he had consumed many high-class Dan medicines and managed to recover completely over the past few weeks. He was in the middle of a duel at the moment. A crowd was gathered around the contestants, cheering them on loudly. It was a lively scene. When they saw Fu Tiandao, they hurriedly greeted him and cleared a path for him. You all are having fun. Fu Tiandao laughed heartily. Staying at home is boring. Our bones are getting rusty, someone said. Ha ha. As a martial warrior, I can't stand it when I don't move for 3 days. It has been more than that. Someone chuckled beside him. My wife forced me to stay at home since I'm always out. I gained more than 5 kilograms, you know. If I don't start practicing soon, they'll get tormented by others when I return to the Xingwu continent. The spectators shared their complaints one by one, livening up the atmosphere. It seemed that Fu Tiandao never put on any airs when he was around the members. They could converse with him casually. Boom! Lin Zhan threw his opponent off the ground with his bat leaks. Force exploded in the violent impact. It looked like Lin Zhan had also been working hard. "I'm not fighting anymore. Lin Zhan, your axe is as powerful as always." The martial warrior opposite him waved his hand. "Haha, let's fight again next time. Don't disappoint me." Lin Zhan laughed. Lu Yin and the Yin siblings stopped too. They were dueling in team mode. They knew when to stop. Wang Ting called them when he saw them walking down the arena. "Wang Tung." They were pleasantly surprised and quickly gathered around him. "It's been a while. I heard that you became the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition." "Impressive." Lu Yin praised him highly. "Moderately impressive," Wang Tung replied. "You're still as cheeky as ever." Lu Yin rolled her eyes. Yin Jinhua covered her mouth and giggled while Yin Jinming and Lin Zhan shook their heads. "You left in a hurry last time. I didn't manage to thank you properly," Lin Zhan said. "Let's not be polite with each other." They talked about their current circumstances as time quickly passed. At 10 a.m., the president of Jisun Martial House came. Everyone waited in the plaza and saw a row of sedans driving into the martial arts academy. A bunch of men in black swarmed down the cars. They gathered around a luxurious sedan in the middle and waited respectfully. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man got out. "President." Fu Tiandao quickly went forward and greeted the man with respect. "Old Fu, it has been a while. How have you been?" Yi Jisun patted his shoulder and smiled. "Everything has been going well." "Thank you," Fu Tiandao replied. They chatted as they walked into the martial arts academy. The martial warriors around them were also excited. They discussed in low voices. "Is that the president? His aura is so powerful." "Of course. He's a general stage martial warrior. Among all the general stage martial warriors in the country, he's one of the top few. I've only heard of his name in the past. Today, I finally got to meet him." Yi Jisun waved his hands at everyone. "Thank you for everything you've done for the Jisun Martial House. You're too kind." "That's right. President, this is what we should do. Without the grooming and protection of the Martial Arts Academy, we won't be where we are today." Wang Tung could see that everyone had a strong sense of belonging to the Jisun Martial House. But he could understand them. It was extremely difficult for normal martial warriors to rise in rank. Martial arts academies gave them this chance. You could say that many people would never be able to find another opportunity without martial arts academies. Some could, but they were the minority. Yi Jisun toured the martial arts academy and accompanied everyone for lunch in the cafeteria. Wang Tung and Fu Tiandao sat beside him, one on each side. Yi Jisun smiled at Wang Tung. "I wanted to meet you for a long time. I finally got the chance today." "I've admired you for a long time, too," Wang Tung smiled and replied. "I saw your performance during the national #1 martial arts competition. Honestly, I have to admit that you're quite outstanding," Yi Jisun said. "You're flattering me." 2. Chapter 394. Sudden news and going back to school in the cafeteria, everyone was astonished to see Wang Tung sitting beside the president and chatting happily with him, just like Fu Tiandao. The Tiger Warrior team sat together. Lin Zhan gave a bitter smile. "That fellow is full of surprises. I'm afraid he came here today to meet the president. We are still struggling at the grassroots, yet he has already climbed to the top," Yin Jinming lamented. "Let's work hard to reach the 5-star soldier level as soon as possible. By then, we'll be high-rank martial warriors," Lin Zhan said. "Advancing to 5-star soldier level isn't that easy." The others shook their heads bitterly. They had spent so much time and effort to crawl to the 4-star soldier level. Imagine how hard they had to climb to reach 5-star soldier level. Difficult. Extremely difficult. On the other side, Su Jie and his friends glanced at one another with bewilderment in their eyes. That was the president of the Jisun Martial House. He was a general stage martial warrior, and Wang Tung was sitting beside him. He was chatting with a boss-level character. They looked at themselves. They were still high school students. The three of them suddenly felt a wide trench between them and Wang Tung. All of them went through the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why was Wang Tung so outstanding? They couldn't find an answer. Wang Tung didn't know what others were thinking. At this moment, he was struck dumb by something Yi Jisun had said A dimensional rift linking to Darkland has appeared on Earth. Wang Tung was appalled. His gaze changed as he asked, "Are you sure?" Fu Tiandao felt dry in his throat. He swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. Yi Jisun made sure that only the three of them could hear his voice. This was a general stage skill. It's true. Yi Jisun knew that they wouldn't be able to accept this at once. Dark apparitions were frightening. The Xingwu continent had suffered terribly because of them, having been plunged into the abyss of misery. Fortunately, Earth wasn't affected yet. However, a dimensional rift connecting to Darkland had appeared on Earth. The implications were serious. "How's the situation there?" Wang Ting asked after a long moment of silence. "We can still control it. The dimensional rift isn't connected to Darkland directly. It requires one to jump from the Xingwu continent to Earth. We're lucky to have discovered it early, so our people are stationed in the Xingwu continent. However, no matter how we spin it, a dimensional rift has appeared. This means that Earth is no longer safe," Yi Jisun said. Wang Tung heaved a small sigh of relief. There was still some buffer time. If the dark apparitions invaded Earth without any warning, they would suffer a devastating blow. "Where is the dimensional rift?" he contemplated before asking. Yi Jisun hesitated. "Since you're already a 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior, you will know it sooner or later. There's no harm in telling you first. The dimensional rift is at Beijiang." Beijiang. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. Beijiang was a vast territory with a sparse population. It was relatively safer for the dimensional rift to appear there. If it had appeared in a densely populated city, it would have been a catastrophe. Yi Jisun read his expression and said, "I know what you're thinking. It's indeed easier to control the dimensional rift there, but it's still on our land. We'll need to work together to overcome this obstacle." Wang Ting nodded. Without a doubt, a large number of martial warriors will be dispatched to Beijiang. Just like I've mentioned before, the main battle is in the Xingwu continent. The battlefield will only come to Earth if things go out of control there. Yi Jisun said, "I'm telling you this because you are part of the Jisun martial house. You can prepare beforehand with this knowledge. Your school will probably tell this to the students who meet their requirements and arrange for you to go to the battlefield. The country has groomed you all for so long. It's time to repay your nation." When Wang Tung left, Jisun Martial House released the remaining money from the SSS grade contract to him. He could use any time. However, those 100 million were dispensable to him. It didn't affect him much. He had progressed too quickly, so this money had lost its value in his eyes. Wang Tung was in deep thought as he went home. He wouldn't shirk from his responsibility as a martial warrior. However, his parents and families were ordinary people. They had no chance against dark apparitions. "I must become more powerful quickly. Once I reach a certain height, my family will get more protection," Wang Tung thought to himself. At the same time, he passed the Dan medicines, weapons, and rune items he made to Wang Shanghua. He asked his dad to develop the family's business as fast as he could. In the past, Wang Tung was afraid of other martial warriors, so he didn't dare to let his family advance too quickly. But he was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior now. He believed that he could advance to the general stage soon too. Also, many important figures had taken notice of him. Although they didn't say much, their attention alone was an invisible form of protection. The higher authorities also understood this. They couldn't touch the family of a talented martial warrior who had the potential to reach the general stage. Most people weren't blind and wouldn't dare harm the Wang family, even if they affected the interest of others' businesses. Wang Tung hoped that the Wang family would become more powerful so that they could ensure their own safety without him. After all, he wasn't at home most of the time and couldn't take care of everything. He had to rely on the country to protect them. In comparison, he still believed in his own strength more. Relying on yourself was better than relying on others. For the next few days, he stopped being lazy and started cultivating with all his focus. However, before school started, he still had to visit some people. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, he went to visit his head teacher in high school. Wang Shenghua might have given his head teacher some money to take care of him, but he couldn't deny his teacher's concern towards him. He was amiable most of the time and turned a blind eye whenever he took a leave or slept in class. Where else could he find such a good head teacher? He should visit him during the Chinese New Year. Wang Ting didn't forget to bring gifts along. Fan Weiming was elated upon seeing Wang Tung. He beamed from ear to ear as he accepted the gifts. This is a good student. He's not only talented, but he's also sensible. Fan Weiming had watched the national #1 martial arts competition, so he knew Wang Tung was the champion. At that moment, he was stunned. His student became the champion. It all felt like a dream. How old was he? He had just graduated from high school not long ago and was already so impressive. How far could he go in the future? During the Chinese New Year, he kept boasting to his wife and son. He claimed that Wang Tung managed to achieve this glory because he took care of him during high school and educated him properly. Not only did he boast to his family, but he also boasted to his neighbors too. His wife and son knew his character, so they didn't take his words to heart. However, never in their dreams did they expect Wang Tung to visit him personally with gifts. His wife and son were overwhelmed, especially his son, who wanted to go the martial arts path. He admired Wang Tung and was thrilled when he saw the real person. He kept pestering Wang Tung with questions. In the afternoon, Fan Weiming persuaded Wang Tung to stay for lunch. It was hard to turn down his great hospitality, so Wang Tung agreed. This meal caused a huge commotion. Fan Weiming told everyone about Wang Tung visiting him when he went out to buy groceries. He was afraid that his neighbors would miss this news. On the 7th day of the Chinese New Year, Wang Tung met with Su Jie, Bai Wei, and a few of his friends. They couldn't chat properly at Jisun Martial House, so they had agreed to meet up later. Su Jie and Yu Hao had changed tremendously. Following their practice of martial arts, their energy and vitality also changed. You could tell that their families had supported them greatly. Our families knew that you entered Huangheim Military Academy and were present at your graduation banquet. They were envious when they saw the huge changes you brought to your family. Therefore, they hoped that we could attain some achievements and contribute to our families. Unfortunately, they don't understand how tough the martial arts path is. To reach your level, talent is the key component. We aren't as talented as you, Su Jie complained. That's right. Brother Wang Tung is the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. There's only one of him in the entire country. How are we supposed to compare to you? Our parents are so naive, Yu Hao said with a forced smile. This was what they called other people's child. They talked about many things, most of them related to martial arts. Martial arts was the trend now, and all of them planned to go on this path. Their conversation naturally circled around this topic. Honestly, Wang Tung was shocked when he learned that Bai Wei was practicing martial arts too. He didn't ask her for a reason, though. As they chatted, Wang Tung realized that she was quite gifted. She didn't practice much and still managed to become an intermediate-stage martial disciple. She had an easier time than Yu Hao and Su Jie. The two young men expressed their jealousy openly. They couldn't be compared with Wang Tung, and Bai Wei was stronger than them as well. Based on Bai Wei's progress, she might be able to take a step further before the university entrance exam. It would allow her to enter a good university. After the gathering ended, Wang Tung sent her home. Bai Wei bit her lips. Don't think too much. Continue practicing. The times have changed. You can only protect your loved ones if you become stronger. Wang Tung understood how she was feeling. He paused for a moment before he continued. If you face any troubles, don't hesitate to find me. Okay. Bai Wei smiled. She said firmly, they'll definitely catch up with you and not lag too much. They'll wait for you. Wang Tung smiled and replied. School started before the end of the Chinese New Year. Wang Tung said goodbye to his parents and returned to Huangheim Military Academy. All the students had come back. Wang Tung saw Ho Pingliang and his friends on the way. The moment they met, they rushed towards Wang Tung and punched him violently. F***K, you're too amazing. Boss, do you need a sidekick? Song Shuhang asked shamelessly. Dad, you need a son? Lu Shu was even more shameless. Seriously, wanted to know what to say. He knew why they were acting like this. For the past few weeks, everyone who saw him would remember that he was the champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. He felt frustrated hearing it all the time, but he could only get used to it. I can't sense how strong Brother Tong has become. I feel like I'm facing a frightening beast when I'm in front of you, a beast that can step me to death with a single foot. Bailey Qingfeng was extremely tense. He looked as though Wang Tong was going to kill him. Wang Tong, Hoping Liang, Lu Shu, Song Shuhang. Bailey, when will you change your personality? Why do you think that everyone wants to kill you? Wang Tong placed his hand on his shoulder and asked helplessly, I'm a kind man. Maniacs always want to kill a kind man like me, Bailey Qingfeng replied. Do I look like a maniac? Wang Tong felt speechless. Bailey Qingfeng hesitated. No, you hesitated. Oh my God, you hesitated. Wang Tong pointed at him with wide eyes. This brat really felt that he wanted to kill him. Cough, I didn't. I just think that you're dangerous. I can't beat you, so I don't feel safe around you, Bailey Qingfeng said. I don't want to talk to you. Wang Tong rolled his eyes. This man's mind worked differently for sure. He might have a screw loose. Ho Pingliang and the others chuckled. With Wang Tong's ability, it wasn't easy to see him suffer a loss. How powerful are you now? Will you still be studying with us? Ho Pingliang suddenly asked. They'll have to wait for the school's arrangement. Wang Tong shook his head. There was no way he could cultivate with the other freshmen, but he couldn't drop his studies either. He needed to continue studying. At the same time, he didn't want to waste too much time on it since he just had to pick up attributes. Special circumstances required special treatment. The school would have already sorted it out for him. They should have come up with a suitable curriculum. Chapter 395. This is a basic martial warrior skill. When school started, the first thing Wang Tong did was to look for Dan Taixian. Unfortunately, she had already left. She wasn't in school. What about the surprise? This liar. Wang Tong was filled with hidden bitterness. On the first day of school, the school broadcasted the rankings of the students who had participated in the national number 1 martial arts competition. 2 students made it to the top 10. This was an honor. At the same time, it also represented the resources allocated to the school. Many people understood this. Those that didn't were enlightened by the unintentional hint from others. This was a good thing. Resources were essential for martial warriors. Their achievements had affected the whole university. Unknowingly, Wang Tong and Han Zhu's reputation soared, especially Wang Tong's. He was the champion. It felt so unreal. They were all freshmen, but why did Wang Tong seem like a fourth-year senior? Why were they still newbies? Where did the issue lie? The students were confused, but it didn't stop them from looking at Wang Tong with pride. To them, he was the leading figure of Huanghai Military Academy. The students were elated. The school was delighted. Everyone was happy. Huanghai would welcome an explosive growth period. The strong would become even stronger. Huanghai's future was promising. While everyone was still immersed in this glory, Wang Tong was called by Peng Yuanshan. Close to 100 students were gathered in the actual combat building. Wang Tong saw many familiar faces. Most of these students were the top 100 students of the school. They had been defeated by him in the past. Their faces turned black when they saw Wang Tong. Getting defeated by a freshman was a stain on their reputation. However, this fellow joined the national number 1 martial arts competition secretly and even became the champion. They had to be convinced even if they didn't want to. Thinking about it, losing to a god's favored child was nothing embarrassing. Besides the students, Wang Tong also sensed a few powerful auras. The instructors present were all 6-star and 7-star soldier-level martial warriors. There were 5 of them. That was not all. There were also around 7 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Tong raised his eyebrows. Old Nya, I'll pass this fellow to you. Peng Yuanshan spoke to a 7-star soldier-level instructor and left. Wang Tong. This was the school's arrangement for him. The instructor called Old Nya looked at Wang Tong and said, You must be Wang Tong. Nice to meet you. Wang Tong greeted him obediently. Although they were at the same level, he would give an instructor the respect he deserved. Not bad. Come in. We are all waiting for you. Old Nya nodded. He seemed satisfied with Wang Tong. Yes. Han Zhu and his friends waved at him. Wang Tong walked over. He had gotten close to Han Zhu and his friends during the martial arts competition. This was called forming a new social circle. No one spoke. They were waiting for Old Nya to open his mouth. All right, since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. First, Let me introduce myself. Nye Jianxiang. Everyone, Nye Jianxiang. What a good name. 1. Everyone held back their laughter as they repeated the instructor's name in their minds. Nye Jianxiang continued. We'll head to the Xingwu continent tomorrow and join the Black Sparrow troop. His words were like a stone raising 1,000 ripples on a lake's surface. No one was surprised that they were going to the Xingwu continent. All of them had been there, and they were already used to it. But they were going to join the Black Sparrow troop. It was obvious that they weren't going on a holiday. What were they going to do? What else? They must be going on the battlefield. Missions in the Xingwu continent were fraught with dangers. Some of them had taken military missions before. They were much more dangerous than normal missions. However, no one had been on a battlefield. Without a doubt, wars were even more dangerous than missions. Death was common on the battlefield. They might become one of the corpses on the ground the moment they joined the war. Many people in the crowd were shocked. However, there were some excited ones too. I can finally go on the battlefield. I've been waiting for a long time. Han Zhu's eyes were glistening. Wang Teng, is he a battle maniac? Why are you looking at me? You can only gain military exploits on the battlefield. My ambition is to become a general, Han Zhu said. Haha, a general. Your dream is bold. Wan Baiqiu glanced at him in disdain. Old Nye had gathered them today to inform them of this matter and some other miscellaneous stuff. They were dismissed thereafter. Let's go to the logistics building to get some items, Han Zhu said. No one objected. Items were sparse in the Xingwu continent. You might not be able to find any even if you had the money. Furthermore, where are you supposed to buy them on the battlefield? Exchanging items in school was much easier. It was cheaper too. No one was stupid. They understood this logic. They were all fourth-year students who had completed numerous missions over the past 4 years. They were experienced in how to tackle different situations and how to prepare. When they reached the logistics building, Han Zhu and the others started a shopping spree caring about their school credits. They bought many different kinds of Dan medicines, those that could replenish their force and heal their injuries. These were lifesavers. There was no such thing as too many of them. They also bought weapons and battle uniforms and replenished all the items they lacked. It was as if they wanted to arm themselves to the teeth. Wang Ting took a look at the items and bought a 9-star battle uniform. He then started pondering on what to get. He had to buy a rune bow and a rune gun. Then, he remembered that he had a few $100 million given by Jisun Marshall House. It would be a waste if he didn't spend the money. Hence, he decided to buy the weapons from Jisun Marshall House's internal website. Their delivery was fast, so he should be able to receive them tonight. He looked at the Dan medicines and realized that he could make all of them. The quality of his Dan medicines would be better too. Hence, he only bought a few spiritual herbs. He planned to make the dawn himself. Han Zhu and the others were puzzled. Why are you buying so many spiritual herbs? Han Zhu asked curiously. You also bought a 9-star battle uniform. F***K. You're rich, Wan Baiqiu shouted. Not really. I'm not that rich. Wang Teng kept his battle uniform and spiritual herbs. He felt fortunate that he had earned a small fortune with Zhuge Xiaoliang last semester. If not, he wouldn't have all these school credits to spend. These spiritual herbs are for making spiritual dawn. I prefer making my own Dan medicine. Make your own. You know how to make dawn? Han Zhu and the others were astounded. What's wrong with that? This is a basic martial warrior skill, Wang Teng replied calmly. To hell with a basic skill. If it is a basic skill, why don't we know? This fellow must be acting. Han Zhu and the others glanced at Wang Teng in contempt. They resented show-offs like him the most. Can you help me make some? The next instant, Han Zhu started licking his boots with a fawning smile. Me too, me too. Wan Baiqiu jumped in instantly. They had changed their attitude so quickly. These two people trusted Wang Teng. They didn't even suspect if he could make them or not. Du Yu, Zhang Fengyu, and the others were too shy to open their mouths. They weren't as close to Wang Teng as Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu. At the same time, they doubted whether Wang Teng was able to make the dawn. Sure, I have to make them anyway, so adding 2 more portions won't make a difference. However, you need to prepare your own spiritual herbs. Wang Teng didn't reject them. To him, making these dawn wouldn't cost him much time. This was how fast and efficient man was. No problem. The two seniors replied instantly. They immediately searched for the relevant spiritual herbs and passed them to Wang Tung. 1. Jinxiang means to persevere in Chinese. Chapter 396. This is a dangerous trip. Please take care. After getting the items they needed from the logistics building, they parted and went back to make preparations for the trip tomorrow. For instance, calling their families to report the situation. As martial warriors, they would have to experience certain things sooner or later. When they chose this path, they had been mentally prepared. They must face it head-on, even if it was death. Wang Ting didn't call his family, though. He believed he wouldn't die. He was second to none when it came to protecting his life. After he returned to his dormitory, he logged into Jisun Martial House's internal website and bought a rune bow and a rune gun. His current weapons were too low class. They wouldn't be able to offer him much help now. Thus, he bought a 9-star rune bow and rune gun directly. As for general stage weapons, Wang Tung couldn't afford them. The quality of these weapons was at a much higher level. After he had bought everything, he went directly to the furnace room in the school. The furnace rooms belonged to the Dan faculty. It was just an ordinary building that looked like the chemistry labs. Only humans on Earth think of arranging the alchemy rooms like chemistry laboratories. Wang Ting planned to use a few furnaces at once. This would save him both time and effort. He walked to the building and gave his requirements to the instructor in charge of the building. Are you saying that you want to rent a room that has a few furnaces? The instructor was stunned. Is there one? Asked Wang Tung. There is. Normally, it's used for lessons or exams. Why do you need this room if you just want to make damn medicine? The instructor asked him back. If there is, I want to rent one for 3 hours. Wang Tung smiled. He didn't explain himself. Are you trying to operate a few furnaces at once? The instructor frowned. I have to remind you that Dan making requires meticulous care. Some people have tried to run more than one furnace at once, but no one succeeded. Even Dan masters can only open 3 furnaces at max. This is just for making simple Dan medicines. Wang Tung felt helpless. He knew the instructor had good intentions, but he understood his own ability the best. He found an excuse and said, Instructor, I just want to do an experiment. You're thinking too much. The instructor frowned again and nodded. All right, I've already said what I have to say. If you insist, I can't stop you. He shook his head and scanned Wang Tung's school credits. Then, he allowed him to enter the building himself. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He went up and found the room. He spent more than 2 hours in the room, making Dan medicines for him, Hanju, and Wan Baiqiu. After he came out, the instructor asked, Young man, how was it? Did you fail? You should have listened to me. You were right. Wang Tung didn't refute. He smiled and left. The instructor shook his head behind him, muttering to himself, Students nowadays love to reach for what's beyond their grasp. He probably hasn't mastered the skill of Dan making yet, but he's already thinking of operating a few furnaces at once. However, when he went up to clean the room, he realized that there wasn't any spiritual herb waste left behind. This didn't make sense. During Dan making, some students used secret skills passed down by their masters or families. Hence, the school forbade anyone from turning on the surveillance cameras in the rooms without prior consent. This was why the instructor didn't know what happened when Wang Tung was in the room. Did he succeed? The instructor was shocked when he thought of this possibility. Wang Tung didn't know what went through the instructor's mind after he came out of the building. If he did, he would feel that the instructor was overthinking. At night, the items he bought from Jisun Martial House arrived. The school didn't allow the delivery men to enter, so Wang Tung went to the gate to receive the package. The next day, everyone gathered in the stadium. Peng Yuanshan and the 5 heads sent them off personally. Peng Yuanshan looked at every single face carefully before he said, I send my students to the battlefield every year. When they come back, I'm here to receive them too. Unfortunately, some of them never came back. As your president, this breaks my heart. All of you are the pillars of Huanghai and the future of China. Losing any single one of you is a great loss. However, we are a military academy. The martial warriors we groom are meant for the battlefield. The battlefield needs you, and you also need to experience it before you can truly become the backbone of society. Protection and running away won't make you a formidable warrior. 1. The trials and tribulations of life and death will shape your future. You are all gifted. I anticipate your future and hope that you can go further and higher. So you must come back alive. This is a dangerous trip. Please take care. The last sentence came out firm and loud from his mouth. It was filled with expectations. At this moment, he wasn't the stern president he normally was. He was just a parent who hoped that his children could come back alive. He had experienced too many deaths. There were no changes in his expression when he spoke, but the vicissitudes of life were reflected in his eyes. Everyone was moved. They felt solemn and excited. Gradually, everyone's gaze turned resolute. They had no regret choosing this path. Let's go. Nie Jinxiang was their leader. His expression was grim as he shouted. Everyone turned around without any hesitation and followed Nie Jinxiang with large strides. Their young backs were starting to appear lofty and extraordinary. The bus drove out of the school. Peng Yuanshan and the 5 heads stood there until they couldn't see the bus anymore. Sigh. Tonghu sighed uncontrollably. I wonder how many of them will come back, Su Jing said. This is our fate. Martial warriors will continue to step up as long as the dark apparitions aren't exterminated. Even in death, we shall not retreat. If we did, who would take care of our families? Peng Yuanshan said. That's right. We will never retreat, Su Jing exclaimed, his gaze sharp. Generations and generations of talents. I hope that an ultimate martial warrior will appear among them and subdue the dark apparitions once and for all, Peng Yuanshan said. Wan Wangtang and the other students came to the military ground where the dimensional rift was at. They passed through the dimensional rift and entered the Xingwu continent. Then, they boarded a force floating airship and headed to the wilderness. On the force floating airship, Wang Tang sat with Han Zhu and his friends. The atmosphere was solemn. They knew that death was inevitable. There would be people who wouldn't make it back. They didn't have a choice either. They could only ensure their own survival. This was their responsibility to themselves and their families. This is your Dan medicine. Wang Tang took out a few jade bottles and passed them to Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu. The 2 seniors were stunned. They grabbed the bottles and sniffed the contents inside. A thick medicinal fragrance floated out. I think this smells purer than the Dan medicines we exchanged in the school, Han Zhu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it smells stronger. The effects must be at least 4 to 5 times better. Wan Baiqiu's eyes lit up. She was delighted. Impressive. Your alchemy skills are insane too. Han Zhu was elated. He hurriedly kept the bottles as if they were treasures. They could save his life in times of need. The better the effects of the medicine, the larger his survival rate on the battlefield. Du Yu and the others were jealous. They felt envy and regret. Chapter 397. A dawdler can have a dream too. Black Sparrow Troop. Black Sparrow City. Just like the Crimson Tiger City, this city was named after the military troop. There were garrisons situated all around the city walls like a military town. The force floating airship floated down from the sky, landing on a plaza outside the Black Sparrow City. The Black Sparrow City was heavily guarded. All the vehicles and force floating airships had to be inspected first if they wanted to enter the city. Wang Tang and the others came down from the force floating airship under Nie Jianqiang's lead. There were already people waiting for them in the plaza. Old Nie, it's you. A soldier wearing a military uniform stepped forward. He laughed loudly. Nioli, Nie Jinxiang was startled. He didn't expect this man to welcome them personally. Mind you, he was active all year round at the front line. In the past, a general stage martial warrior claimed that Nioli could fight with a team of 100 elite soldiers alone. His mobility and agility were better than a team of soldiers too. All the teams he led had made outstanding contributions repeatedly on the battlefield. They always played an important role during crucial moments. Why would someone like him have the free time to welcome them? You seem shocked. Are you surprised that I came to welcome you? Nioli laughed heartily. A little. Nie Jinxiang nodded. You're a busy man. It's hard to catch you normally. I just finished a mission and came back for the handover. When I heard that the elites from Huanghai were coming, I volunteered myself to greet you guys. I hope to find some outstanding talent for my team too, Nioli said. It's rare to see you showing interest in a bunch of greenhorns. Nie Jianqiang's eyes turned bright. He smiled and continued. There are a few impressive students in this batch. Let's see if you can pick them out. Oh, Nioli was astounded. He looked at the students behind Nie Jianqiang. One glance and his gaze paused. There was someone he couldn't see through. That student. His gaze landed on a figure who was looking right and left. He didn't seem as obedient as the other students. Neither did he act like a student from a military academy. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Is he a troublemaker? What do you think? Nie Jianqiang asked cheerfully. Not bad, but we will need to take him out for a gallop to see if he's a mule or a horse. Nioli didn't give him a direct answer. Come on, let's chat along the way. It'll bring you all to settle your military identification first. Nie Jianqiang nodded. He signaled the students to follow him. Then, he said to Nioli in a meaningful tone, That fellow is different from the other students. You must not look down on him. Oh, Nioli was even more surprised. However, he just smiled and didn't say much. Wang Tung followed the crowd. He had noticed Nioli's gaze just now. That man seemed to hold a high position in this troop. Well, he can observe me all he wants. No harm done. Everyone passed the inspection and entered Black Sparrow City successfully. Many students were burning with curiosity. This was their first time visiting a military troop stationed in the Xingwu continent. They underwent proper military education in school, so they didn't look right and left blatantly like Wang Tung. Nonetheless, their pupils were spinning in their eyes as they sized up the city. Wang Tung noticed that the Black Sparrow City was similar to the Crimson Tiger City. The buildings were all simple and low. There were military weapons everywhere, and they met patrols frequently as they walked on the streets. It was almost the same. Of course, the arrangements and infrastructure of the buildings were different. Nioli brought them to a 3-story building. The moment the soldier in front of the building saw Nioli, he saluted with respect. Lieutenant Colonel Niu. Wang Tung was startled. This ordinary-looking soldier was actually a lieutenant colonel. He finally noticed the emblem on Nioli's shoulder, 2 silver stars. This was the emblem of a lieutenant colonel. Wang Tung had done some research in the past. There were several levels in the military. From the bottom to the top, there were sergeant, company officer, field officer, general, and commander. The colors representing them were yellow, blue, silver, crimson, and gold, respectively. These levels were further segregated into different ranks. They were differentiated by the number of stars. It wasn't easy to get a military title. You needed to possess a certain ability and accumulate enough military exploits. Wang Tung was only a low-rank sergeant. He was given a military uniform in the past with 1 yellow star on it. Although he had brought it along, he didn't wear it. Nioli was a lieutenant colonel. He must have achieved many military exploits on the battlefield. This was a powerful boss. Wang Tung could tell that he was at the 7-star soldier level too. However, his military exploits threw him 1,000 miles back. It's not difficult for me to become a colonel, right? Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered to himself. His ambition was never small. He would aim for a colonel rank first. Once he entered the general stage, he would consider becoming a general. A dawdler could have a dream too. Nioli nodded and said to the soldier, These are new recruits. Bring them for registration and get them their military tags. Yes, sir. The registration process was very simple. After confirming their identity, their military tags would be made on the spot. Although there were around 100 students, it took less than an hour to get them assigned. Wang Tung received his military tag. There wasn't much information on it, only his name and his military rank. Junior Sergeant. This was Wang Tung's rank. He had a military rank. Most new soldiers didn't have a rank. Wang Tung nodded secretly. Then, he turned and looked at the military tag in Hanju's hand. Senior Sergeant. Wang Tung was confused. Hanju's rank was higher than him. This didn't make sense. He peeked at Wang Baiqiu's tag. Senior Sergeant. Another one. Wang Tung. What's up? Hanju asked when he noticed Wang Tung's strange expression. Wang Baiqiu had seen it too. She was puzzled. Why are you a senior sergeant? Aren't military ranks hard to get? Wang Tung asked in frustration. Oh, this. Hanju understood. What's so strange about it? We have been around for 4 years and took many military missions. Look at Du Yu and the others. They are junior sergeants too. Haha, no wonder. Wang Tung smiled in embarrassment. It looked like sergeants were nothing. He was too naive. He needed to become a colonel if he wanted to show off. We earn military exploits to get our military ranks. On the other hand, you were made a junior sergeant the moment you entered university. Why aren't you satisfied yet? Wan Baichio was furious. Who says that I didn't work hard? I had a battle with many seniors to keep my military rank. The president threw me into a trap back then. Wang Tung complained. I heard that you tormented the second-year students until they wanted to cry. How can you be so shameless? Wan Baichio looked at him with a weird gaze. Bullshit. I was just a naive freshman. I could only shiver in fear under the pressure of the seniors. You don't know how hard it was for me at that time. Wang Tung firmly denied it. Was he that kind of person? He would never bully his seniors. The seniors behind him sobbed silently. Wan Baichio and Hanju snorted. This fellow wasn't just sinister. He was thick-skinned as well. Chapter 398. That was the smile of a poor person. After they finished the registration, Neoli brought them to the residential area. Black Sparrow City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. All the basic facilities were present. Wang Ting saw many shops along the way. The students were startled. Neoli explained, Black Sparrow City is controlled by the Black Sparrow Troop. There are close to 80,000 soldiers here. Martial warriors only take up less than 10% of the soldiers. Among this 10%, 3 out of 5 are military martial warriors. The rest come from many different places. Some are not tied to any factions either. They would need various resources if they were to remain in the Xingwu continent all year round. Hence, organizations working with the military will open shops and sub-companies here. Not only do these shops sell resources, but they also purchase star beasts or items looted by martial warriors when they slaughter their enemies. You can earn money too? Wang Ting interrupted him suddenly. His eyes lit up. Neoli paused. He searched for the voice and realized that it was the student who had caught his attention earlier. He was stunned for a moment. He wanted to laugh when he saw Wang Tung's greedy expression. This fellow was indeed different. He nodded and replied, Yes, you can earn lots of money. Wang Tung felt that he had found an enormous business opportunity. He planned to persuade Dan Taixian when he had the chance. As the disciple of the Black Sparrow Troop's chief commander, it shouldn't be a problem for him to open a small shop in this city. However, he couldn't be impatient. The Wang family's development must be made one step at a time. An empire wasn't built in a single day. Everyone was speechless when they saw Wang Tung in deep thought. Was this fellow thinking about doing business here? He had so many ideas. Neoli smiled and shook his head. It wasn't easy to do business here. You needed to be capable and have a strong background. At the same time, you must have sufficient funds. If not, the other big organizations would skin you and even eat your bones. He continued, there are some entertainment facilities too. Martial warriors and soldiers have to relax occasionally since they're always fighting and facing death on the battlefield. If not, they would go crazy from all the pressure and depression. Everyone nodded. This was a humane design. Neoli walked in front and introduced all the facilities to them. Finally, they stopped in front of a residential area. The residential area was huge and was designed like a district. The buildings were simple and practical without any extravaganza. There were many rows of 5-story buildings lined up neatly. All right, this is the residential area. You will be living in Block 26. 1 room per person. Find your room yourself. Your job today is to familiarize yourself with this place and tidy up. We'll start our military drill tomorrow. Gather outside your dormitory building at 7 a.m. tomorrow. They'll come and look for you. Also, there are many interesting places in Black Sparrow City. You can visit them all you want. However, I need to remind you not to barge into places you aren't allowed to enter. Control your curiosity. If not, Neoli glanced at the students. He revealed his white teeth and said, You'll be at the disposal of military law. The students' expressions turned serious. Military law? This wasn't a joke. They were all military students, so they understood what this meant. They nodded obediently. Yeah, if there's nothing, they'll make my move first. Remember to find me for a drink after you settle your business. I'm having a break for 2 days. I can finally unwind a little. Niuli turned and said to Nie Jinxiang, "Sure, I'll have a drink with you at night." Nie Jinxiang smiled and agreed. After Niuli left, Nie Jinxiang looked at the students and said, "Let me briefly explain what the military drill is. The main purpose of this military drill is to test your abilities. You are all newbies, so the military has to know your strength to better assign you missions. Tomorrow, the veteran soldiers will fight with you. They have more battle experience and sharper battle instinct, so be careful. If there's no question, you can leave. You can tour the city after you tidy up your rooms." He left after he finished speaking. The newbie soldiers glanced at each other, not knowing what to do for a few seconds. Then, they dispersed to find their rooms. The rooms were probably assigned based on their rankings. Wang Tung and his friends lived beside each other. Before he entered his room, Wang Tung arranged with them to meet half an hour later for a stroll. Wang Tung's room number was 306. He took out his military tag and scanned it on the knob. Beep! The door opened. The military tag had many functions. They needed it to open their rooms, buy things, and enter the city. It was like their identification card in the military. Their military exploits would be recorded in their military tags, too. One scan, and everything would be revealed. Wang Ting entered his room. The arrangement inside was simple. There was a bed, a table, chairs, and daily necessities in the washroom. No extra items were given. This suited the style of the military. All of them had one room to themselves. Martial warriors were different from ordinary soldiers. They needed to cultivate every day, and everyone had their secret skills. If they stayed together, it would be extremely inconvenient. Wang Tung toured the room. There was nothing to tidy up. The room was very clean. All he had to do was to make his bed and sweep the place a little. Half an hour later, Wang Tung and his friends walked out of their dormitory and strolled around the city aimlessly. They went to the street with the shops and businesses. They hadn't noticed it before, but when they came closer, they saw many familiar names. Taobao Offline Store, Tencent Weapons Flagship Store, Dami Rune Flagship Store, Jindong Offline Store, Tianmao Supermarket. Let's go to the Tencent Weapons Flagship Store. I heard that Tencent has released a new model of battle sword, and it's exclusive to the Tencent Flagship Store. Many people bought it, Wan Baiqiu said. "Isn't your weapon a whip? Why are you interested in battle swords?" Han Zhu asked in surprise. "What do you know? I only learned the whip because I don't have any sword talent," Wan Baiqiu retorted. "Old Han, swords are loved by both men and women," Wang Tung smiled and said. He took the initiative and entered the Tencent Flagship Store first. "TSK, you are the ones who don't understand. Blades are the romance of men," Han Zhu said proudly. He held on to his own view. "Have you forgotten that I'm skilled in both sword and blade?" Wang Tung sniggered. F***K. Han Zhu was speechless. He forgot that this fellow was a pervert. He was well-versed in the sword and the blade. The Tencent Weapons Flagship Store was easily recognizable. There was a fat and stupid-looking penguin outside the store. It felt pleasing to the eye for some reason. "Welcome." A beautiful assistant immediately came forward to greet them. "We want to take a look at the recently launched battle sword by your shop." Wan Baiqiu was straightforward. "All right, follow me." The assistant wasn't surprised. She brought them to the second floor and stopped in front of a counter. There were already many people surrounding the counter. They were all staring at a sword put on display. This is the newly launched Flamingo model battle sword. The main material is a rare or found in the Xingwu continent, the flamingo stone. Not only that, but our Tencent blacksmiths have meticulously designed a forging procedure for it. This is how this newest model battle sword came into being. Its power, flexibility, and sharpness are all better than the Crimson series. The assistant introduced the sword professionally before revealing the price. "You don't need to pay 500 million for this sword. It doesn't even cost 400 million. To get this novel and powerful limited edition sword, you only need 399 million. Is anyone planning to get one?" Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, the customers around the counter. "Ha, 399 million? This price is not bad. Let's take a look first." Wan Baiqiu squeezed a smile on her face. The customers around them gave a polite and refined smile. This was the smile of a poor person. The beautiful assistant gave a mesmerizing smile too. She nodded and said, "All right, take your time. If you have any intention of buying, please tell me." "No problem. We'll take a look ourselves," Wang Baiqiu said. After the assistant left, Wang Tong said, 399 million is not very expensive. You are fourth-year seniors now. You should be able to earn this money after completing a couple of missions." "Bullshit. I have been doing missions for many years, but the most I have had on me is 200 million. What's more, the money would be gone in 3 days," Wang Baiqiu complained. "Seriously? How can it be so tough?" Wang Tong widened his eyes in surprise. They were 4-star and 5-star soldier-level martial warriors. Why were they in such a pitiful state? "Most of our money is spent on cultivation resources. Force skill scriptures and force battle techniques are all expensive. It's hard to save money." Han Zhu raised his head and looked at the sky with a longing expression. He was yearning for more money. Wang Tong shook his head. He felt that he was so lucky. He didn't need to spend money on skill scriptures. He didn't even need any Dan medicines or energy stones. All he needed to do was pick up attributes. What a good feeling. This was how he could save money. Wang Tong lamented. In the end, they left the 10-cent store without buying anything. Poverty had severely limited their purchasing power. But poverty didn't stop them from window shopping. They entered the Taobao store next. There was a wider range of items here, with a similarly broader range of prices. This was for the common people. There were more customers in this shop compared to the 10-cent store. There weren't any assistants, though. The customer just needed to scan and pay for whatever items they wanted. Then, they could bring the items back. They took one look around the shop and came to the transaction area. This was where the martial warriors would sell their items to the store. They could bring any items here and check their quality and price. If they found it suitable, they could sell it to Taobao. If not, they could leave too. It wasn't compulsory to sell. However, the items were all kept confidential. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the items. Wang Tong and his friends paced outside the transaction room. They found it boring, so they wanted to leave. At this moment, 3 martial warriors walked out, their conversation floating into Wang Tong's ear. "The price they gave us is not bad. You should sell your furnace. You're not an alchemist. It's useless to hold on to it." "That's right. Hurry up and sell it so that you can exchange it for other resources." "Let me think about it. You know the origins of the furnace. I feel that it's quite special. It might be able to fetch a higher price. Those people aren't able to see the value of it." Seriously, everyone knows that Taobao's appraisers are professionals. If they can't tell the value, who else do you want to find? They walked further and further away as they chatted. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind them. "Misters, please wait for a moment." Chapter 399. Ancient Furnace. The 3 martial warriors stopped in their tracks. They followed the sound and stared at Wang Tong curiously. "Are you calling us?" "Yes." Wang Tong smiled and nodded. These 3 martial warriors didn't seem to belong to any factions. They glanced at one another and asked carefully, "What's the matter?" "I overheard that you wanted to sell a furnace." Before he could finish, the person with the furnace became vigilant. His expression changed entirely as he glared at his companions. He said, "What furnace? You must have heard wrong." He denied it and turned to leave. Although this was a military city, there were many martial warriors from other factions and those that didn't belong anywhere. Nothing would happen in Black Sparrow City, but once they were outside, anything went. These lads looked young, but the 3-star soldier-level martial warriors realized that they couldn't see through them at all. This meant that the youngsters were stronger than them. For someone so young to possess such ability, there must be talents from a powerful faction. These types of martial warriors were hard to interact with. They were bossy and violent. Some would even seize what they wanted by force. Wang Ting didn't expect the other party to react so violently. However, after thinking about it, it seemed like a normal reaction. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't afford to offend people like him. They could only turn away when faced with such a situation. But did he look like a bad guy? Why was he so frightened? Han Zhu and Wang Baiqiu chuckled. Based on their understanding of Wang Tong, they knew that he wouldn't fool around. Thus, they stood at the side and waited quietly. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. He moved his body and blocked the trio's path. What do you want? This is Black Sparrow City. Don't try to mess around. Their expressions changed as they shouted. The noise attracted the attention of many people. Wang Tung smiled and went straight to the point. He showed them his military tag and said, "Don't be nervous. We are from the military. I'm interested in what you said just now, so I called you out abruptly. I want to know more about the furnace." The three martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the military tag in Wang Tung's hand. They replied awkwardly, "We're sorry. It looks like we misunderstood you." Normally, military martial warriors were trustworthy. There weren't any bad rumors flying around about them. The passers-by turned and looked away when they heard Wang Tung's identity. "What do you think? Misters, selling it to anyone is still selling. If I'm satisfied with your item, the price isn't a problem," Wang Tung smiled and said. The three martial warriors glanced at each other. The owner of the furnace hesitated a while before he nodded. "All right, you could take a look. However, this place isn't convenient. Let's find a place to talk." Wang Tung nodded. They discussed for some time and decided to book a room in a hotel in Black Sparrow City. It wasn't expensive. Wang Tung made the full payment. In the room, the martial warrior took out a furnace and extended his hand. He signaled Wang Tung to examine it. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the furnace immediately. This furnace looked ancient as rust could be seen on the surface. It was pitch black and perfectly round. The material was sturdy, and it was half the height of a human. It exuded a sedate and dignified vibe. The surface of the furnace was covered with mud, too. Hence, the patterns couldn't be seen properly. Wang Tung could faintly make out fire and cloud patterns. Besides that, there was nothing special. Is this what you mean by extraordinary?" Wang Tung looked at the owner of the furnace weirdly. Cough. The martial warrior felt a little awkward, too. You can't judge a furnace by its looks alone. You need to look at its functions, too. Indeed, the functions of a furnace are crucial. Some furnaces can reduce the spreading of the flame. Some can increase the speed of dan making, while others can prevent the effects of the medicine from dispersing, ensuring their potency. There are also furnaces that make special sounds during the dan making process. Using them, advanced stage alchemists are able to understand the condition of their dan and make necessary changes to raise the success rate of their alchemy. There are also, Wang Tung explained, more than 10 functions of a furnace. Then, he looked at everyone's confused expressions and smiled. He continued, "Of course, the most important thing is only high-class furnaces can withstand the intensity of the flames and the impact of the force when making high-class dan. So, what functions do you think this furnace has?" He looked at the owner after he finished speaking. "Who on earth are you?" The other party's expression changed entirely. He looked at Wang Tung in bewilderment. Hanju and Wan Baiqiu were also at a loss. Based on his long-winded speech, they realized that he was skilled in alchemy. Monster. He was indeed a monster. He was already a formidable martial warrior, but he was well-versed in alchemy as well. This was outrageous. Wang Tung pointed at himself and smiled. "I'm an alchemist. Besides the blacksmiths who make furnaces, only an alchemist will understand a furnace so well." "Oh right, besides being an alchemist, I'm a blacksmith too." Hanju and Wan Baiqiu glared at him. He was a blacksmith too? Was it true? How many brains did this fellow have? How did he learn so many things? Was he even human? The martial warrior took a step back instinctively under Wang Tung's gaze. He swallowed a mouth of saliva and asked, "Do you still want this furnace?" Wang Tung didn't reply to him. He walked around the furnace and flicked it with his finger. Clang! The enchanting sound echoed within the furnace for a long time before it gradually subsided. "What's your price? If it's suitable, I might buy it." Wang Tung didn't promise him anything. The Taba appraiser said that this is a 7-star furnace and offered 200 million for it. However, I think it's worth much more. I don't mind telling you that we found this furnace when we were searching for an or mine. Looking at its appearance, it's probably a few thousand years old. However, it's maintained very well, so I don't think it's just a 7-star. Tell me the price directly. Wang Tung cut him off. The martial warrior hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll sell it for 400 million. 400 million! Wan Baiqiu screamed. She glared at the man and said, "This is too much." The Taobao appraisers said 200 million, but you double the price. Do you think we're stupid? Let's go. What kind of stupid furnace is this? You could buy a 9-star furnace for 400 million at any authentic shop. She pulled Wang Tung and turned to leave. Just as they were about to walk out of the room, the two friends of the martial warrior exchanged glances with each other and exchanged silent comments. They shouted hurriedly, "Wait!" Wang Tung stopped. He looked at the other party and asked, "What is it?" Chapter 400. The birth of the legendary furnace. The owner of the furnace pondered before asking, "What do you think is a suitable price?" Your furnace is a little higher than 7-star because a special material is used to forge it. This is why it was preserved until today. Nevertheless, it's still a 7-star item. They'll give you 230 million for it. Wang Tung contemplated for a moment before he opened his mouth. 230 million? It's only 30 million more. The martial warrior couldn't accept this price. He shook his head and said, "I can't agree to this price. I feel that this furnace is worth much more." "Are you the alchemist, or am I? Why does your opinion matter?" Wang Tung asked angrily. The martial warrior's face turned red, but he straightened his back and said, 250 million. If you don't want it, they'll rather spend some extra effort and bring it back to Earth to get it appraised by other companies. Wang Tung seemed to be hesitating. Forget it. Money isn't easy to earn. This person isn't a professional. Why is he adding 20 million for nothing? Wan Baiqiu felt speechless. "I don't think you should waste your money. You could buy many things with 20 million. Han Zhu also persuaded him. They were used to being poor, so they were always careful with their budgeting. They try to make the most out of every penny, much less 20 million. I like this furnace, but I also think my friends are right. I can't waste my 20 million like this." Wang Tung shook his head in disappointment. "Let's go." They turned to leave. Just as they were about to step out, the man shouted behind them, 240 million. Wang Tung stopped in his tracks. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu quickly pulled him towards the door when they noticed that he was moved. The martial warrior finally gave up when he saw this scene. He shouted, "You won, you won. 230 million it shall be." Wang Tung smiled. Before turning around, he retracted his smile and said, "You should have said so at the start. Why waste time? Young man, I'm making a loss here." The martial warrior gave a sad face. "Come on, this is a good deal for you. Even if you bring it back to Earth, you might not get this price," Wang Tung said. "That's why I decided to sell it to you." The martial warriors replied, "All right, let's get straight to the point. Can I use energy stones?" Wang Tung asked. "Of course. Energy stones are the best." The martial warriors nodded. Wang Tung used his spiritual power to take out 23,000 yellow-rank low-class energy stones from a space ring and pass them to the other party. The transaction was completed. Wang Tung took the furnace and left with Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu. After Wang Tung left, the three martial warriors smiled. "Impressive. Taobao gave you 180 million, but you raised it to 200 million directly. In the end, you sold it for 230 million. These youngsters are so easy to fool." "Haha, I thought that 200 million was the limit, but the fish got hooked on voluntarily. I earned an extra 30 million. Meal's on you. You have to treat us today. Come, let's have a forced dishes feast by a forced chef master. My treat. I feel that you've lost out." These martial warriors are wily old foxes with many experiences in the outside world, Wan Baiqiu said as they went back. "Who knows?" Wang Tung gave a mysterious smile. "Are you saying?" Han Zhu was shocked. "Is that furnace really a good item? Is it worth more than 230 million? Wan Baiqiu whispered, her eyes shimmering. "Haha, of course. Luckily, you acted well with me and put on an amazing show. If not, I might have had to spend more money." Those three martial warriors were slippery. They would not give me the furnace until they got the price they wanted. Wang Tung smiled and replied. The two seniors were mind-blown. This result didn't seem right. They thought that Wang Tung had suffered a loss, but it seemed to be the three experienced men who got fooled. So, Wang Tung kept his plans from them. This guy was evil. "Quick, tell us what's so special about this furnace." Wan Baiqiu urged him. She was extremely curious. "This furnace is at least 9-star. Wang Tung sniggered. F***K, you got lucky. Han Zhu glared at him. 9-star furnaces were at least 400 million. If that martial warrior knew that Wang Tung had fooled him, he might vomit blood. Wang Tung didn't have the heart to window shop anymore. He went back to his dormitory and took out the furnace excitedly. He sat down cross-legged and activated the fire force in his body, forming a flame. The furnace slowly floated into the air with the help of the fire force. Flames rose from the bottom of the furnace, and the entire furnace was submerged in the fire. It burned furiously. As the fire burned, the fire and cloud patterns on the surface of the black furnace suddenly gave off a crimson-red glow. The accumulated rust slowly fell off from the surface. More than an hour later, a brand new furnace appeared in the middle of the room. Its surface was pitch black. The fire and cloud patterns seemed to be burning. Sometimes they merged to become a dragon, while other times they formed a phoenix. There seemed to be many mythical creatures circling the furnace. They looked lifelike. You could tell that this wasn't an ordinary furnace at a glance. Indeed, Wang Tung looked at the furnace happily. He could confirm that this was indeed the furnace he thought it was. Delight shone in his eyes. His alchemy mostly came from the alchemists in the Xingwu continent. Among the knowledge he gained, there was an introduction to furnaces. After all, to an alchemist, a furnace was an indispensable partner. A good furnace could increase the success rate of their alchemy. When he recited the functions of furnaces to the 3 martial warriors, he wasn't just trying to scare them. He was telling the truth. High-class furnaces possessed many different functions. They were rare, but he found one today. He struck gold. This furnace was called Black Meteorite, a famous furnace in the Xingwu continent. Based on the knowledge in Wang Tung's mind, since ancient times, more than 10 legendary furnaces were born. All these furnaces had extraordinary origins and experiences. They had all been the personal furnaces of grandmaster alchemists in the past. After a few rounds of handovers, some furnaces got lost in history. Others were possessed by elite alchemist families, while some were in the hands of grandmaster alchemists. After all, they were the only ones who could protect these treasures. This black meteorite was one of the legendary furnaces in history. It burned in lava for many years when a meteorite fell from space and landed in the mouth of a volcano. This allowed it to have a special fire ability. The meteorite was found by someone and passed through a few hands before finally landing in the arms of an acclaimed alchemist. It was then forged into a furnace. Black meteorite had followed 5 grandmaster alchemists before. However, 1,500 years ago, its last owner died in an accident, and this furnace was lost forever. Many alchemists searched high and low for it, but to no avail. Who knew that 1,000 years later, these martial warriors from Earth would manage to find this furnace and give it to Wang Tung? 2. When luck came, no one could stop it. Chapter 401. No strange weapons are allowed for this military drill. Wang Tung kept the black meteorite. He wanted to continue admiring it, but he couldn't. He was afraid that he would start using the furnace if he kept staring at it. Mind you, he was an advanced stage alchemist. It was natural for his hands to get itchy when he saw this legendary furnace. However, this wasn't the right time and place. Furthermore, he didn't have any spiritual herbs with him. He could only wait for the next time. Here came a question. What was the function of the black meteorite furnace? From its reaction just now, it was able to condense flames together and increase the speed of dam making. As previously mentioned, the black meteorite furnace was made using a meteorite from outer space. The meteorite had landed in a volcano and was submerged among the lava for thousands of years. Special changes had occurred to the meteorite. The most widely known function was its ability to gather flames. As for the others, only those who had used it before would know. Wang Tung contemplated for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath and cleared the unnecessary thoughts in his mind. He started cultivating. The next day, at 7 a.m., everyone gathered in front of the dormitory building. Lieutenant Colonel Niu appeared once again. Nie Jianxiang and the other instructors were present too. Immediately after they gathered, Niu brought them to the military cafeteria for breakfast. The military cafeteria was huge. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and the food was already served on the table. All the dishes were placed in the same way and in identical positions. Wang Tung was in awe when he stared at the cafeteria. He felt that even a person with the obsessive-compulsive disorder would be cured if he was thrown into the military for 2 months. When they arrived, other groups of soldiers were also streaming into the cafeteria for breakfast. Huh? Wang Tung made a soft exclamation. He looked at the 2 teams who were walking in. Hanju heard him and turned to look in the same direction. He smiled and explained, "They're Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy students. There are other universities here too?" Wang Tung asked in surprise. "What's strange about that? The students from these 2 universities would also enter the Black Sparrow Troop after they graduate. You should read up on these matters," Wan Baiqiu said. "Why should I? My brain is already filled," Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. "Respect." Wan Baiqiu was speechless. 1. Did they participate in the martial arts competition? I have no impression of them at all, Wang Ting asked curiously. Hanju and Wan Baiqiu didn't know what to say. Your attention was only on Capital Military Academy and the First University, right? Wan Baiqiu asked angrily. Haha, was it? Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy saw Wang Tung and his friends. Their expressions changed slightly, especially when they saw Wang Tung. This was the gaze of a bottom feeder looking at a star student. Of course, they weren't bottom feeders. None of the 10 military academies in the country were lousy. But compared to Wang Tung and Hanju, they felt useless. Soon, everyone arrived, and breakfast started. A second later, only the sound of munching could be heard in the cafeteria. After breakfast, Nioli brought them to the martial arts arena. The martial arts arena was far from the residential area and the cafeteria. Even with their speed, the martial warriors had to jog for close to 10 minutes before they arrived. Their martial arts arena looked similar to Huanghai Military Academy Stadium. It was huge, and there were many different zones. Nioli led everyone through the door. They walked along the outskirts for some time before they finally arrived at an area with an arena and a spectator stand. Perform well. Don't hold back. Your performance during this drill will affect the future arrangements the military has for you. All the best. After a few reminders, Nioli, Nia Jinxiang, and the instructor from the other universities went to the spectator stand to watch the drill. Suddenly, Nia Jinxiang stopped in his tracks. All right, no strange weapons are allowed for this military drill. Lieutenant Colonel Niu was puzzled by this random remark. He looked at Nia Jinxiang in confusion. Hanju and his friends understood at once. They turned to look at Wang Tung strangely. Wang Tung was bewildered. Why are you all looking at me? How is it related to me? Don't you know that you have the strangest weapon of all? Wan Baiqiu replied. The other students nodded. Wang Ting finally realized what they were referring to. The brick. These people were looking down on his brick? Why? That is a weapon too. I'm not breaking the rules. Wang Tung refuted unhappily. Nioli felt even more confused. What weapon were they talking about? Why were they speaking in riddles? Couldn't they be clearer? Why? What do you think? Nie Jianxiang glanced at him helplessly before he snorted. You might not find it embarrassing, but I do. Don't create any trouble for me. Fight properly, and let everyone witness your real skill. Wang Ting wasn't convinced. There were many talented martial warriors in the military. If he couldn't use his brick, how was he supposed to collect more spirit and enlightenment attributes from them? Nie Jinxiang had a headache when he saw Wang Tung's reaction. He couldn't understand why he was so stubborn. What was wrong with the other weapons? Were they hard to use? This fellow was a talent, but he had a few screws loose. Were smarter people more abnormal too? One Hanju and the other students seemed normal. It looked like they weren't smart enough. Yes, this must be why. He knew that he still had to rely on Wang Tung to gain honor for their university. So he softened his tone and said, I won't stop you if you use your brick outside, for instance, on the battlefield. You can do whatever you want with it. However, you can't use it today. The martial warriors you're fighting with are our own people. They might be your seniors. A brick? Nioli caught this word sharply, and his mind went blank. What the hell? As a martial warrior and a student of Huanghai, he was using a brick? Did he hear wrong? But when he saw everyone's nonchalant expression, he had to accept this fact. He looked at Wang Tong with a strange gaze. This fellow, Wang Tong hesitated and nodded. All right, I won't use it this time. However, you can't stop me in the future. At first, he wasn't willing to relent. However, Nie Jinxiang had managed to convince him. They were on the same side, so he should give them some face. There were many enemies on the battlefield, enough for him to harvest lots of attributes. He wouldn't be losing too much. Nie Jinxiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wang Tong would remain stubborn, but fortunately, he took a step back for him. He had nothing else to say, so he went up to the spectators' stand with Niu Li and the others. There were already many military martial warriors seated on the spectators' stand. They were looking at the students below and discussing in hushed voices. There were many other soldiers sitting around too. All of them were waiting in anticipation for the drill to start. After all, these weren't ordinary recruits. They were all talented martial warriors from military academies. The military drill would definitely be extraordinary and spectacular. Some of them might become outstanding generals in the future. They would be the influential men of their era, taking control of the overall situation. Hence, many soldiers who didn't have missions chose to come and take a look. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy were present as well. They were standing not far away in two groups. No one spoke, but they kept glancing at the students from Huangheim Military Academy occasionally. Wang Tong ignored them. He was looking at the group of soldiers on the opposite side of the arena. There were only around 50 of them, much less than the number of students from the military academies. Yet, their aura surpassed those of the students combined. They appeared relaxed as they sized up the recruits, looking at them mockingly. A 30-years-old man with a mighty temperament was seated in the middle of the spectators' stand. He was wearing a military uniform with one crimson star on his shoulder. That represented his identity. He was a general. His name was Song Wanjiang, one of the deputy commanders of Black Sparrow Troop. There were many officers sitting around him. They were all field officers. The most conspicuous among them were a young lady and a young man. They seemed to be around 20 years old, much younger than the other officers. However, the military emblem on their shoulder was a silver star. They were majors. Mind you, you wouldn't just be promoted based on your ability alone. You couldn't lack enough military exploits. Their military ranks meant that they had achieved a lot of military exploits. It was impressive to be able to attain such glory at a young age. They had a bright future ahead. Niu Li and Nie Jinxiang were sitting on Song Wanjiang's left. The instructors from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy were present on the scene. Song Wanjiang looked at the young figures below and smiled. Look at these youngsters. I wonder if there will be any outstanding students among them. A face appeared in Niu Li's mind instinctively. He also remembered Nie Jianqiang's reminder about Wang Tong. He said with a strange expression, maybe. Oh, Song Wanjiang was startled. Did someone catch your fancy? The young male major beside Song Wanjiang smiled gently and asked. His gaze was sharp. Let's wait for his performance. Niu Li glanced at the young man, but he didn't reply to his question. I saw Lieutenant Colonel Niu bringing our junior sisters and brothers over. Is he among them? The young female major smiled and chimed in. Kong Li, you haven't been paying attention to your alma mater, have you? Nie Jinxiang suddenly smiled. Instructor Nie, I just came back from a mission. I didn't even go home during Chinese New Year. How would I have the time to see them? Kong Li said bitterly. Haha. As a soldier, this is inevitable. Since you don't know anything, you must pay attention later, Nie Jinxiang said in a mysterious tone. Kong Li's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, It looks like there is an impressive student in our school this year. The young male officer's face glowed with interest. I'm anticipating Wang Hai's performance now. Song Wanjiang laughed and replied. I think you won't be disappointed, Nie Jinxiang said with confidence. All right, it's about time. Let's get started. Song Wanjiang stood up. His voice echoed through the arena. Chapter 402. How miserable. Although Song Wanjiang's voice wasn't loud, it entered everyone's ear clearly. This was a merit of martial warriors. They didn't need loudspeakers. The recruits below focused their attention on him. Song Wanjiang quickly explained the rules and mode of this military drill. To put it simply, the students could freely choose the challenge mode they wanted for this military drill. Every recruit had to fight, and they were only given 5 minutes of performance time. Their opponents were the veterans on the other side of the arena. I've finished what I have to say. We will now proceed with the military drill. Let's start with Yunkong Military Academy. Song Wanjiang sat down after he was done. The recruits from Yunkong Military Academy were shocked. They didn't think they would be the first to go up. This was the first time everyone was experiencing this military drill. They had no prior experience, so they hoped they could watch others first. The one who went up first would suffer. But they had no choice. The instructor from Yunkong Military Academy stood up from the spectator's stand and leaped down with a tap of his feet. He landed beside the recruits from his school and started arranging the fighting order. On the other side of the arena, the veterans sat down cross-legged, calmed, and composed. They waited quietly. Seeing them so composed, Wang Tung followed suit. He remained silent and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he winked at Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu, signaling them to sit down. The two of them hesitated. They felt speechless too. This fellow was so casual. There was strict enforcement of the order in the military, though the rules were slightly relaxed for martial warriors. However, with so many bosses present, who dared to sit down before they did? Thus, a scene clearly stood out from the rest. All the recruits were standing. Only Wang Tung was sitting on the ground. This fellow is interesting. Song Wanjiang smiled. I can't see any respect for military orders on him. Is he really groomed by a military academy? The young male major frowned and asked. He's a little special. Nie Jinxiang was a little furious inside. Even though it was a small matter, Wang Tung was still embarrassing him. The match hadn't started yet, and he had already started creating trouble. No wonder the president specially reminded him when he passed Wang Tung to him. As expected, this fellow was hard to groom. Suddenly, he felt fortunate that he didn't allow Wang Tung to use the brick. Who knew what ridiculous scenes that fellow would cause if he did? Song Wanjiang glanced at Nie Jinxiang and smiled. It's all right. As martial warriors, we don't need to go by the rules all the time. We must listen to orders in important matters, but we don't have to be so strict on small issues. His voice resounded through the arena as he spoke to the people below. Those that aren't fighting can sit. The recruits who were standing obediently immediately sat down. Look at how nervous you were, Wang Tung said. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu rolled their eyes at him. Sure, you're amazing. After some time, a recruit from Yunkong Military Academy stood up and applied strength in his legs. He jumped onto the arena and said, Kehua from Yunkong Military Academy, for Star Soldier level, please take care of me. They sent a 4-star soldier level as the first candidate. Han Zhu was surprised. There's so many bosses here, so the first match must be spectacular. Wan Baiqiu was in deep thought. Wang Tung kept quiet. Judging from their words, he guessed that the 4-star soldier level was the highest among the Yunkong Military Academy recruits. That wasn't strange. After all, in Huanghai, only Han Zhu had managed to reach the 5-star soldier level. Someone stood up among the veterans. It was a youth with tan skin who looked slightly past 20 years old. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed in the arena. He smiled and said, Shun Kai, 3-star soldier level. 3-star soldier level. Kehua's expression changed. The veteran sent a 3-star soldier level martial warrior. Were they looking down on him? Mind you, as 4th-year students, they had undergone many missions, so Kehua felt that he wouldn't be any weaker than these military martial warriors. He never expected them to underestimate him. The recruits from Yunkong Military Academy were also furious. These veterans were humiliating them by sending a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior to fight against their 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. The recruits from Huanghai Military Academy and Xingshan Military Academy were startled when they saw this. They want to give us an opening gambit, Han Zhu whispered with a stern face. Interesting. Aren't they afraid of failing this seemingly easy task? Wang Tung smiled and wondered aloud. In the arena, Shun Kai took out his battle blade and pointed it diagonally at the ground. He said, Let's start. You only have 5 minutes. Damn it, don't look down on me. Hu Hua was infuriated. He held his battle sword, and green force light started glowing around his body. He dashed towards his opponent. He released all his strength the moment he attacked. He waved his battle sword, turning it into multiple rays of green sword auras. Shun Kai was surrounded in the center. Boom! Force exploded. The power was stunning. Shun Kai remained indifferent. The next instant, he charged right into the sword glow circle. Swoosh! 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 3 sword lights landed on his body. Hu Hua was elated. He took a step forward and wanted to pursue his victory. At that moment, a glistening blade appeared in front of his throat without any warning. You lost. A sword wound. No, a scratch had appeared on Shun Kai's face. Fresh blood dripped down his cheeks, but he remained composed. How? How is that possible? Hu Hua widened his eyes in shock. He was in a daze. He lost. He lost to a 3-star, soldier-level martial warrior. And he lost so easily. He was trounced. Hu Hua felt confused. He couldn't accept the result. He wasn't the only one either. The other recruits were flabbergasted too. Were the veterans all so strong? One move and Kahua lost. He didn't even have the time to release his ultimate attack. This was a devastating loss. As expected of martial warriors who have been on the battlefield, Shun Kai grabbed the opportunity accurately and won using the easiest method with the least consequences. Look at him. He only has 3 wounds on his arms and face. Those are all scratches, not serious at all. Wang Teng shook his head. If this was war, Kahua would have been killed in a single move. This is probably the difference between veterans and us. Han Zhu smiled bitterly. In the past, he was extremely confident of his ability. But after Kahua's loss, he was hesitant. The difference was too much. You're treading on the brink of life and death when you're on the battlefield. They have gained their experience from the gates of hell. We are still way behind. Wan Baiqiu sighed and said, Is this what Instructor Niem meant by a little more powerful and slightly more experienced? Han Zhu was speechless. That old man can't be trusted. Wang Teng scoffed. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu. The battle lasted less than a minute. The 2 parties went down the arena, and the next contestants went up. There were close to 100 recruits from Yunkong Military Academy, but they only spent slightly more than an hour competing. The worst thing was Yunkong Military Academy was totally defeated. No one was spared. Some were defeated by veterans at a lower level. Some were defeated by same-level martial warriors. But none of them won. It was tragic. The face of the instructor from Yunkong Military Academy was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, everyone lost. How ruthless. He really wanted to curse. Chapter 403. Battlefield Awareness. Yunkong Military Academy was utterly defeated. All the recruits felt embarrassed and humiliated. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Huangheim Military Academy grew nervous. They didn't feel schadenfreude at all. It would be their turn soon. They had closely observed the duels just now. These veterans were very experienced. Wait, rather than saying they were experienced in battles, it was more accurate to say that they had battle awareness. The battle awareness of these veterans was ingrained in their bones. The recruits from top military academies knew this, but they couldn't do anything. Battle awareness couldn't be formed within a day. It required an accumulation of trials and tribulations. The recruits from the other 2 military academies could only stare at the duel process, try to cram whatever they could learn at the last minute so that they wouldn't lose too miserably. However, there was an exception. Wang Teng yawned and silently picked up the attribute bubbles dropped during the last battle. Earth Force *30 Water Force *25 Battlefield Awareness *5 The battle between Yunkong Military Academy and the veterans was lopsided. It ended in the blink of an eye, without any ultimate moves being used. Hence, only a few attributes were dropped, most of them the 5 elements forces. There weren't any mutated element forces. Well, it was better than none. Fortunately, besides the normal force attributes, there was a new attribute, Battlefield Awareness. It was an attribute belonging to the veterans. One as the battlefield awareness merged into his body, Images of the slaughter on the battlefield appeared in his mind. Enlightenment was attained in moments of life and death. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Battlefield awareness. 56 out of 500. 3-star. 2. This was an unexpected gain. The battlefield awareness of the veterans was powerful. Almost every veteran would drop 3 to 5 points of battlefield awareness in their duel. After fighting with close to 100 recruits from Yinkong Military Academy, Wang Tung received a few hundred points of battlefield awareness. He skipped 1-star and 2-star and went straight to 3-star. Wang Tung recalled the battles of the veterans and compared them with his current state. He realized that most of the veterans were at 3-star for battlefield awareness. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about being trampled by the veterans during his turn. It was hard to say who would be the one getting tormented in the arena later. Unfortunately, Han Zhu and his friends still had to suffer. He looked at Han Zhu and the other students. Poor fellows. This was the first time he had picked up an awareness attribute. It seemed similar to spirit and enlightenment, but it was different too. For instance, this battlefield awareness was a concrete technique. It could be seen as a skill. While Wang Tung was immersed in his thoughts, Song Wanjiang opened his mouth again and said, Xingshan Military Academy can prepare to enter the arena now. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy felt helpless when they heard this. They knew that this was going to happen. Huanghai was the strongest academy among them, so they would definitely be the last. Hence, they had to go first. After the instructor from Xingshan Military Academy arranged the fight sequence, a young man leaped onto the arena. Yu Jia from Xingshan Military Academy, 3-star soldier level. Please take care of me. Lu Di, 3-star soldier level. A few veterans exchanged glances with one another, and one of them came into the arena. They were all 3-star soldier level, so the veterans were casual in their attitudes. Anyone that wanted to go could go into the arena. The two of them started fighting directly without wasting any time. Xingshan Military Academy didn't send their strongest participant. Are they planning to struggle for a while longer? Han Zhu pondered. Well, they might have a trick up their sleeve, Wan Baiqiu said. They stopped conversing and focused on the battle in front. They didn't want to lose too terribly. Of course, if they could win, that would be the best. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy entered one by one. Normally, most fourth-year students were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. However, all of them lost. It was understandable. Battle awareness couldn't be learned in a fight or two. Some people might think that they had grasped the gist after watching a few duels, but once the actual match started, their bodies wouldn't be able to catch up with their thoughts. Ma Pengcheng from Xingshan Military Academy, 4-star soldier level. Please take care of me. At this moment, a young man with thick eyebrows walked up the arena and shouted in a clear and loud voice. It's him, Han Zhu suddenly exclaimed. You know him? Wan Baiqiu asked. She was stunned for a moment. I saw one of his matches during the National No. 1 martial arts competition. He isn't weak, but he's unlucky. He met a powerful opponent early in the competition and got heavily injured in a vicious duel. His final ranking was probably below 80. Han Zhu felt pity for the young man. The veteran sent a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior too. Both parties started their fight. Ma Pengcheng was using a battle blade, while the veteran used a long spear as his weapon. An inch longer, an inch stronger. In terms of weapons, the veteran had the advantage. There was finally a change. Ma Pengcheng didn't lose immediately. Instead, he managed to withstand 10 moves, albeit precariously. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy felt invigorated. They gathered their strength and stared intently at the duel in the arena. If it weren't for the important figures present on the scene, they would have started cheering for Ma Pengcheng. The recruits lost terribly. If Ma Pengcheng could win, or even fight to a draw, Xingshan Military Academy wouldn't lose too much face in front of the powerful military figures. Their result would be a little more eye-catching. However, they didn't know how difficult it was for Ma Pengcheng. He was hanging in by his teeth, struggling to resist his opponent's attacks. He couldn't find any chance to retaliate at all. Their ability was on par, but the opponent was leading him by his nose. How frustrating. Do you think Ma Pengcheng can hold on for 3 minutes? Wan Baiqiu asked. Maybe, Han Zhu replied. Wang Teng, what do you think? Wan Baiqiu turned to look at the person who almost dozed off. She didn't know what to think of this guy. He will lose within 2 minutes. Wang Teng raised his eyelids and glanced at the duel as he replied to Wan Baiqiu. Right then, Ma Pengcheng's expression turned ugly. He roared and swept his blade towards his opponent, hurling himself directly at the spear. He was throwing himself in danger in order to hurt his opponent. Ruthless. Many recruits were thunderstruck. Ma Pengcheng is going too far. If he gets stabbed by the spear, he will be heavily injured. The veteran sneered. His eyes suddenly widened, and an intense, malicious vibe erupted from his body. Ma Pengcheng was dumbstruck and paused for a split second. This split second was enough to decide the winner. The veteran leaned his spear against Ma Pengcheng's throat. If this was the battlefield, a bloody hole would have appeared on his neck. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu looked at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. This guy just mentioned that Ma Pengcheng wouldn't last for 2 minutes, and he got defeated instantly. Was he a god? Wang Teng shook his head. This was killing intent. In the past, he had killed star beasts for practice. As the number of star beasts he killed increased, he slowly started to gain killing intent. These veterans killed many enemies, so they had killing intent on them too. Ma Pengcheng got hit by his opponent's killing intent without any warning and went into a daze for a second. Although it was only a short moment, in front of a veteran with strong battle instincts, it was enough for him to secure his victory. Chapter 404. Are you a saint from Saint Seiya? Xingshan Military Academy was wiped out too. Besides Ma Pengcheng, there were a few other 4-star, soldier-level martial warriors, but all of them lost. Ma Pengcheng shared his experience with his companions so that they could be mentally prepared, but they were still shocked by the veterans' killing intent. There was no exception. Finally, it was Huanghai Military Academy's turn. Nie Jinxiang arrived in front of the students and said, "You can decide on your order yourself. The sequence doesn't matter." Everyone was speechless. That's it. You're not being a responsible leader. They all complained silently. He'll go first. Du stood up and leaped into the arena, giving off an I might not come back vibe. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy looked in Huanghai's direction. It was universally acknowledged that Huanghai Military Academy was the strongest here. They wondered how they would perform. Du from Huanghai Military Academy, 4-star soldier level, please take care of me. Ranwei, 4-star. A muscular veteran holding a bat leaks in each hand swayed into the arena. The duel started with Ranwei charging at Du. A thick yellow glow congregated on his battle axes as he smashed them forward. Boom, boom, boom. 2 minutes later, a figure flew out of the arena. Without a doubt, it was Du. Ranwei shook his head as he walked down the arena. He hadn't fought to his heart's content. Huanghai Military Academy deserves their reputation. Their first contestant persevered for close to 3 minutes. The Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy recruits had to admit that this student from Huanghai was more powerful than their strongest recruit. Next, the recruits from Huanghai came forward one by one. None of them won, but everyone lasted longer than the other schools. This indirectly portrayed the difference in strength between Huanghai and the other 2 schools. Finally, only Wan Baiqiu, Han Zhu, and Wang Teng were left. He'll go first. You two can be the climax. Wan Baiqiu smiled and leaped onto the arena. A female soldier came up. She was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, too, on par with Wan Baiqiu. Her weapon was a chain wrapped around her waist. She untied the chain and held it between her hands. The 2 ends of the chain dropped to the ground. One end had a sharp angular lock, while the other end had a round lock. Wang Teng was stunned. Nebula chain? 1. Weapon of Shun. Are you Andromeda Shun? 2. Character from Saint Seiya. He stared at the female veteran's throat and found no Adam's apple. This was a pretty young lady. Shun was a cute young man. Wang Teng got excited. This was the first time he saw such a weapon, so he found it fascinating. The battle started. Wan Baiqiu held her long whip and swung it at her opponent. The female soldier released her force and instilled it on her chain. Clang! The chains on the ground twirled around her as if they were alive. The end with the sharp lock flung towards the long whip. The two of them fought for more than 3 minutes. Then, the female soldier smiled. Her chain danced in the air and circled the long whip. In an instant, it arrived in front of Juan Baichio, and the sharp lock stopped at her nose. Juan Baichio left dejectedly. She had given her best. Her opponent was hard to deal with, and her weapon was rare. It was a feat for her to have persevered so long. After she went down, Hanju entered the scene. He said calmly, "Hanju from Huanghai Military Academy, 5-star soldier level." Silence. The first 5-star soldier level recruit had appeared. A 4th-year student who could reach 5-star soldier level was an impeccable talent. Some figures sitting in the spectators' stand focused on Hanju. 5-star soldier level was a high level. A 5-star soldier level martial warrior could undertake tasks alone on the battlefield. All he lacked were military exploits to convince the crowd. "Is this your trump card?" Song Wanjiang smiled and asked Nie Jinxiang. "Hanju is not bad, but we have a student who hasn't entered the arena yet," Nie Jinxiang replied. "Oh, that fellow." Song Wanjiang looked at the nonchalant young man below in astonishment. He could tell that this young man was different. He was composed and didn't seem anxious at all, even after watching all the matches. He seemed very confident in himself. On the veteran side, a young officer, slightly more than 20 years old, was sitting right in front. His features were rugged and stern. The emblem on his shoulder showed that he was a first lieutenant. All this while his eyes were closed. He didn't seem interested in the duels in front. The other veterans looked at this young man. 5-star soldier level. They had to rely on him. The first lieutenant opened his eyes and stood up. He tapped his feet on the ground and landed in the arena before speaking in a calm voice. 5-star soldier level, Zhuo Ying. Hanju held his long rod and spread out his force wings behind his back. He flew into the air. Zhuo Ying didn't waste any time. He released his wings and shot towards Hanju with his battle sword. The two of them collided in midair, and explosions kept echoing in the arena. 5 minutes passed quickly. The two of them separated, wounds riddling both of their bodies. Blood dripped down the edge of Zui Ying's lips. He had suffered some internal injuries. Hanju was worse off, though. There were sword wounds all over his body, and blood oozed out from the wounds. Everyone was amazed. Hanju from Huanghai Military Academy was able to fight with a 5-star soldier-level veteran for 5 entire minutes without losing. From their condition, it was easy to tell that Zhuo Ying was stronger. If they continued fighting, Zhuo Ying had a high chance of winning. Hanju is not bad. I believe that he will grow quickly after gaining some experience on the battlefield, Song Wanjiang praised. His eyes were shining. This was the first time he complimented a recruit ever since the military drill had started. Nie Jinxiang beamed happily. The performance of his students had exceeded his expectation. Furthermore, he still had a trump card. This was the real surprise he had prepared for them. "All right, you can show your trump card now." Song Wanjiang noticed his anticipating gaze and smiled. Wang Tong was speechless as he looked at Hanju walking down. "This is just a drill. Why push yourself so hard?" "Seriously." Hanju smiled awkwardly. "I have to earn some respect for our school. They'll pass the rest to you." "Don't worry." Wang Tong stood up and stretched his back. He floated into the air without any extra movement and soared towards the arena. "What?" Everyone stared at Wang Tong floating above the arena in disbelief. At this moment, they had lost all their words. Riding on air, he was at least at the 7-star soldier level. Wang Tong glanced around him and said calmly, "Wang Tong from Huanghai Military Academy, 7-star soldier level. Please take care of me." Gasp! Everyone sucked in a mouth of cold air. He was really at the 7-star soldier level. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunкong Military Academy had watched the national #1 martial arts competition, so they knew he had reached the 6-star soldier level. Yet, he didn't remain at that level for long. He had reached the 7-star soldier level. How did this fellow cultivate? How did he manage to improve so quickly? Monster! The veterans opposite him widened their eyes in surprise. 7-star soldier level. The most powerful veteran among them was Zhuo Ying. However, There were 2 levels of difference between them. How were they supposed to fight? Damn it. Why is there a monster among the recruits? This doesn't make sense. Song Wanjiang stood up abruptly. There was a moment of silence before he shook his head and looked at Nie Jinxiang. He gave a bitter smile and said, "Your surprise is honestly a bit too huge." Chapter 405. Time to loosen my muscles. Numerous gazes from all directions landed on the young man, standing tall and straight in midair. They were in a daze. 7-star soldier level. Most people would not be able to reach this stage, even after cultivating for tens of years. There were many 4-star and 5-star soldier-level martial warriors here, but it was impossible to know if they could advance to the 7-star level in the future. Yet, this fellow had managed to achieve something that people spent tens of years to realize. This was incredible. Was this the difference between a human and a god? At first, Zhou Ying wanted to enter the arena. The last recruit wouldn't be weaker than Han Ju. After all, they should have saved the best for the last. As the most powerful veteran among the veteran representatives this time, who else could handle that fellow? Unfortunately, he didn't expect that fellow to be so powerful. This wasn't a little sheep. He was a ferocious tiger hidden among the sheep herd. F***K, this brat is a bug. What's the point of fighting with him? When the corners of his eyes twitched, he resisted the urge to curse and went back to join his companions, sitting down cross-legged on the ground. Does anyone want to fight this guy? I'm not going to fight him. Song Wanjiang regained his senses and sat down again. He wanted to take back his words. This wasn't a surprise. This was a bomb, one that almost blew his mind away. Beside him, Kong Li and the young male major gasped in shock. It took them some time to regain their composure. "Instructor Nya, this is our junior from Huanghai." Kong Li asked in disbelief. Of course, this fellow is from Huanghai. You might not know, but he's the champion of a national #1 martial arts competition this year, Nie Jinxiang said proudly. The champion of the national #1 martial arts competition. Kong Li's eyes widened. She was astounded and elated at the same time. After so many years, our Huanghai finally became the champion. This is a first. The young male major's expression changed again. He knew what the national #1 martial art competition represented. That was a grand stage set for the talents from all over the country to perform. This fellow had defeated all the other talents to become the champion. He wasn't a simple fellow. Haha, none of us expected it either. Nie Jinxiang laughed. Then, he said mysteriously, "Guess what year he's in? Stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us the answer quickly." Song Wanjiang was curious as he urged Nie Jinxiang hurriedly. He had a thought in his heart. He's a freshman. Nie Jinxiang sniggered and told them the answer directly after hearing Song Wanjiang's words. "Freshman," Kong Li exclaimed in surprise. Then she asked suspiciously, "Instructor Nye, you aren't joking, are you? You could check the facts easily. What's the point of lying to you?" "Nie," Jinxiang said. Gasp! Kong Li was astounded. How did this junior brother cultivate? He's a talent. You can't use common logic on him. Nie Jinxiang boasted. He had been waiting for a long time to boast about his student. Interesting, interesting. Song Wanjiang laughed. He continued, "There's no point in letting anyone below 7-star soldier level fight with him. Who's willing to give him a try?" This question was directed at the people beside him. Many officers sitting beside Song Wanjiang had reached the 7-star soldier level. He could only rely on them now. The officers got restless when they heard the invitation. At this moment, the young male major stood up and said, "Let me do it. I had a few days of break, so they'll take this chance to loosen my muscles." Yuan Xian, Kong Li glared at him. "Don't worry, I'm just going to play with him casually. I won't be serious." Yuan Xian smiled. "Ha, I didn't expect you to be interested in him." Song Wanjiang laughed. "This is a rare talent. If I don't take him down a notch, he might get into accidents on the battlefield. Let me teach him a good lesson," Yuan Xian said. One Kong Li hesitated, but she remained silent in the end. She hoped that her alma mater would have an outstanding performance during the drill, but she also hoped that her junior would suffer a little setback. After all, this was the purpose of the drill. Back when they had entered the military, they were beaten brutally by their seniors too. Getting beaten keeps you healthy. It's all right. Who hasn't been beaten by their fathers when they were young? It's the same logic. Wan Kong Li convinced herself. Nie Jianxiang remained quiet. Honestly, he also wanted to see how Wang Teng would perform against a veteran. He had heard of this Yuan Xian before. He was a famous character in the military, a talent who earned his name on the battlefield. He entered the military when he was 18 years old. In 10 years, he advanced from a martial disciple all the way to a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wore the major emblem on his shoulders and had a bright future ahead of him. You mustn't look down on his combat prowess. When he was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior, he had faced a few hundred dark apparitions in a single battle. At that time, most of the dark apparitions were at the 3-star soldier level. There were even a few 4-star soldier level ones. Yet he slaughtered nearly half of them and held on with all his might until reinforcements arrived. He far exceeded the rest when it comes to battle skills and experience. As a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior now, his ability would only be stronger than before. It was a good idea to let Wang Teng suffer a little in his hands. Go ahead. Song Wanjiang nodded and agreed to let Yuan Xian enter the arena. Yuan Xian took off the military uniform and placed it on his seat. Then, he floated into the air and arrived above the arena. He looked at Wang Teng calmly and said in a composed tone, "It'll be your opponent. It's Major Yuan." Many soldiers and the spectators stand recognized him and shouted in surprise. No one expected this outstanding military officer to enter the arena. The recruits from the 3 military academies glanced at one another. A major was fighting with Wang Teng, and he seemed famous. He looked very powerful, too. They weren't stupid. From the reaction of the soldiers, they guessed that this major wasn't a simple fellow. Wang Teng sized up the person in front of him. He had seen this major sitting beside the deputy chief commander just now. This meant that his position wasn't low, and others had placed high expectations on him. The commotion from the crowd proved that he was famous in the military. To achieve this, a military martial warrior needed to have outstanding capabilities and proud battle achievements. It looked like this man was a formidable opponent. If he wasn't careful, he might lose. Yuan Xian saw his flickering gaze and knew what Wang Teng was thinking. He said calmly, "You should give it your all. If not, you might not even be able to handle 10 of my attacks." Wang Teng frowned. That guy sounded like he was boasting. So repugnant. So what if you're a veteran? Why are you looking down on me? At this moment, he finally understood how the recruits felt when they were facing the veterans. These veterans held the recruits in contempt because they thought that they were experienced and had strong battlefield awareness. They felt superior to the recruits. Although this is the truth, it makes me feel exasperated. Since they wanted him to give it his all, he would show them his full potential. Let's see if recruits are really incomparable to veterans. The next instant, an amiable smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. "I won't be polite then." Chapter 406. I'm sorry, did I use too much strength? I will not be polite then. Yuan Xian frowned as he looked at Wang Teng. Why was he speaking so strangely? It might be his illusion, but he felt that Wang Teng's smile was a little perverted. Is this fellow an idiot? Boom! Just as he was daydreaming, Wang Teng dashed towards him from afar and smashed his fist at him. Yuan Xian raised his eyebrows. This young man's momentum was quite intense, but his attack was filled with loopholes. He tilted his body confidently and evaded. F***K. He didn't manage to evade it. Wang Teng lifted up his elbow and hurled it at Yuan Xian from the side. Force squeezed through the air, causing many eruptions. His elbow shot towards Yuan Xian's head like a cannonball. Yuan Xian raised his hands hurriedly to block the attack. Bang! Wang Teng's elbow collided with his arms. Yuan Xian's expression changed. He felt an enormous strength surging towards him, and his entire body was thrown off his feet. The entire arena was silent. The jaws of all the recruits and veterans dropped. They felt that they were looking at something incredible. Major Yuan was pushed back after one round of exchange. He was at a disadvantage. This didn't make sense. I didn't know Wang Teng had such a strong battle awareness. Song Wanjiang was shocked. He shook his head and continued. Yuan Xian has underestimated his opponent. Ha ha ha, look at Yuan Xian's face. Isn't it black? Kong Li laughed uncontrollably as if she saw something comical. Many officers beside her were also chuckling silently. Yuan Xian had always been imposing and confident. Yet, he suffered in the hands of a recruit today. Yuan Xian stopped himself in midair. His expression turned grim, and his gaze turned sharp. He stared at Wang Tong coldly. This brat. He was a little surprised in his heart. He tried his best to control his right hand, preventing it from shivering too obviously. How can he be so strong? And his battlefield awareness. It feels as if he came from the battlefield. Battlefield awareness. 346 out of 1,000, 4-star. When the veterans were fighting with the recruits from Yinkong Military Academy, Wang Tung's battlefield awareness had already reached 3-star. After the battle with Xingshan Military Academy and Huanghai Military Academy, his battlefield awareness rose again and hit 4-star. You could say that his battlefield awareness was as powerful as Yuan Xian's. Moreover, Dan Taixian had taught him personally. Her battlefield techniques and skills were many times stronger than these people. Although Wang Tung was always the one getting tormented, the experience of fighting with a general stage martial warrior was extremely precious. It allowed his battle awareness to be multiple times stronger than his peers. It was useless if Yuan Xian wanted to beat him in this area. Wang Tung smiled calmly. Then, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared right beside Yuan Xian. He pushed his fists out and came at him with indomitable strength. Humph. Yuan Xian snorted. He took the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures kept flashing in midair. Whenever they made contact, deep rumbles would shake their eardrums. Force exploded, and rays of lights spread out. My eyes can't keep up with their speed. Han Zhu rubbed his sore eyes and said helplessly, I lost them a long time ago. The 7-star soldier level is just too powerful. Wan Baiqiu shook her head. They weren't the only ones who felt this way. The other recruits couldn't see their figures either. They could only catch their lingering shadows and force glows. This was different from a national #1 martial arts competition. At that time, there were specialized cameras that allowed them to slow down the video. If not, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see anything. Boom! The two figures parted in midair. Yuan Xian's expression turned grave. On the other hand, Wang Tung was calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. Some people even noticed Yuan Xian's trembling hands with their sharp eyes. He seemed to be unable to control them. Yuan Xian didn't gain any benefits. Kong Li exclaimed in shock, her pupils constricting. For the first time, Song Wanjiang became serious. He nodded and said, his strength, battle skills, and battle awareness are on par with Yuan Xian. Where did this monster come from? He asked the question uncontrollably. Kong Li nodded in agreement. She felt the same. This junior brother was a monster. Nie Jianxiang sniggered. One honor. The battle continued. Only 2 minutes had passed, so the battle was only halfway through. Yuan Xian also realized that his strength was weaker than Wang Tung. His gaze flickered. A battle blade appeared in his hand. This time, he took the initiative and attacked first. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Tung anymore. If he didn't release his full strength, he might fail at this seemingly easy task. He would become the biggest joke of this year's rookie drill. A manly aura and killing intent exploded from his body. It was ferocious and violent. His battle blade danced in the air, shooting gold blade glows all around. Massacre blade presence. As the blade presence gushed towards Wang Tung, he felt like facing a sea of corpses. Frightening killing intent dawned on him, chilling his bones. His head turned numb. Damn it, I'm not even afraid of general stage martial warriors. Why will I be afraid of your killing intent? Wang Tang's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. His aura intensified, and MOK appeared in his hand. Flames circled around him, along with a scary blade. Sky rank blade technique, Big Dipper flaming blade. Blade conscious. Boom. Below the clouds of flames, the killing intent seemed to have met a formidable opponent. It dissipated in an instant. MOK slammed down on his head. The flaming blade glow lashed out. Boom. Yuan Xian widened his eyes, his pupils filled with burning flames. He stared at the figure protected by the fire in astonishment. The next moment, he was engulfed in flames. Boom! After getting hit by the blade glow, the flames crashed into the arena below like a shooting star. A loud explosion struck the audience stands, shaking the nearby buildings. Silence. The arena turned dead silent again. A moment later, the flames died down and the lights disappeared. The scene in the arena was finally revealed. A hole covered with burnt marks and blade marks appeared in the middle of the arena. A figure lay in the deep hole, face facing the sky. His military attire was tattered, and he was covered in blood. Yuan Xian coughed a mouth of blood. He struggled to crawl up from the deep hole, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to fall. Yuan Xian lost. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? This recruit is incredible. He defeated Yuan Xian. He isn't a human. The audience, sitting in the spectators' stand, was astounded as they fervently discussed the result among themselves. He's so powerful. The recruits from Yinkong Military Academy and Xingshan Military Academy were bewildered. Their eyes were fixed at the figure in midair. Their gaping mouths let out sighs, feeling utterly convinced. He was a recruit just like them, but he was so outstanding. Respect. Hanju's throat felt a little dry. He swallowed a mouth of saliva and said, "One winter break, and he has become stronger again." Wan Baiqiu remained silent for a moment before muttering, "Monster, pervert." Kong was a loss for words. Her little junior brother was terrifying. At first, she felt that Wang Tong might suffer on the battlefield because he had never experienced the brutality of reality, even though he was a genius. Hence, she wanted Yuan Xian to rub his morale a little. In the end, their roles were swapped. The one getting rubbed was Yuan Xian. "Writer, this script isn't right." Just like the ones sitting beside him, Nie Jianxiang was also in disbelief. At first, he hoped that Wang Tong could perform well and last for 5 minutes in the arena. That would be a feat. He didn't expect Wang Tong to press Yuan Xian on the ground and push him back and forth. This rubbing was a little ruthless. He was thinking of a way to wrap up the battle. The commotion today was unexpectedly huge. Headache. The authority Yuan Xian had established in the military would definitely be affected after today's defeat. It would hinder his progress in the future. Hopefully, this good young man wouldn't be crippled. Song Wanjiang sighed. He shook his head. No one expected this result. Who would have thought that the one getting defeated would be Yuan Xian? This situation was a little awkward. They wanted to give the recruits an opening gambit, but after this performance, the effects were halved. At this moment, Wang Tong was standing in midair and looking at the miserable Yuan Xian below. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his harmless face. "I'm sorry, did I use too much strength?" Most of the people had just regained their composure. When they heard his words, the corners of their lips twitched. Why does it sound so infuriating? However, you're the one who asked me to give it my all. I was afraid that you wouldn't understand my true capabilities, so I didn't hold back. I didn't do it on purpose or anything. Wang Ting noticed that the atmosphere was a little weird, so he continued in an innocent tone. Yuan Xian vomited a mouth of blood from anger. His vision turned black, and his whole body started trembling. Everyone was dumbstruck by his words. F***K? How shameless. This fellow is horrible. He won, but he still mocked his opponent. So vicious. This is revenge, right? This must be revenge. It's so obvious. Yuan Xian told Wang Tong that he should give it his all. If not, he might not handle 10 of his attacks. Now, Wang Tong used his words to refute him. "I tried my best, but you're the one who couldn't even handle one attack from me." What a stab in his heart. However, it felt refreshing for some reason. The recruits from the 3 military academies felt invigorated. Didn't you veterans think that you're amazing? Didn't you all come back from the battlefield? Didn't you all look down on us? Look, you got defeated terribly. Ha ha. Song Wanjiang felt his face twitching. He turned to look at Nie Jianxiang and asked, "Has he always been so shameless?" He's a little hard to control. Nie Jianxiang laughed awkwardly. Not just a little. Song Wanjiang was speechless. Still, if he had such an outstanding student, he would bear with him no matter how disobedient he was. Compared to his abilities, his flaws were nothing. However, he mustn't let him fool around anymore. This wasn't a good time. Song Wanjiang stood up and opened his mouth. Wang Tung won. I'm glad there's such a talent in our recruits. This means that we can kill more enemies. The battlefield is forever changing. One more formidable warrior means a higher chance of victory. But you have to understand that Wang Tung is different from you. Geniuses are geniuses because they can do what you can't. All of you are a long distance behind him. Hence, Wang Tung can be happy about beating Major Yuan, but you all can't. Remember your defeat today and take it as a warning. The purpose of this drill isn't to let you understand your ability. It's to teach you one thing. There's always someone better than you. At the same time, you all can have a taste of the slaughters on the battlefield. That way, when you enter the battlefield, you won't let down your guard. You will have more chances of survival. Chapter 407. Major Yuan, you're a little narrow-minded. Song Wanjiang's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down on them. The atmosphere turned solemn. They saw how powerful the veterans were. If they met such enemies on the battlefield, they would be dead without a doubt. The expressions of the recruits turned pale, feeling discouraged. Damn it. Why do I feel like I'm here to die? This is so scary. Mommy, I want to go home. Wang Tung felt that Song Wanjiang's words weren't meant for him. If he was strong enough, he would be able to defeat his opponent using any method. He had already walked down the arena and picked up the attribute bubbles Yuan Xin dropped. Massacre Blade Presence *35 Metal Force *150 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *100 Wang Tung was elated when he saw the content of the bubbles. As expected of a military genius, he had Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. This meant that his talent wasn't low. Also, he had mastered the Massacre Blade Presence. Most importantly, he dropped this attribute. A figure wielding a long blade appeared in Wang Tung's mind with killing intent congregating around it. A mountain of corpses was floating behind the figure. It was terrifying. Boom! Blade glow erupted, and killing intent spread through the air. It was many times stronger than a Massacre Blade Presence Yuan Xian had executed just now. This was the real Massacre Blade Presence. Although Wang Tung only enlightened 1/10 of the blade presence, it was already a considerable gain. The potential of this Massacre Blade Presence was huge. It was more powerful than the Flaming Sword Presence, the Metal Blade Presence, and the others. If he was able to push it up to a Blade Conscious, it would be an indomitable move. Song Wanjiang secretly smiled in his heart when he saw the looks of despair on the recruits' faces. He continued, "Of course, there's no need to worry too much. You are all talented martial warriors from top universities. The military won't just send you to your death. We'll distribute you to different elite teams. You can slowly gain experience and battlefield awareness by starting with the low-level missions." Wang Tung felt his lips twitching when he heard Song Wanjiang's speech. This familiar tone, this familiar scheme, beat you up and give you candy. This man seemed skilled at this move. He must use it more often. Hearing Song Wanjiang's words, the recruits felt relieved. Their emotions also calmed down. Indeed, the military wasn't so cruel. They were talented martial warriors. They wouldn't be sent to their deaths. Song Wanjiang heaved a sigh of relief. These were the expected reactions of the recruits. As the person in charge of the enlistment of recruits, he needed to let them understand the danger of the battlefield while making sure they didn't lose their confidence. It was a tough job. After saying everything he should, he announced the end of the drill and allowed the recruits to go back for some rest. 3 days later, they would officially enter their teams and start doing missions. The veterans knew when to stop, so the recruits didn't suffer many injuries. Most were just external wounds. Only a few students had received slightly more serious injuries because they fought with veterans who were of the equal match. They didn't manage to control themselves properly. Nonetheless, 3 days were enough for them to recover fully. The most tragic person was Yuan Xian. Wang Tung went a little hard on him because he wanted him to know that recruits weren't easy to bully. Actually, he didn't know that Major Yuan would be so easy to defeat. This is a little awkward. I tormented him a bit too much. I mean, he's a major. Will he stack the deck against me? Wang Ting couldn't help but look at Yuan Xian. Coincidentally, Yuan Xian was looking at him too. Yes, that gaze. This is a narrow-minded person. There's no way out. If he landed in this major's hand, he would be in trouble. At this moment, Yuan Xian was cursing in his heart. What happened to teaching him a lesson? He was the one who got defeated by a recruit in the end. His face was swollen and burning. He felt that everyone was laughing at him. Come on, let's go back. Hanju's voice sounded beside his ear. Wang Tung retracted his gaze and prepared to leave. Before he could take a few steps, he saw Yuan Xian walking directly towards him. Hanju and the other students stopped in their tracks. They looked at Wang Tung. Was he here to take revenge on Wang Tung? What's the matter, Major Yuan? Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and asked. You're not bad. I won't lose to you again, Yuan Xian said in a low voice. Wang Tung was startled. Major Yuan, you're a little narrow-minded. Also, where did you get your confidence from? After getting beaten, you still have the guts to fight with me again? Who gave you the courage? Wang Tung was speechless. This fellow lost, but he was still so conceited. Wang Tung felt that he had the responsibility to let this major understand the difference between them. After all, if he lost so terribly again, it would be double the humiliation. His grudge against him would become stronger too. They were both from Black Sparrow Troop, so it wasn't good to be at loggerheads. Better to make friends than enemies. Wang Tung kept this in mind and said shyly, Major Yuan, you might have misjudged my ability. I didn't get my all just now. Yuan Xian was confused. The veins on his forehead bulged out. To hell with misjudging your ability. To tell with not giving your all. Was he saying that he lost to a recruit who didn't use his full strength? Hanju and the other students had weird expressions on their faces. They felt that Wang Tung was evil, rubbing salt on his wound. It must be painful. Young man, aren't you afraid of angering him? Ha! At this moment, peals of laughter rang out. Kong Li strode over as she laughed fearlessly. She teased, Yuan Xian, do you feel like a failure? You couldn't even defeat my junior brother when he didn't use his full strength. Do you dare to challenge him again? Kong Li, Yuan Xian's face darkened. He took a deep breath. He brainwashed himself not to get angry, but it was still infuriating. He glared at Kong Li and barked. I can't beat him, but you can't either. What's there to be glad about? So, he's my little junior brother. We're on the same side. Kong Li smiled happily. The next moment, she placed her arm around Wang Tung's shoulder and turned to speak to him. Junior brother, I'm from Huanghai too. I only managed to become a major now, but I think you will be able to catch up with me soon. Before that, feel free to look for me. At first, Wang Tung was puzzled. Who was this beautiful and handsome lady? He didn't know her. After hearing her introduction, he learned that she was his senior. He immediately smiled and said loudly, Nice to meet you, senior sister. Please take care of me. Sure. Kong Li was elated. She looked at his smile and felt that she had made the right choice to recognize this junior. He was pleasant-looking. Yuan Xian was furious. He was disgusted by the way they called each other senior and junior. He turned and walked away. B** cheese. Outrageous. I can't stay here anymore. Don't bother about him. He has always been narrow-minded. He's powerful and gained many military exploits, so he often reprimands university-groomed martial warriors like us. You helped us vent our frustrations today. Kong Li sniggered. She showed no intention of removing her arms around Wang Tung as she led him out of the arena. Come, I'm happy today, so I'll treat you to a meal. Kong Li, don't teach him bad things. Nie Jinxiang walked over and said helplessly. All right. Kong Li waved her hands and dragged Wang Tung away. Hanju and Wan Baiqiu stared at each other. Did Wang Tung just get kidnapped by their senior sister? Chapter 408. No one wanted him? Wang Tung felt that senior sister Kong Li wasn't just pretty. Her personality was good too. Burp. He was bloated. There was good wine and delicious force dishes, so he went a little out of control and ate too much. Anyway, they had similar hobbies, so they could interact more in the future. Wang Tung was opening the door of his room when the door beside him opened. Hanju popped his head out. Did you have a good time? Looking at his expression, For some reason, Wang Tung sensed an ambiguous vibe. Old Han, after knowing you for some time, I realize that you're getting bolder at being a pervert. Cough. I'm just worried about you. Don't get enchanted by beauty. Hanju coughed and replied righteously. Seriously, Wang Tung rolled his eyes. What did he mean by getting enchanted by beauty? They were just exchanging viewpoints on their hobbies. Don't talk if you don't know what to say. Are you getting angry from embarrassment? The door on the other side opened too. Wan Baichio leaned against the door frame as she teased him. Why are you joining in? Wang Tung was speechless. I'm just worried about you. Wan Baichio shrugged. Seriously, this is enough. Why are you all thinking about these useless things? Shouldn't you spend more time wondering what missions you might face in the future? Wang Tung asked. There's no use thinking about that. We can't make the decision, Hanju said. Our capabilities are different, so we'll probably be in different teams, Wan Baichio said. Let's meet when we're free and share the information. We can fill in the gaps, Hanju suggested. You guys gathered information? Wang Tung was puzzled. Are you saying you didn't prepare anything? Wan Baichio was speechless. No one told me. I was thrown to old Nia the moment school started. There was no time for me to check anything. Also, isn't military data confidential? Where did you guys find it? Wang Tung asked in frustration. From a school, of course. They provided a special channel for seniors like us. However, you need school credits, Hanju explained. It's normal that you don't know. You're just a little junior brother. Wan Baichio smirked. Wang Tung glared at her. This was outrageous. You can join us if you want. We'll discuss it together. A third party is always clear-minded. Who knows, you might see a problem we didn't, Hanju said. This is to repay you for making dawn for us. Wan Baichio agreed casually. The two of them closed their doors and went to rest. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head. They wanted to help him, but they did it so pridefully. For the next 3 days, Wang Tung would meet up with Hanju and Wan Baichio frequently to discuss the information they had researched. The data they received was different, so they verified and filled up the gaps. Gradually, they understood the Black Sparrow troop situation. The presence of the troop was to guard the dimensional rift and kill all appearances of dark apparitions. 60 kilometers from the Black Sparrow troop, there was a dimensional rift. The Black Sparrow troop was responsible for keeping an eye on it. The Xingwu continent had also sent their troops here. It was called the Radiant Star Troop. These two troops were stationed at the two ends of the dimensional rift. They formed a fan shape with one another, surrounding the dimensional rift in the center. Many garrisons were set up 20 kilometers away from the Black Sparrow City and the Radiant Star City. There were force weapons erected here for frequent cleanings of any dark apparitions. No dark apparition was allowed to escape their encirclement. From this 20-kilometer point to the dimensional rift, the area was segregated into restricted zones with different levels. The closer it was to the dimensional rift, the more powerful the dark apparitions and the larger the number. Hence, the level got higher. There were a total of 4 levels. The dark apparitions on the other end of the dimensional rift didn't want to get restricted, so they would gather occasionally and attempt to break through the encirclement. As one would expect, the casualty count was high in all these battles. This was how the situation was formed. The second day after the drill ended, in a command room somewhere in the military camp, a bunch of officers were gathered together. Kong Li and Yuan Xian were among them too. Yuan, I heard that you got defeated by a recruit. A tall and muscular officer laughed as he turned to Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian remained expressionless, but he cursed in his heart. Enough. Are you all done? Why do you have to say it every time you see me? Who hasn't been defeated? Do you have to rub it every single time? Kong Li looked at his exasperated face and laughed happily. Yuan Xian's expression got darker and darker, but she didn't care. This is lively. Song Wanjiang walked into the command room. Sir, sir. Everyone saluted him. All right, sit down. Song Wanjiang sat down on the host's seat. He waved his hand and said, I gathered all of you to discuss the distribution of the recruits. All of you should have witnessed the drill that day. They'll send the information of the recruits to you now. If you're interested in any of them, tell me. He waved his hand at a soldier behind him. Then, he leaned back on his chair silently. The soldier distributed the data of the recruits from the 3 military academies down. The only sound that remained in the room was of papers flipping. None of the officers spoke. They were looking through the information carefully. After some time, someone asked, "Why isn't Wang Tong's data here? We have other arrangements for him. We'll discuss him later." Song Wanjiang rubbed his forehead. He had killed many brain cells trying to find an arrangement for Wang Tong. However, he hadn't succeeded yet. Never mind, he's a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior and probably stronger than me. I can't lead him. The officer asked this question out of pure curiosity. Hence, when he heard Song Wanjiang's reply, he just shook his head. All the recruits found their teams quickly. The recruits might have been trashed by the veterans that day, but these officers knew their pros. The recruits from academies were all fresh troops. The veterans loved them the most, so they got snatched quickly. As for the arrogance of these university-groomed martial warriors, that would be gone after some rough beatings. It wasn't a problem. In the end, only Wang Tong's destination wasn't confirmed. Everyone glanced at one another and started discussing in low voices. "Shall we send him to the level 3 restricted zone?" someone asked. "Are you crazy? If you're careless, you will easily get surrounded by high-level dark apparitions in there. He won't be able to make it back," someone refuted instantly. "That's right. We finally have a genius in our troop. We can't fool around with his posting. We can't keep protecting him either. Wang Tong is powerful. Why are you worried about his safety? Still, we can't send him directly to the level 3 restricted zone for his first mission. There might be 8-star soldier-level dark apparitions." Just as the officers were about to start quarreling, Song Wanjiang knocked on the table. His head was hurting. All right, stop arguing." Everyone kept quiet, and they looked at Song Wanjiang. Song Wanjiang was about to speak, but a knock stopped him. "Come in." Song Wanjiang was surprised. Who would come at this moment? A soldier walked in and passed a mission file to Song Wanjiang. He whispered a few words in his ears. Song Wanjiang raised his eyebrows, feeling astounded. Then, he said, "I have arrangements for Wang Tong. You're all dismissed." The officers were baffled. This person walked in and said a few words, and Wang Tong found his destination. They seemed to know what this meant. Either Wang Tong had attracted the attention of the higher authorities, or he had some powerful background unknown to them. That was why the higher authorities assigned his mission personally. Kong Li's interest was piqued. Her little junior brother sure had many secrets. Yuan Xian's gaze flickered. He temporarily extinguished the idea of taking revenge on Wang Tong in other places. Indeed, Wang Tong was different from normal recruits. He couldn't get hold of him so easily. The other officers quickly left the command room without probing further. After they left, Kong Li walked beside Yuan Xian and said, "Did you receive the mission? It requires us to work together to ambush one of the dark apparitions' garrisons." "I received it." Yuan Xian immediately threw away the grudges between them the second they talked about work. He frowned and said, "The mission is a little strange this time. It requires us to work together. That garrison must be special. I heard that they caught the presence of 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions there. They must be planning something." Kong Li nodded. "That means that we must kill them." A malicious smile appeared on Yuan Xian's face. "Anyway, have you recovered from the injuries you got from my little junior brother? I hope it won't affect the mission," Kong Li suddenly said. Yuan Xian's expression froze instantaneously. "Again, why do you keep mentioning it? Are you trying to anger me to death so that you can snatch my inheritance?" The anger in his heart exploded. A devil crept up his mind and started cursing and shouting crazily. He was furious. He glared at Kong Li and shouted, "Get out!" "Ha ha!" The two of them parted in discord. 3 days passed quickly. On the gathering day, Nie Jinxiang led his students to the arena. "You can only rely on yourselves during the mission. I hope that 3 months later when I come to fetch you all of you will stand unscathed in front of me." Nie Jinxiang looked at them intently before turning and leaving. Han Zhu and the other students felt sorrow and grief. It was as if they were leaving the protection of their parents. The recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunkong Military Academy were present too. Their instructors left after speaking to them for some time. Soon, only the recruits from the 3 military academies were left at the venue. Many officers came in. When your names are called, gather behind me. Wang Teng watched as the people around him got lesser and lesser. In the end, everyone left. Even Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu found their teams. They glanced at him before departing. Wang Teng stood on the spot, confused. What's happening? Does no one want me? I'm so outstanding. Are you all blind? Can't you see? Or did someone miss my name and forgot about me? A cold breeze blew past him. A few withered leaves spiraled around his head before one of them landed on his crown. At this moment, Wang Teng felt that he was surrounded by evil intentions. Chapter 409. Entering the restricted zone, Wang Teng waited in the arena for a long time. Just when the bitterness in his heart was about to explode, he heard the roar of an engine. He looked in the direction of the sound. An armored car drove over from afar at a breakneck speed. When it almost reached him, the car did an emergency brake. The ear-piercing screech of the tires rubbing against the ground drilled into his ears. The car skidded and parked inches away from Wang Teng. The strong wind blew Wang Teng's fringe up. He looked a little absent-minded. Kong Li popped her head out of the car window. She stared at Wang Teng with a strange look and said, "Get in." "Wait, what's the meaning of this?" Wang Teng was stunned. "It means that you're doing a mission with us," Kong Li said. "Get in. He'll explain to you on the way." Wang Teng didn't hesitate anymore. He got into the back seat and was shocked once again. There was a man sitting beside him, giving off a cold vibe. It was Yuan Xian. "Ah, Major Yuan is here too." Wang Teng chuckled. The corners of Yuan Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. His face was black, but he didn't say anything. You could imagine how hopeless he felt when he suddenly heard that he had to work together with Wang Teng on the mission. Kong Li sniggered. She started the engine and drove out of the city. Wang Teng smirked to himself when he saw Yuan Xian remaining silent. He didn't mind as he knew that he had given Yuan Xian a huge blow. Kong Li said, "The 3 of us will be the main force for this mission. 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions have been spotted at their number 53 garrison in the southwest. There might even be more powerful dark apparitions there. Our aim is to investigate and find the purpose of the dark apparitions. If necessary, we will take action and kill them. Of course, we'll try our best not to alert them if there's no need to." "Sounds exciting." Wang Teng touched his chin and said. He was given an important mission for his first task. The higher authorities had high hopes for him. "It's exciting, but it's dangerous too." Kong Li smiled. Although she said that it was dangerous, there was no fear on her face. She looked as if she was joking. "Listen to orders during the mission. Don't drag us down," Yuan Xian said grimly. "Normally, the weak ones are the ones who drag others down, right?" Wang Teng smiled as he stared at him. "Yuan Xian, don't listen to him. He's not the leader of this mission. He doesn't have the commanding power." Kong Li bashed him further. "There's no leader for this mission?" Wang Teng was surprised. "There is. You will know who it is later," Kong Li said. The armored vehicle reached the entrance of Black Sparrow City as they were speaking. They showed their identity cards, and the guards inspected them before letting them go. The armored vehicle drove out of the city, but it stopped again not far away from the entrance. Lieutenant Colonel Niu Li, whom Wang Teng had seen before, was standing at the side of the road. He seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. After they parked the car, he opened a car door and sat on the passenger's seat. "What took you so long?" Niu Li frowned as he asked. "We want to pick him up." Kong Li pointed behind with a smirk. "Lieutenant Colonel Niu." Wang Teng greeted him. It looked like Niu Li was the leader of this mission. Suddenly, he realized that Niu Li and Kong Li's names were similar. He couldn't help but size up their faces. One was rough-looking, while the other was like a blossoming flower. It was a weird feeling. His expression turned a little strange. Fortunately, these 2 people weren't relatives. Wang Teng started having wild thoughts. Kong Li and Yuan Xian greeted Niu Li too. Their military ranks were only 1 level lower than Niu Li's, but they showed great respect towards him. Niu Li was a much more seasoned warrior. He had more battle and mission experiences than them. Niu Li nodded. He didn't continue and asked instead, "Do you know the summary of the mission?" The 3 nodded. "Wang Teng, you're a recruit. Do you have any questions?" Niuli asked. No questions. Awaiting your order, Wang Tong said righteously. The muscles on Yuan Xian's face twitched. Damn it, he said the same thing just now and got a rebuttal from Wang Tong. Yet, he was acting all obedient now. Why didn't he refute Niuli too? Niuli was satisfied with Wang Tong's attitude. During the military drill, he had sensed something strange from Wang Tong. He asked Nia Jinxiang after he went back and got to know that this young man wasn't easy to deal with. From the looks of it, this genius recruit might be a little cheeky, but he still understood the big picture. This was a promising young fellow. The armored vehicle drove for 20 kilometers. As they headed deeper, their surroundings got more and more desolate. All they could see was black sand and barren land. The harsh environment here was out of Wang Tong's expectations. Sir, a respectful voice was heard. They had arrived at the closest Black Sparrow garrison. Kong Li showed her identity card, and the guard immediately saluted her with respect. Most of these soldiers were ordinary people. They were in charge of operating large-sized rune weapons. Only a small portion were martial warriors. Wang Tong sized up his surroundings curiously when he entered the garrison. He realized that this garrison was built entirely out of steel. From the internal structure, he could see traces of runes carved on the surface of the steel. This meant that the garrison possessed rune defense. However, the exterior of the garrison was still filled with dents and scratches. There were all kinds of bullet marks and weapon prints. The garrison wasn't small. It could hold a few hundred soldiers, and the facilities were complete. Large firearms could be seen everywhere. It was armed from head to toe. We have rune weapons, but dark apparitions have them too. High-level dark apparitions are as smart as humans, Kong Li explained when she noticed Wang Tong's gaze. Wang Ting nodded. It wasn't hard to guess. If the dark apparitions didn't have rune weapons, the humans would have won the war already. Also, the damage caused by rune weapons to high-level dark apparitions was limited. A rune weapon could only cause huge damage if it was operated by a powerful martial warrior like Wang Tong. Even more, it had to be a formidable weapon, for instance the Fire God Cannon. They parked the armored vehicle and alighted. We'll be entering the restricted zone now. Dark apparitions might appear any time. Be careful, Niuli reminded them. Kong Li and Yuan Xian were used to it, so his reminder was directed at Wang Tong. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that he should speak less and be more aware of his surroundings from now on. He caught up with the three seniors. Actually, with their speed, they could cover 20 kilometers easily by flying. However, they chose to drive instead. Wang Ting didn't ask the reason. He wasn't stupid. He had his own guesses. This was taught during his school lessons. You must always be in your best form when you are on the battlefield. This would allow you to handle all kinds of accidents properly. His seniors didn't want to waste their stamina and force. As they walked, Niu Li and Kong Li taught Wang Tong how to hide, observe the ambush locations, and set traps. Chapter 410, Rest in Peace. The black soil was pungent, and the stench spread in the air. The four soldiers vigilantly pushed forward. Niu Li and Kong Li had nothing against Wang Tong, so their relationship was not bad. They told him everything he should know. Besides teaching him how to ambush and set up traps, they also taught him how to differentiate the footprints of the dark apparitions, how to track enemies, and many other things. There were various types of dark apparitions. Experienced soldiers were able to decipher the type of dark apparition based on the footprints alone. This knowledge was taught in school, but merging the theory and actual situation still required some time. Wang Tong followed them and absorbed the knowledge like a sponge. He kept learning and improving. He also discovered that the surroundings weren't barren anymore. There were some plants growing sparsely. These plants weren't ordinary. Wang Tong had already activated his spiritual sight. Based on his spiritual realm now, he could support his spiritual sight for a long time. Under his spiritual sight, he could see the faint glows of dark force hovering around the plants. These plants were contaminated by dark force and had undergone a mutation. Actually, he could tell that they were different without his spiritual sight. The plants were pitch black, and they had strange shapes. Some were like fangs, while others looked like the blade of a saw. They were extremely sharp. It was easy to tell that these weren't ordinary plants. If normal soldiers get pricked or scratched by these plants, they will get contaminated by dark force. If they don't get treated in time, they will lose their limb. For more serious cases, they will assimilate, calmly said. Splurt. Suddenly, a trumpet-shaped plant spurted some thick black liquid straight at Wang Tung. Wang Tung remained calm. He twirled his feet and evaded the liquid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the black liquid landed on the ground, black smoke rose into the air. All right, they will attack passers-by too. This is their way of hunting after they mutate. These dark plants are vicious, Kong Li said nonchalantly. To hell with being vicious. If you know that they're dangerous, why didn't you remind me earlier? Can you be more serious? Wang Tung raised his eyebrows, feeling speechless. Kong Li had explained many things to him, but she only opened her mouth after things happened. Actually, you will learn this in your second and third years. Unfortunately, you are only a freshman, Kong Li snorted. Wang Tung, is it my fault that I'm only a freshman? A smile appeared at the edge of Yuan Xian's eyes when he saw Wang Tung's exasperated look. No matter how powerful a recruit is, he still has his flaws. He will suffer in the hands of veteran. Personal experience will help you remember it better. Kong Li waved her hands and replied indifferently. Also, with your ability, it will be a joke if you can't dodge this. All right, you're my senior. Everything you say is right. Wang Tung didn't counter. Indeed, these dangers were nothing to him. Suddenly, his pupils stopped moving. Kong Li and the others stopped too. Nioli opened his mouth and asked, "Who's going to take care of it?" Kong Li and Yuan Xian didn't move. Wang Tung had no choice. He shifted his body and traveled 100 meters in a split second. A low-level dark apparition was crawling on the ground. Although it still had the shape of a human, its face was like a devil's. It was savage and hideous. The flesh on its body protruded out of its skin. Black blood oozed out, and the bones could be seen clearly. A normal person would be frightened to death if they saw this scene. When it saw Wang Tung, the low-level dark apparition hissed and pounced on him. As Wang Tung scanned the dark apparition's body, his gaze froze. However, he waved his hand the next moment, and a ball of flame swallowed the dark apparition. Roar! The dark apparition turned into ashes under the high heat. The cold wind from afar carried the ashes along with it. Rest in peace. Wang Tung's gaze was cold, his expression calm. He wasn't speaking to the dark apparition. Instead, he was talking to the human soldier that got contaminated by dark force. This was because he saw the human military uniform worn by the dark apparition. This was a human who got transformed into a dark apparition. You did well. Never hesitate in a situation like this. To them, death is their freedom. Nioli walked over and said, "Many warriors die on the battlefield. Death is not scary. However, we'll never be slaves to the dark. Do you like to lament and make emotional comments after staying on a battlefield for a long time?" Wang Tung smiled and teased him. Nioli. He remained silent for some time before he said, "You're indeed different." They'll take that as a compliment. Wang Tung wasn't affected, accepting the praise directly. Shouldn't we be leaving? They continued their journey again. Along the way, they met a few dark apparitions traveling alone and took care of them. The levels of the dark apparitions in the level 1 restricted zone weren't high. They killed them as easily as killing an ant. Wang Tung couldn't help but remember the time when he met a dark apparition for the first time. That was a huge scare. He had to exert himself to get rid of the low-level dark apparition. Now, these low-level dark apparitions weren't even appetizers. There was a cleaning recently, so there weren't many dark apparitions. They didn't meet any accidents and successfully entered the level 2 restricted zone. The plants were denser in this region, with low bushes and small forests clustered here and there. Swoosh! Along with a rubbing sound, the poisonous insects scurried towards the martial warriors when they sensed their presence. Wang Tung, burn them with your flames. Kong Li knew that Wang Tung possessed fire force, so she ordered him directly. Wang Tung didn't dawdle. Fire force was really convenient at times. He waved his hand, and the poisonous insect around them died immediately. Many small bubbles were dropped. Poison force asterisk 1 dark force asterisk 1 dark force asterisk 2 poison force asterisk 1 Wang Tung gained a small amount of poison force and dark force. However, he spared some of the poisonous creatures. He knocked them unconscious and kept them in bottles. Then, he stored them in his space ring. Why are you keeping them? Calmly frowned as she asked. In bringing them back for research, Wang Tung placed the last horrendous-looking poisonous bug into the bottle, as he replied. He studied the bug curiously. You have a strange interest. Conley was baffled. There's nothing wrong with analyzing them. However, be careful since these poisonous insects have been contaminated by dark force. Don't let them escape. The consequences are dire, and you will be held responsible, Nioli reminded him. Don't worry. I can kill these poisonous bugs easily. There won't be a problem, Wang Tung replied. He wanted to examine these poisonous bugs because he noticed that they were contaminated by dark force. After all, he possessed both dark force and poison force. Nioli didn't stay on the topic. He took the lead and continued heading to the Level 3 restricted zone. More than an hour later, they reached the edge of the Level 2 restricted zone and heard the sound of fighting. Their expressions changed. They hastened their pace and dashed towards the source of the sound. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. He followed them hurriedly. When they arrived at the scene, they saw a cleaning squad in a heated battle with the dark apparitions. There were around 10 human martial warriors, 3 of them at the 4-star soldier level. There were around 40 normal soldiers in their team. On the other hand, there were close to 100 dark apparitions. Most of them were low-level dark apparitions, but there were about 7 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions. These dark apparitions were lofty and huge. They were extremely muscular. The muscles beneath their green-black skin seemed as hard as steel. Their faces were ferocious, and they had jagged teeth like a saw. Their eyes were bigger than ping-pong balls. They held weapons that looked like maces, and their brutality was terrifying. They are giant apparitions, Yuan Xian said sternly. The battle had already started. The giant apparitions charged towards the humans and swung their maces. A human 4-star, soldier-level martial warrior wanted to block the attack, but his weapon broke instantly. His chest was smashed, and he was sent flying into the air. His breathing got heavy. Obviously, he was in critical condition. The low-level dark apparitions shot towards the human soldiers and bit whoever they could get their hands on. Wang Tung and the officers were still a distance away. When they saw this scene, they were furious. They accelerated their speed to their maximum as they flew towards the battlefield. Faster, faster. They were already proceeding at their fastest speed, but they still had to witness many human soldiers getting surrounded and bitten to death by the dark apparitions. Their screams of agony and pain before they died echoed in the air. Wang Tung turned into a gust of wind and dashed past the 3 officers. Dying. He attracted the attention of the dark apparitions with his bellow. One of the giant apparitions gave a hideous smile and wanted to grab him with its large palm. A golden brick appeared in Wang Tung's hand. Amidst the confused gaze of the dark apparition, he smashed it on its head. Boom! The earth shook. The giant apparition got knocked into the ground by Wang Tung's brick. Its neck had disappeared, and its head sunk into its chest. Blood was dripping down its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. It died in an odd posture. The human soldiers and the dark apparitions with intelligence were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Reinforcements are here. The human soldiers immediately regained their senses and cheered. Kill! Kill them! The morale of the soldiers rose as they hurled themselves at the dark apparitions. The giant apparitions roared in anger when they saw their companion getting killed. In an instant, 4 giant apparitions surrounded Wang Tung. Wang Tung's gaze didn't change. Come on, I can finally use my brick to my heart's content. Boom! He didn't use any battle techniques. All he did was fling his brick at the giant apparitions. The air around the brick erupted, and the dark apparitions were beaten to death. Their dying posture was tragic to the extreme. Please take the first giant apparition as a reference. Wang Tung turned around. He wanted to smash the other giant apparitions with his brick, but Kong Li and the officers had arrived by now. They took one giant apparition each and killed them easily. It was a piece of cake. Wang Tung had no choice but to target the low-level dark apparitions. The addition of 4 7-star, soldier-level martial warriors turned the tide of the battle. The dark apparitions were killed quickly. The casualties of the human soldiers were kept to a minimum. After Kong Li and the officers took care of all the dark apparitions, they raised their heads and scanned their surroundings. They were stunned. There were numerous posts erected on the ground. Wait, those weren't wooden posts. They were dark apparitions who got hammered into the ground forcefully. They turned and looked at Wang Tung. The item in his hand had caught their attention. A brick. Chapter 411. Destroy my image. Kong Li and the others went berserk when they saw the item in Wang Tung's hand. Astonishment. Disbelief. The atmosphere turned strange. Niuli finally understood why Nie Jianxiang reminded Wang Tung repeatedly not to use the brick during the military drill. One brick, one enemy. His actions were so smooth and violent that he was lost in wonder. Even the giant apparitions, who were known for their strength, couldn't resist a knock from his brick. The veterans from his troop were strong, but they weren't much stronger than these dark apparitions. Hence, he could imagine their ending if Wang Tung had used his brick. They wouldn't be in life danger during the drill, but the atmosphere would definitely be messed up. A veteran getting smashed by a recruit would be a huge jock. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but look at Yuan Xian. Kong Li was staring at him too, her expression extremely strange. Her little junior brother was a little fierce. Feeling the gazes from his comrades, the muscles on Yuan Xian's face twitched uncontrollably. He tried to maintain his composure, but he was already cursing in his heart. He had lingering fears. At this moment, he suddenly felt fortunate that he didn't have to go through this treatment. If not, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the troop anymore. He would find a hole and bury himself inside. He would have no face to see other people. Wang Tung kept the brick calmly, as if nothing had happened. He wore an innocent expression, pretending that the human posts were unrelated to him. Everyone, Wang Tung ignored their gazes and scanned the area with his spiritual power. He picked up all the attribute bubbles. Dark Force *1, 10 Spirit *60 Spirit *50 Enlightenment *15 Dark Force *125 Dark Force *65 this time. He was ruthless. 1 brick per giant apparition, killing them forcefully. Thus, he received many spirit attributes. However, there weren't many enlightenment attributes. It looked like the giant apparitions weren't very smart. What a waste of their big head. However, he had to admit that their big heads made it easier for him to hit them. Big head, no worries when it rains. Others have umbrellas, but I have a big head. Look, didn't this comparison give you a visualization of the size of their heads? Enlightenment, 301/1000, Emperor Realm, Spirit, 368/1000, Emperor Realm. At the same time, their Dark Force bubbles contributed a few hundred points of Dark Force. Suddenly, Wang Tung's body trembled. His Dark Force had advanced to another stage. Dark Force, 320/5000, 7-star. He accidentally raised his Dark Force up another level. Now, he was considered a master among the dark apparitions. Wait, he wasn't a dark apparition. As Wang Tung was happily picking up the attributes, his gaze suddenly paused. Intermediate stage, strength talent, *20, there was a talent attribute. What a surprise. As the attribute merged into his body, he understood the uses of this intermediate stage strength talent. In summary, it was a physical talent. The stronger his talent, the stronger his physical body. His strength would also increase continuously. It was different from physique scriptures. Talent was innate. Scripture was hard work. All in all, the higher your talent, the easier it would be for you to practice a physique scripture. At the same time, your strength would increase many times. For instance, if a martial warrior with beginner stage strength talent had 1 point of strength, then an intermediate stage strength talent martial warrior's starting strength would be double, starting with 2. If they practiced the same physique scripture, using the same effort and time, a normal martial warrior would grow by 1 point, while an intermediate stage talent martial warrior would increase by 2 points. The difference might be small at the start, but as time went by, the gap would grow larger and larger. Intermediate stage, strength talent. 20 out of 500, not bad. Looking at the changes in the talent row on his attributes panel, Wang Tung nodded silently. Speaking of it, he had received a berserk battle technique from a giant apparition in the past too. It was an explosive battle technique, but Wang Tung never had the chance to use it. It wasn't his fault, though. His opponents were all too weak. The process of picking up a tribute seemed long, but it only lasted for a few seconds. At this moment, the military martial warriors who got saved by them came forward and thanked them. The leader of this team was a second lieutenant. He came forward and bowed. Lieutenant Colonel Nyo, Major Yuan, Major Kong, if you hadn't passed by, would have been in danger. We're all comrades. There's no need to thank us, Neoli replied. The team was familiar with Kong Li and the two majors. They exchanged a few words and then shifted their gazes to Wang Tung. Wang Tung was the only unfamiliar person in this group. Moreover, he looked very young. However, they had personally witnessed his strength. This fellow might be young, but he was extremely powerful. Hence, the second lieutenant asked politely, "This is—" A hint of slyness flashed past Kong Li's eyes. She waved his hand and said, "Don't care about him. He's just a corporal in charge of miscellaneous stuff. You saw just now? He runs real fast." Wang Tung, he thought that this senior sister was a good person, someone he could converse with. From the looks of it now, he was too naive. This lady was evil. She defamed him in front of so many people, calling him a corporal in charge of miscellaneous stuff. Mind you, he was their life savior. If he hadn't arrived in time, many more people would have been dead. Wang Tung had already thought of his image in his head, a brave and righteous uprising star of the military. But it was gone now. Woman, you're dead. You've ruined my image. This is a huge grudge. Corporal. The second lieutenant widened his eyes in surprise and stared at Wang Tung in disbelief. A corporal was so powerful. He had only left the military city for 3 days, but such a huge change had occurred. Even corporal positions were held by such powerful people. For an instant, the second lieutenant doubted himself. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the times. What if he went back and his superior informed him that he would retire with honor? What should he do? Don't listen to her. This fellow might be a corporal, but he's very powerful. He's a special case. Neoli shook his head helplessly and said. The second lieutenant heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to retire with honor. Indeed, if all the young people were so powerful now, the dark apparitions wouldn't have anything to do. They could go back and farm. The second lieutenant shook his head to clear the unwanted thoughts in his mind. Corporal, Wang Tung, thank you for your help. Then he took a step back abruptly and shouted with a stern face, Salute. The soldiers around him straightened their backs and saluted at Wang Tung. You're welcome. Wang Tung was stunned. He hurriedly returned their salute and smiled. If you don't mention Corporal, they'll be happier. The second lieutenant and the soldiers around him froze for a second. Then they burst out laughing. They exchanged a few sentences before the second lieutenant left with his team. Neoli told the second lieutenant to go the path they came. He said they had cleared that path, so it was safe for now. Then they continued on their journey and mission. Chapter 412, Have the Dark Apparitions Gone Out for Shopping? Level 1 and 2 restricted zones would be regularly cleared by humans, but the Level 3 and 4 zones were different. Level 3 and 4 restricted zones were the Dark Apparitions' territory. Dark Apparition garrisons had already appeared further into the Level 3 restricted zone. Their target was the number 56 garrison in the Level 3 restricted zone. Along the way, the atmosphere was a little oppressive. Are you angry? Kong glanced at Wang Tung and teased him. Go away. I'm not close with you. Wang Tung turned his head. As a man, you mustn't be so narrow-minded. Kong inched over shamelessly. Haha, Wang Tung scoffed. 3/4 dishes meal, Kong suggested. Do you think I look like someone that can be bought over with food? Wang Tung wasn't moved. 4 meals, Kong added. 6 meals, one from a forced chef master. Kong Li gritted her teeth. This was a fortune. Deal. A smile immediately appeared on his face. As expected of my senior, you're so generous. You're brutal. Kong Li was speechless. Small case, small case. Wang Tung smiled and replied. Childish. Yuan Xian snorted. Hey, Major Yuan, aren't you interested in force dishes? Wang Tung teased him. Not at all. Yuan Xian replied coldly with a stern face before ignoring the two. Wang Tung started discussing excitedly with Kong Li and planned the 6 meals properly. Yuan Xian frowned. He wasn't used to their interaction. This was a serious and dangerous mission, but they turned it into a delicious food for him. How irritating. Nioli smiled, but he didn't say anything. He didn't care about the process as long as it didn't affect the mission. At around 2 p.m., the 4 of them successfully arrived near the number 56 garrison of the Dark Apparitions. They hid in a small hill and looked at the garrison in the distance. The Dark Apparitions garrison was entirely different from the human garrisons. Their garrisons were crude, made of large rocks, and were pitch black. In the dark, it would be hard to notice them. The architecture was special too. Wang Ting didn't know how to describe it. It was rough, evil-looking, and exaggerated. This was the first time he saw a Darkland-style building. He was curious, so he sized it up uncontrollably. Suddenly, he realized, to his surprise, that aside from the low-level dark apparitions wandering around the garrison, there weren't any signs of high-level dark apparitions. He couldn't help but look at Niu Li. He asked through a voice transmission, "Have the dark apparition gone out for shopping?" Niu Li stared at Wang Tung, and a vein popped out on his forehead. What kind of strange thoughts does this guy have in his mind? Go out shopping. Can you read the atmosphere and stop acting like an idiot when you should be serious? He took a deep breath before replying to him through voice transmission. Dark apparitions like the dark. Even high-level dark apparitions with intelligence don't like to move around in the day. Wang Ting noticed that Niu Li said don't like and not they can't. No wonder these low-level dark apparitions were able to move freely in the day. He looked at the sky and said, "This area is covered by dark clouds and saturated with dark force. There's no difference between day and night, right? To them, the day is the day. The sun won't disappear, so they will still get irritated by it. Do you know the reason? It's probably because the sun has changed too." Niu Li pondered for some time before he opened his mouth. After all, according to various legends from different countries, the sun is an ultimate yang object. Are you telling me that the legends are true? Wang Tung asked curiously. I don't mean that. However, the legends originate from somewhere. Maybe our ancestors saw something, Niu Li said in a meaningful tone. Wang Tung believed him. After all, this era couldn't be inferred using common sense. Humans possessed frightening power. In the eyes of the ancient people, they were no different from gods and devils. However, he still had some queries. Is this a guess, or did you find related evidence? What do you think? Niu Li looked at him and smiled. Seeing his reaction, Wang Tung knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer today. Were these people all the same? Actually, I don't know much. I only heard a word or two. Niu Li shook his head. Wang Tung didn't probe further. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the garrison. As expected, he saw a few thick balls of dark force, save 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. They didn't move immediately. Instead, they waited until night dawned. Through the dark clouds in the sky, they saw a moon hanging in the air, scattering its silver-white glow on the earth. The 4 soldiers ate the rations they bought and spoke to each other using voice transmission to pass the time. However, their attention was all on the number 56 garrison below. At approximately 10 p.m., they finally sensed some movements in the garrison. There were 3 figures in the distance. They conversed for some time before heading in different directions. Niu Li frowned. He gave his order. Follow one each. They'll stay here. Yes. Wang Tung and the others replied immediately. Wang Tung, will you be all right? Niu Li glanced at Wang Tung and asked again. Don't worry. I won't die. Niu Li nodded and didn't say anything else. The 3 soldiers chose a direction each and executed their hiding skills as they followed the dark apparitions. Don't die. Kong Li's voice entered his ears. Wang Tung's gaze shimmered, but he didn't turn his head. He was already a distance away. He executed his wave invisibility skill and covered himself with dark force, disappearing into the cold wind under the night sky. If he only used dark force, he might get discovered by the dark apparition. However, with the addition of the wave invisibility skill, his concealing ability increased many folds. Wang Tung believed that he wouldn't be found out as long as he was more careful. He followed behind the dark apparition, keeping some distance between them. The other party was a dark apparition he had never seen before. It was tall and lofty, at least 3 meters in height. There was a pair of huge antlers on its head that twirled backward. This was a weird monster with a deer head and human body. Its limbs were muscular and thick, and it had a pair of wings on its back. It moved extremely fast. There was also a bone-like scorpion tail behind it. It looked a little ugly. Wang Tung wondered to himself. After some time, he saw the dark apparition dashing into a forest below. Then, cries of agony from wild beasts were heard. Wang Tung hid afar and saw the deer-head, human-body dark apparition catch a huge star beast. It furiously bit and tore the flesh off the beast. It was a terrifying scene. It came out to eat. Wang Tung shook his head speechlessly. He thought that it had some secrets, but this was it. Half an hour later, the dark apparition went back to the garrison. Wang Tung followed it and came back to the hill where Niu Li was hiding. Kong Li and Yuan Xian were back too. They reported the situation on their side and discovered that the 3 dark apparitions seemed to have gone out for a meal. They didn't have any other actions. Chapter 413. A detailed and thorough plan. The 4 of them hid stupidly outside number 56 garrison for 3 days. These 3 days passed without any accidents. The 3 high-level 7-star, soldier-level dark apparitions went out a few times, but it was all to eat. The lifestyles of these dark apparitions were extremely regular, so regular that it seemed scary. They either ate or slept every day. They were worse than a nerd who loved to stay at home. Wang Tung and the others started wondering if the high-level dark apparitions came to number 56 garrison because they wanted to have a holiday in a different environment. Besides the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions, many 2-star to 5-star soldier-level dark apparitions came out to hunt for food too. The dark apparitions with deer head and human body, the vampire dark apparitions, and the giant apparitions were among them. There were around 200 in total. Nothing was amiss from their activity. They didn't even show any signs of wanting to attack the human garrisons. Wang Tung glanced at the 3 calm officers beside him. They were extremely patient. They had waited for so many days, but they weren't agitated or impatient at all. He could only say, as expected of veterans. Wang Tung couldn't help but complain in his heart. Their mission was to investigate the strange happenings in the garrison. However, they wouldn't be able to find anything if they just waited without doing anything. Finally, Wang Tung couldn't stand it anymore and asked using voice transmission, "Old Niu, how long do we have to wait?" "You can't wait anymore." Niu Li smiled and replied using voice transmission. "It has only been a few days, but you can't wait anymore?" Yuan Xian glanced at him in contempt. "I can wait. I can wait as long as you want. It won't be a problem. I just feel that idling around like this is a complete waste of time." Wang Tung ignored him and shook his head. Niu Li nodded. "The time is almost ready. The past few days were for us to observe the internal situation in the garrison. Now, we can make our move." "Move? What move?" Wang Tung asked, sneaking in a number 56 garrison. Kong Li smiled and replied, "Do you think we could discover anything by waiting outside without doing anything? The highlight of the mission is here." Niu Li turned serious. Kong Li and Yuan Xian dropped their casual attitudes. "You will each be in charge of investigating an area respectively. They'll wait for you outside," Niu Li said. Then, he glanced at Wang Tung uncontrollably. Wang Tung's performance for the past few days had exceeded his expectation. He didn't act like a recruit at all. His skills were on par with Kong Li and Yuan Xian. Most importantly, this fellow was extremely powerful. He charged directly whenever he met any dangers, but no accidents happened along the way. When he followed the 7-star dark apparition out as it hunted, he didn't get discovered either. This was proof of his skill. Thus, he wasn't too worried about Wang Tong for this mission. During the past few days, the four of them had built some chemistry with one another, including Yuan Xian. He wouldn't target Wang Tong when it came to important matters. Hence, he didn't say anything. The four of them immediately started discussing the details of this undercover mission. Half an hour later, the three officers exchanged glances with one another and gradually disappeared on the spot. This brat creates surprises all the time. I can't even detect any traces of his concealing skill. Nearly looked at the spot where Wang Tong was standing a second ago. He shook his head and sighed his heart. It was night, so most dark apparitions should be asleep. There was some danger in sneaking into the garrison now, but it would also allow them to find anything amiss here. They couldn't wait until the dark apparitions left to sneak in because they weren't able to confirm that the dark apparitions went out only to hunt for food. They might be doing this to fool outsiders and cover up the truth. Who knew if they were heading out for their real purpose today? No one could be sure. Wang Tong evaded the low-level dark apparitions outside the garrison's perimeters and climbed over the wall to enter. Based on the plan they came up with, he went all the way to the back. The dark apparitions probably didn't expect someone to sneak into their camp, so there were no patrols. They were all sleeping soundly. Are you seriously so careless? Wang Tong stood in a corner and complained helplessly. He felt that there was something wrong with this mission. It was so smooth that he didn't know what to make of it. Wang Tong roamed for some time before he finally found the place where the dark apparitions were sleeping. It could barely be called a dormitory. This dormitory was a little scary. Somehow, it looked like a scene from a horror movie. It was shaped like a room in a palace and was completely empty. Fortunately, Wang Tong was experienced, so he raised his head and looked up. Good riddance. Numerous heads were floating in mid-air in the dark. However, why were they all upside down? He looked at them carefully. There were rows and rows of vampire-like dark apparitions hanging upside down from the ceiling. Their eyes were close, and their faces were white. A timid person might be scared to death if he saw this scene in the middle of the night. These dark apparitions love to put on an act. Why can't they sleep properly? Why must they hang themselves up? Also, according to legends, shouldn't vampires sleep in coffins? Why aren't these vampire dark apparitions going by the book? Wang Tong shook his head and threw these random thoughts out of his mind. This wasn't the time to think about that. He had to see if there was anything suspicious about these dark apparitions. Here came a question. How should he investigate? Wang Tong hid in a dark corner and touched his chin. His gaze was ambiguous as he occasionally glanced at the vampire dark apparitions on the ceiling. A sinister smile gradually appeared at the edge of his lips. I have an idea. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Using his spiritual sight, he knew that these dark apparitions were all at the 4-star soldier level and below. There were only 5 4-star soldier level dark apparitions. Their difference in ability was huge. Hence, even if he went near them, he wouldn't be discovered. Based on this, he came up with a detailed and thorough plan. He would silently close in on one of the dark apparitions and cover its mouth. Then he would knock it unconscious, bring it away, and question it. That was the gist of his plan. He would choose one of the 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions. After all, some things would only be known to those with stronger abilities. Wang Tong even wondered if those 4-star soldier-level dark apparitions knew any secrets. He couldn't care anymore. He decided to test it out. So, which one should he choose? Wang Tong scanned the vampires and started pointing at them. Finally, his fingers stopped on a vampire dark apparition who was smaller than the others. All right, it's you. Wang Tong silently flew closer and arrived behind the dark apparition. He furrowed his brows and turned upside down. Then, he quickly covered his opponent's mouth. The vampire woke up with a start. It opened its eyes wide, with fear and confusion in them. It wanted to struggle and alert its companions, but the next second, Wang Tong knocked it unconscious. After a series of actions, the dark apparition was kidnapped by Wang Tong. None of the other vampires noticed anything. Even if they woke up and found it missing, they would only wonder if it had gone to the toilet. Chapter 414. Wow, you're quite fierce. Number 56 Garrison Warehouse. Wang Tung knocked the leaking dark apparition who was guarding the warehouse unconscious and closed the main door. Now, it was time for the highlight of his plan. Questioning, Wang Ting thought for a moment before using his spiritual power to form an imprisoning rune. He sealed off the dark apparition's force. Then, he arranged a small-sized soundproof rune array around them. Perfect. Only a divine spirit master and an advanced stage rune master could do this. Wang Tung felt a little proud. He shifted his gaze to the unconscious vampire dark apparition, and a sharp look appeared in his eyes. Sleep, 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 you're like a pig. The brick appeared in his hand, and he slapped it on the dark apparition's handsome and pale face without showing any mercy. Of course, he didn't aim at the face because he was jealous. After all, he was more handsome than this dark apparition who gave off a morbid beauty. Slash. Boom. After a round of beating, the vampire dark apparition woke up in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I getting treated so inhumanly? All right, kidnapping. Someone kidnapped me just now. Damn it. Who is this impudent person? How dare he kidnap a noble vampire dark apparition right inside the garrison? This is unforgivable. However, it was being slapped right and left, so its head kept swaying back and forth at high speed. Its vision was a blur. It couldn't see the culprit's face at all. Slash. Boom. Wang Tung didn't notice that the dark apparition was awake. He hit him so smoothly that he continued slapping the dark apparition with the brick. The vampire dark apparition felt his tears flowing out. He wanted to activate his dark force, but he got a rude shock. The dark force in his body had disappeared. There was no reaction in his force nucleus. What's going on? Huh? You're awake? A voice finally entered his ears. It was the human language. The vampire dark apparition squinted. Damn it. He landed in the hands of a human. The vampire dark apparition's face was badly bruised and swollen. He could only open his eyes slightly. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, attempting to see the culprit's face through the small gap. His vision was still hazy, but he finally managed to see his enemy's face. This was a young human being. He actually landed in the hands of a youngster. The vampire dark apparition was infuriated. Ouch, so painful. The change in his expression was too violent, so it pulled at his muscles. He felt excruciating pain on his face. This made him even more furious. Human, you're dead. You're in deep trouble. Huh, you can speak the human language? This is perfect. Wang Tung sized up the dark apparition in front of him in astonishment. He was still wondering what he should do if they couldn't understand each other. Yet, this dark apparition could speak the human language. This was great. It saved him much trouble. But he should still learn the dark apparition language when he had the time. It wouldn't hurt to have too many skills. Did you hear what I said? You're dead. You're in deep trouble. The vampire dark apparition bellowed. Wow, you're quite fierce. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and raised his brick. Another round of walloping. Can you talk properly now? Wang Tung asked. I'm a noble vampire. I'll never succumb to you even if you use such a brutal method, the vampire replied stubbornly. Slash. Boom. Human, I want to kill you. I want to suck your blood, the vampire dark apparition roared. Slash. Boom. You're dead. You're dead. Slash. Boom. You're really dead. It's rare to see such a strong-willed dark apparition like you. You have my respect. Wang Tung praised him. Then slash. Boom. Stop hitting me. Wang Tung. His face turned black. I just complimented you, but you slapped my face. Where's my pride and dignity? Slash. Boom. The vampire dark apparition felt puzzled. He had already surrendered. Why was he still getting beaten? Slash. Boom. After many rounds of beating, the dark apparition's face grew bigger. Wang Tung was afraid of wasting more time, so he stopped. If not, he would have continued beating him. Can you talk properly now? The vampire dark apparition felt the pain on his face and nodded fervently. Good. Now, I'll ask and you'll answer. If I don't ask anything, you're not allowed to speak. Do you understand? Wang Tung said calmly. The vampire dark apparition hesitated for a moment. If this human questioned him about some secrets, should he give in or give in or give in? Why? You don't agree with what I've said? Wang Tung raised his brick again. Don't. He'll reply to you properly. The vampire was no longer as proud as before. He became a coward. There are 3 7-star, soldier-level dark apparitions here. What's their purpose? Wang Tung went straight to the point. The vampire's expression changed. Then, his face started hurting. I suggest that you think thrice before you speak. I'm an easy person to talk to, but this fellow isn't that kind. Wang Tung played with the brick in his hand as he sniggered. The vampire? This devil. Sigh. He didn't want to be a rat, but this young man was ruthless. I think they came to see someone. You think? Wang Tung raised his voice. No, I'm sure of it. The vampire immediately replied. See who? Wang Tung nodded and continued asking. I'm not sure. Besides the 3 of them, no one knows the answer, the vampire replied. Wang Tung frowned. The vampire felt his heart pounding furiously. Was he planning to beat him? He immediately shouted. I really don't know. All right, look how frightened you are. I've already told you that I'm an easy person to speak to. Wang Tung glared at him. The vampire shrunk his neck. Do you think he'll believe you? If you're easy to speak to, my face wouldn't be swollen. Now, we have come to the quick response segment. If you hesitate even a little, it'll reward you with a brick, Wang Tung said. The vampire immediately understood Wang Tung's intention. He couldn't lie if he had to reply instantly. However, he didn't dare not reply. He could only nod his head. Very good. The segment will start now. How many days have they stayed here? 5. Did the person they're supposed to meet come during these 5 days? No. When will the person come? I don't know. What's their future plan? I don't know. Do you want to live or die? I don't know. You don't know anything. It looks like there's no reason to keep you alive. Wang Tung scoffed. The vampire's expression froze. What did he say just now? Wait, I want to live. Live? His desire to live was extremely strong. He stared at Wang Tung pitifully. All right, I still have some questions for you, Wang Tung said. Go ahead. You can ask me anything, the vampire replied. Your race is a talent called Bewitch, right? A mysterious smile appeared on Wang Tung's face as he leaned forward and whispered to the vampire. How do you know? The vampire was flabbergasted. Ouch, his face hurt. You don't have to know. Now let me ask you, do you have that ability? Wang Tung mocked. I don't. This ability is only born to those vampires with high talent. I'm not one of them, the vampire said dejectedly. One last question. Do you have ways to resist this skill? Wang Tung asked. There's no special method. You can only resist if your spiritual power is higher than the person who uses this skill, the vampire said. Is it? I can feel at ease then. Wang Tung nodded his head. The vampire looked at Wang Tung in confusion. What was he saying? Why was he speaking so strangely? Then he suddenly realized that the young man's gaze was starting to turn weird. This is... The vampire's pupils constricted. He was filled with disbelief. A possibility flashed in his mind. No, this is impossible. He wanted to turn his head away, but his thoughts had slowed down. He couldn't think properly, and he couldn't move his body. What's going on? This was the last thought in his mind before his vision turned black. After some time, Wang Tung got the answer he wanted using his bewitch skill. It was no different from what the vampire said a while ago. One honest vampire. His brick method was a success. As expected, this brick could solve any problems he had. Wang Tung nodded. Then, he tapped his finger on the dark apparition's swollen head and invaded its mind with his spiritual power, destroying his consciousness. The vampire died. A few attribute bubbles floated out from his body. Dark Force *35 Dark Language *1 Handsomeness *60 Spirit *70 Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. Handsomeness. Handsomeness again. Are vampires honestly so handsome? Why do they always drop the handsomeness attribute? Or is it because he smashed his face with his brick? Hitting the face would allow him to drop attributes related to the face. It made sense. However, the number seemed a little high. Was he too brutal? Amen. Chapter 415, Don't Blame Me. You all forced me. Actually, Wang Tung felt that his appearance was handsome enough. If he continued to become more handsome, the other guys wouldn't have a chance. Wait, something strange seemed to have sneaked in. Dark language. As the bubble merged into his body, a memory appeared in his mind out of nowhere. This is a language bubble. Just a moment ago, he wanted to learn the dark language, and here it was now. When was the system ever so considerate? Wang Ting couldn't believe it. However, it was understandable that this dark apparition would drop a language talent. After all, he was able to grasp the human language. This was a good thing. It would be awkward if he eavesdropped on a secret conversation between dark apparitions, but he didn't know what they were saying. Wang Tong kept the corpse of the dark apparition in his space ring. Then he sized up the warehouse. There's something here. There was a pile of green-color ores in the corner of the room. These are celestites. Wang Tong touched his chin. As an advanced stage blacksmith, he immediately recognized the ores. Celestite was a wind element ore, best used for forging wind element weapons. They were widely sought after by wind element martial warriors. Wind element was a mutated element, and hence, the relevant ores were hard to find. Naturally, they possessed a high value. Judging by the size of this pile of ores, it was worth at least 5 billion. Oh my, 5 billion. Hearts were shooting out of Wang Tong's eyes. This was a surprise. Old Neo told me not to alert the dark apparitions, but he didn't say that I can't steal things. Wang Tong sniggered. Also, the dark apparitions probably won't notice the disappearance of the ores for some time, even if I steal them. By the time they find out about it, they will think that it was a thief. This is what I call diverting their attention and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Amazing. Wang Tong kept the celestites in his space ring and prepared to leave. Along the way, he saw the leaking dark apparition on the ground. Slash! He pointed his finger at it, claiming its life. He threw the corpse into his space ring so that it could accompany the vampire dark apparition. He would take care of the bodies after he left. Wang Tong left the warehouse and started searching the area he was in charge of. Around 10 minutes later, he stopped moving, becoming extremely vigilant. Using his spiritual sight, he saw an area covered with the thickest dark force. This was the room of one of the 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. Wang Ting looked inside the room and was stunned. A coffin. The dark apparition seriously slept in a coffin. Wang Tong's expression turned strange. The 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions consisted of one with a deer head and human body, 1 giant apparition, and 1 vampire. He scanned the room. Besides the coffin, there was nothing strange. He shook his head and left carefully. Wang Tong finished investigating the area under him. He then met up with Kong Li and Yuan Xian at the agreed location. 3 sneaking figures gathered in a corner. Did you find any clues? Wang Tong asked through voice transmission. Kong Li and Yuan Xian shook their heads helplessly. Wang Tong was dumbfounded. He wanted to verify his findings with them, but they didn't discover anything. What's with your expression? Kong Li raised her eyebrows. She seemed to have seen a hint of disdain in Wang Tong's expression. Yuan Xian didn't look good either. He was a major. Where would he place his dignity if he got looked down on by a recruit? Cough, let's talk about the mission. Wang Tong coughed and changed the topic. Did you find something? Kong Li asked, her eyes lighting up. Yuan Xian looked at him too. There was disbelief on his face. Did this fellow really find a clue? I did find something, Wang Tong replied humbly. Say it quickly. Kong Li rolled her eyes at him. This wasn't the time to be humble. Wang Tong chuckled. He didn't hide his information and immediately told them what he got from the vampire. The 3 dark apparitions are here to meet someone? Who is it? Why do they need to put in so much effort? Kong Li frowned. Is your information reliable? Yuan Xian questioned. I can't say 100%, but it's 80% reliable, Wang Tong replied confidently. If he didn't have any hidden secrets, he would have said 100%. 80%. Are you sure? The 2 majors were startled. This was a high percentage. It was high enough for the military to invest manpower and resources in delving further in this direction. How did you get hold of this news? Yuan Xian asked again. Wang Ting noticed that they still doubted him, so he took out the corpse of the dark apparition and summarized his investigation process. The majors. The muscles on Yuan Xian's face kept throbbing. He looked at the indistinguishable face of the vampire dark apparition and the head that had swelled to 2 times the normal size. He couldn't imagine what this dark apparition suffered before its death. This fellow is a devil. Kong Li looked at the vampire's appearance and then at Wang Tung, her gaze going back and forth between the two. Her expression could only be described with one word: strange. She silently swore that she would never provoke Wang Tung in the future. However, they started to understand why Wang Tung was 80% confident. No matter how hard your bone was, you would surrender after getting beaten like this. If it was them, they would be confident too. They took a deep breath. Kong Li nodded and said, "Your information is very useful. We have 2 choices. We can retreat, or we can stay behind and wait for the secret person to come." The 3 of them went silent. To a military martial warrior, the mission was everything. They were willing to take enormous risks for the sake of the mission. "They'll stay behind. You guys can go back and report this to Lieutenant Colonel Niu," Yuan Xian said. "Let me stay behind. My concealing method is better than yours, and it's safer too." Kong Li hesitated, but she still stepped up. "Your concealing method is similar to mine. It's nowhere more powerful. If I can be discovered, you won't be any different. Let me stay. If something goes wrong, I have 30% confidence that I can escape," Yuan Xian said. "Bullshit. How can I be worse than you? I have 35% confidence that I can escape." Kong Li's anger got ignited. She was unwilling to back down. Wang Tung rubbed his forehead as he listened to them quarreling using voice transmission. He said, Majors, why aren't you asking me? You're a recruit. Don't interrupt us." The 2 of them rejected his proposal without turning their heads. "I have 100% confidence that I can escape. Also, I don't want to hurt your pride, but my concealing method is much better than yours. The dark apparitions might never notice me," Wang Tung said in frustration. The 2 majors turned quiet instantly. Then, they turned in unplanned unison and looked at Wang Tung. "You're 100% confident that you can escape." Kong Li stared at Wang Tung curiously. "That's why people like you will never understand what a true genius is." Wang Tung shook his head helplessly, acting like a lonely, indomitable warrior. "Speak properly." Kong Li glared at him. "You won't believe me even if I say it. Are you sure the dark apparitions won't notice you with your concealing skill?" Yuan Xian asked. "Of course," Wang Tung replied calmly. "For some reason, I think that you're acting." Kong Li glanced at him before turning her head and asking Yuan Xian, "Yuan, what do you think?" "I agree," Yuan Xian replied expressionlessly. Wang Tung, "Don't blame me. You all forced me." Chapter 416. Are all the female dark apparitions so pretty? After a series of hesitation, wavering, and indecisiveness, Kong Li and Yuan Xian left. The mission was of utmost importance to a soldier. Wang Tung had more confidence in completing this mission as compared to them. Hence, they had no reason to stop him. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them leaving. Although Kong Li and Yuan Xian were powerful, their abilities offered no help in this mission. If they stayed back, they might create more trouble for him instead. Now that they had finally left the garrison after much persuasion, he could do whatever he wanted. He was being truthful when he said that he was confident in completing this mission. Not long ago, a thought had flashed through his mind, and he came up with another detailed and thorough plan. An evil smile peeked at the edge of his lips. The next second, the muscles in his body started wiggling. His entire body was changing. Finally, he took on the appearance of the vampire dark apparition who got beaten up by him. Of course, it was his appearance before his face became swollen. Wang Tung used his ice force to form a mirror and checked his appearance. A satisfied smile appeared on his face uncontrollably. The morph skill didn't disappoint him. Whether it was the height, the physique, or the face, he was 99,999,999,999% similar to the vampire dark apparition. Wait, something felt amiss. Wang Tung frowned uncontrollably. He took out the corpse of the vampire for comparison and slapped his forehead in enlightenment. The wings. The vampires had bat wings. He didn't morph those wings out. He triggered the skill in his mind, and the muscles on his back started squirming. They extended out and finally turned into a pair of bat wings. He flapped them softly. They felt like real wings. Fortunately, the morph skill was impressive enough, so he was able to create the pair of wings. The dark apparitions came in weird shapes and forms. Morphing into them was so tricky and exasperating. Wang Tung complained in his heart. Then, his gaze landed on his clothes. All he needed was a set of dark apparition clothing. Sometime later, Wang Tung walked out of a corner. He had already changed into the vampire's clothing. Fortunately, the scene wasn't bloody when he killed the vampire, so his clothes remained clean. If they were dirted, he might have had to wash them before wearing them. Wang Tung strutted his way into the vampire's dormitory. The best concealment was to hide among his enemies. If he didn't say it himself, who could tell that he was a human? Wang Tung didn't continue investigating. Instead, he went back to the dormitory and rested there like the other vampires. But when he saw the situation inside, he was in a dilemma. The vampires were all sleeping upside down. What if he got cephalemia? Once again, Wang Tung felt that there was a small flaw in his detailed and thorough plan. Never mind. A human would always be careless in one way or another. This minor flaw was negligible. Wang Tung gritted his teeth and merged with the darkness. Then, without anyone noticing, he appeared on the ceiling. He hung upside down and closed his eyes. He was a big emotionless bat now. However, he didn't sleep. He opened his eyes occasionally and used his spiritual sight to observe the movements of the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. He would stay here obediently if no suspicious force movements appeared around them. Time passed slowly. Soon it was night. Once night arrived, it was time for the dark apparitions to go out to hunt for food. Wang Tung didn't notice anything amiss in this period. The 3 dark apparitions returned to number 56 garrison after hunting outside. Wang Tung didn't follow them. He believed that the 3 veterans wouldn't stay put and do nothing. After they came back, it was the weaker dark apparitions' turn to hunt. In the room, the vampire dark apparitions woke up one by one, their crimson eyes flickering. Their gaze was bloodthirsty. They spread their wings and flew out in masses like a flock of bats. Wang Tung hid among the bats, the vampires, and waved his ornamental wings. He was using the ability of a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior to sail through the sky. The other vampires didn't sense anything amiss. At this moment, a voice rang beside his ear. "Rupert, you seem abnormal today." Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. Rupert was the name of the vampire he was disguised as. While questioning the vampire, he had already thought of a rough plan, so he used his bewitch skill to lure some personal information from the vampire's mouth. Hence, when he heard someone calling him, he was flustered. Was he discovered? Was there a flaw in his plan again? This didn't make sense. He hid so well. How did the vampire notice him? There was no need to be anxious. If everything failed, he would kill all the dark apparitions. Many thoughts flashed past Wang Tung's mind. He turned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Oh my God, it's huge. The first thing that entered his vision was something that could not be explicitly mentioned. Cough. This wasn't the time to observe something unrelated. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the face. Her hair was brown, complemented with a pair of green eyes. She was gorgeous, a peculiar seductive vibe hanging around her. Are all the female dark apparitions so pretty? This thought popped into Wang Tung's mind abruptly. His brain churned, and the images of Rupert's acquaintances entered his mind. The information of the female dark apparition was among them. The face was the same. Phyllis, a female dark apparition that Rupert had been chasing for a long time. Phyllis was probably a little interested in Rupert too, but she hated some of his traits. As a result, they didn't move further in their relationship. No wonder the other party came to talk to him. Wang Tung felt relieved. It looked like the female dark apparition didn't see through his disguise. She just felt that her Rupert was a little abnormal. Normally, once Rupert woke up, he would pester Phyllis continuously. He was a chatterbox. This was the part of him Phyllis didn't like. Unfortunately, Rupert didn't know about it. As an outsider, Wang Tung naturally didn't know either. He just felt his head hurt. He got entangled in a bloody love relationship between 2 dark apparitions. What was he supposed to do? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Wang Ting couldn't find a way out. He could only look at Phyllis in confusion without replying to her. Phyllis frowned. She said with a hint of frost in her voice, "A chatterbox like you can be quiet too? Are you constipated?" Wang Tong couldn't help but pay a silent tribute to Rupert. He had chased this sharp-tongued, female, dark apparition for 7 years, unwilling to give up. It must be difficult for him. He probably wasn't popular among the ladies. If not, why did he have to hang onto a single tree? What a poor fellow. After a few seconds, he finished his silent tribute. An idea popped into his mind, and he replied to Phyllis hurriedly. "I had a dream this morning." Phyllis furrowed her brows harder. This fellow was always so ridiculous. She was furious at his cowardice. As for what dream it is, you don't have to know. Wang Ting didn't continue the story. He kept a straight face, revealing no loopholes in his acting. He added with an indifferent expression, "You just have to know that from today onwards, I'm no longer the Rupert you know. I've decided to change, so you might never see the fellow who has always been pestering you." Phyllis, Chapter 417. Actually, he really wanted to slap him to death just now. Wang Tung didn't plan to interfere in the complicated love relationship of these two dark apparitions. This female dark apparition was beautiful, and her figure was terrific, but he was a person with integrity. A female dark apparition? Even their race was different. There was no way they could make love. No, there was no possibility of anything happening. Hence, he planned to use this method to distance himself from this female dark apparition. In the past, you gave me the cold shoulder. Today, we'll make sure I'm above your station. Indeed, this was Wang Tung's perfect plan, or so he thought. You don't like Rupert, right? In that case, he'll represent Rupert and ignore you. From today onwards, stay away from me. I'm not serving you anymore. Wang Tung could already predict the future progress of this relationship. He laughed silently in his heart. If he could, he wanted to give a thumbs up for his wit and craftiness. However, Phyllis' eyes lit up. Really, Wang Tung was dumbfounded. The other party's reaction was a little different from what he had expected. Based on this female, dark apparition's temper, shouldn't she turn and leave? Why do I see some happiness on her face? Phyllis. Wang Tung accentuated his tone and tried his best to maintain his indifference. His voice was icy. I, Rupert, have my pride. I don't want to talk about the past. From today onwards, I'll not pester you for no reason. Can you please? It's great that you're thinking this way. Phyllis was elated. Wang Tung. Why? What went wrong? Her expression wasn't right. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Cultivate properly in the future and complete the missions given by the sirs. Try to perform in front of them and work hard to climb the ladder. Phyllis was excited. We came from ordinary backgrounds, so this is our only way up. Wang Tung. After a few seconds, Wang Tung looked at Phyllis in wonder, who was following him instead of leaving him. Suddenly, he wanted to find a corner and squat there so that he could go over the situation again. Was his method wrong? Or were his thoughts wrong? An admirer who was a simp suddenly became cold and distant. Shouldn't she be furious and leave? Yet, this female dark apparition didn't. Instead, she became closer to him. What kind of twist was this? Did dark apparitions like this attitude? Wang Ting didn't understand. However, he didn't want to reveal any loopholes, so he adhered to his words and put on a stern face. He ignored Phyllis. The other party didn't seem to mind. In fact, she was quite delighted and followed him like tissue paper stuck on a shoe. After some time, they arrived at a forest. They split up and started hunting for food. Why are you following me? Wang Tung stopped. He turned to look at the female dark apparition who didn't want to leave him. I want to hunt with you, Phyllis replied. No, I want to be alone. Wang Tung rejected her harshly. All right, I understand. You just decided to change, so you need some alone time to get used to it. I mustn't stay too close. Otherwise, you might go back to your usual self. No one knew what Phyllis was thinking. She nodded and turned to leave. Wang Tung, you're right. You're always right. Just don't get too close to me. Wang Tung felt helpless. If she continued like this, he felt that he was going to get pushed by her. Must he sacrifice his body for a mission? No way. If the female dark apparition did anything overboard, he would slap her to death. Naturally, Wang Tung didn't hunt for food. He put on a show and met up with the other dark apparitions at the end. They went back to number 56 Garrison together. These dark apparitions slept in the day and were lively at night. They were having a whale of time. The lichens, the giant apparitions, the vampires, this was like a party for the devils and monsters. Wang Tung sat in a corner and hid in the dark. A strong urge to kill boiled in his heart as he looked at the scene in the lobby. These dark apparitions invaded the human world and massacred his kind mercilessly. They wreaked havoc without fear and had caused many tragedies. Yet, here they were, partying without any guilt. Indeed, they deserved to die. Rupert, why are you here alone? Phyllis walked over from afar. Phyllis, why care about this fellow? He's useless. He's not suitable for you. Another tall and handsome vampire dark apparition followed her. His gaze was filled with contempt as he looked at Wang Tung. Quirk, I've already said that this is none of your business. Stop following me. You're irritating. Phyllis replied angrily. They arrived in front of Wang Tung as they bickered with each other. Wang Tung remained calm, though. He didn't expose any of the killing intent in his heart. He just looked at the two dark apparitions indifferently. Quirk's face had already turned black from Phyllis' words. Thus, when he saw Wang Tung's expression, he felt that he was belittling him. He shouted in anger, "Shift your eyes away and apologize. If not, it'll break your back immediately." Quirk, what do you want to do? Phyllis' expression changed slightly. She glared at the male, dark apparition. Try it. Wang Tung frowned and stared coldly at the other party. He had a mission, so he didn't want to create trouble. However, that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Very good. I wonder who gave you the courage to talk back to me. They'll give you two choices now. Kneel and beg, or accept my challenge. Quirk squinted. Malicious intent poured out from his eyes as he spoke in a cold-blooded manner. This fellow never dared to refute him in the past. What happened to him today? Why did he go crazy and turn manly all of a sudden? If he didn't teach him a lesson, everyone might forget who the notorious Quirk was. Phyllis' expression changed again. She quickly stood in front of Wang Tung and said, "Don't forget what the three sirs said. If you dare create trouble, they will not forgive you." Quirk's pupils constricted, and he seemed to have remembered something frightening. He snorted at Wang Tung and said, "You're lucky. Once the three sirs leave, they'll let you have a taste of my power." He glared at Wang Tung and turned to leave. Wang Tung remained expressionless as he watched Quirk's back. Phyllis noticed his silence. She thought he was worried that Quirk would trouble him in the future, so she comforted him in a soft tone. "Don't worry. If we fight him together, we might not lose. You won't dare to go overboard." Wang Tung gave her a strange look. What did Phyllis like about Rupert? That fellow couldn't be compared with that Quirk guy, but Phyllis was still thinking about him. Strange thoughts went through his mind, but on the surface, he kept a serious expression and said, "I'm fine." Phyllis looked at Wang Tung's face. Suddenly, she realized that there was no fear in it. His gaze was extremely calm, too. He seemed to have turned into a different entity altogether. She started feeling doubtful. When did this fellow change so much? However, he was better than before. Wang Tung didn't have the time to care about this lovesick female dark apparition. He looked at Quirk in the lobby. Actually, he really wanted to slap him to death just now. 1. Chapter 418. The Academy owed him an Oscar. Sigh. Wang Tung sighed loudly after he walked out of the lobby. He couldn't stand a bunch of demons inside anymore. They were like maniacs, and he was the only normal person in this mental hospital. That was why he had to leave them. If he stayed too close with that bunch of madmen, any sane person would go crazy. Looking up at the moon, peeking out from behind the clouds, he got emotional. He had disguised himself as a dark apparition and infiltrated into their camp. He was probably the only person who dared to think of this plan and do it. Moreover, he might be the only person who had the ability to do it. After all, there was only one bug in the world, him. He felt that everything seemed like a fantasy. If his identity was exposed, he imagined that the hundreds of dark apparitions would turn and stare at him simultaneously. That scene would be a little awkward. The next moment, he shook his head hurriedly. No, he mustn't be exposed. Why did you come out? Phyllis' voice appeared behind him. Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. This female dark apparition was so irritating. She followed him everywhere like a plaster, yet Wang Tung couldn't slap her to death. He could only keep a stern face and reply calmly. They're too irritating. I want to have some peace. You've changed so much. In the past, you loved to mingle with them, but you're voluntarily keeping your distance now. I'm really curious about your dream that caused such a change, Phyllis said. Wang Tung was startled. He hoped that she didn't notice anything wrong. No matter how much a person changed, there was a limit and a reason. Fortunately, he used a dream as his excuse, and the other party believed him. She thought in that direction, so she didn't sense anything amiss. However, in front of Phyllis' question, Wang Tung felt that he needed to work out the plot of his dream properly. Indeed, one had to use multiple lies to cover up one lie. Headache. Wang Tung sighed. He racked his brain and came up with a storyline quickly. He replied in a composed manner. Phyllis, have you ever experienced the fear of being controlled by death? Do you understand the pain of getting betrayed by your closest friend? Do you know the despair when your friend leaves you to die? Phyllis stared at Wang Tung absent-mindedly. She seemed alarmed by his series of questions. Wang Tung was pleased when he saw her expression. However, he pretended to shake his head as if he was mocking himself. I knew that you wouldn't understand. Rupert, don't act like this. It's just a dream. Phyllis looked at Wang Tung worriedly. He seemed a little possessed. It was just a dream, but it seemed so real. Also, that dream was more terrifying than you could imagine, Wang Tung replied. Even so, I won't betray you. I understand that you don't trust others, but have you stopped trusting me too? Phyllis said with heartache. Wang Tung looked at her indifferently, without saying anything. Phyllis trembled. His calm gaze was without any shred of emotion. She took a few steps back unconsciously. She couldn't understand why the Rupert who loved her dearly in the past had become so cold and detached suddenly. Phyllis didn't continue the conversation. She left dejectedly. Damn it, she finally left. Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded to himself when he recalled Phyllis' reaction and the tears hovering at the ends of her eyes before she left. His acting was splendid. The Academy owed him an Oscar. Wang Tung rubbed the stiff muscles on his face. It was hard to deal with a female dark apparition. He was now praying that the mysterious person would appear soon. Once he got the information he wanted, he would leave instantly. Wang Tung instinctively used his spiritual sight to scan the locations where the 3 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions were at. His pupils constricted. In his vision, the 3 brightest balls of dark force were heading in the same direction. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was another bright ball of force had appeared at the spot where they were about to meet. That ball of light wasn't black. It was green. What force? There was another human martial warrior in this garrison. From the brightness of the glow, that person was at least at the 9-star soldier level. Very suspicious. Wang Tung frowned. He dashed towards that direction without any hesitation. During his discussion with the majors, they had guessed that the person the 3 dark apparitions were meeting might be a human. After all, the presence of traitors was revealed a long time ago. There were always people who couldn't resist the temptations given by the devils and fell into their embrace voluntarily. However, when he saw it personally, he still couldn't understand. What was going through the minds of these traitors? Why did they have to be weasels when they could be humans? Wang Tung moved quickly. He evaded the dark apparitions around him and arrived only a second after the 3 dark apparitions. He stopped outside a room. You've arrived. Haha. We've been waiting for you for many days. The dark apparition with a deer head and human body let out a peal of evil laughter. It can't be helped. I couldn't get away. I rushed here when I was still on my mission. Their conversation floated out of the room faintly. They didn't expect someone to eavesdrop on them, so they didn't use voice transmission. Actually, most martial warriors wouldn't use voice transmission to talk to one another if they had the choice. It was too troublesome. The mysterious person's voice was hoarse. It might be a fake voice. It looked like this person was cautious, even though he didn't use voice transmission. Wang Tung inched forward carefully. He merged into the darkness, hiding his aura and force waves. There were concealing runes on his body, 2. Formed using his spiritual power. With his current level of spiritual power, even the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior wouldn't be able to discover him. He peeked into the room through a crack in the window. Unfortunately, I can't see through objects with my spiritual sight. If not, I won't have to go through all these troubles. Wang Tung complained in his heart. The mysterious man had covered himself entirely with a black cloak. Wang Tung couldn't see his figure. The man was facing sideways, so he couldn't see the face under the cape of the black cloak either. Turn around! Turn around! Come on, turn around! Wang Tung screamed in his heart. Unfortunately, the person didn't listen to him. He couldn't see the face no matter how hard he tried. Wang Tung was exasperated. He had no choice but to focus his attention on their conversation. Time is tight. Let's get down to business. 9 days later, my race is going to launch a surprise attack on the Star Maple Troop. Prepare to welcome us. Attacking the Star Maple Troop. The mysterious person was obviously shocked. Why the sudden move? Haha, that's not something you have to know. The dark apparition sneered. All right, when I decided to join your side, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. The person regained his composure and shrugged.